Records.
Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wahi. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid. Anina Equatoria. Anena, nina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita miniambio, kanita mintori, weleta minjuba, yeah. Anena Equatoria. Keresia samagesi manena. Yeah. We strong, we stand together. Yeah. Kanina gulu wahi, Equatoria biraba. Yapilwa pijama, asan bellet na biraba. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanagule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, Anina Equatoria. Anena, Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita zande, kanita mai, au kukuye. Anina Equatoria. Kelele na hibonyo fusina, kebili ya kede maferiganina. Salam wa sahafa, behajaderino hasan bele na biraba, arif mabisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanagule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa, Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid, Anina Equatoria. Anena, Anina Equatoria.
Nina kulu sawa jama.
Oh yeah.
So my fanan ngala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buka ya baka.
Great
Equatoria balanda mare. Kakuwa kiliku. Lango lungoya.
Acholi
Kosa mundo. Nyambara morobe made. Mundare.
Nyambara.
Otumo mare makotudo. Lubara bunga ya lobe.
Kosa mundo. Anina kulu nasi sawa. Mavi hata bigezi manena. Siyasa mabigezi manena. Anina wahi.
Greetings. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. First of all, I want to say thank you and welcome to all of our viewers and audiences, and also our guest. I wanted to welcome you. It was a great honor. Our guest, Dr. Hakim, today with us to talk about the Equatoria Declaration and the purpose that we came here today. First, let me introduce myself. To introduce myself. Ethica Odysseus with you from the Equatoria Free Forum. And what we're trying to do today is trying to talk about this declaration because it coincides with the incidents that's happening in our region of Equatoria, especially those attacks that is going on in the region of Equatoria recently and every time, because we know these attacks are non-stop, and those attacks are purposely made, as we always say to our brothers and sisters. These attacks on our people is purposely made to chase away our people, to let others come and occupy the land and make sure our people will never have a future. And this is exactly what we see in this country, that we as Equatorians are no longer have any trust or confidence that we as a people of South Sudan can ever come together. Even some people tried. We tried all ways, but all sides, like we tried everything we can, and at the end we see the purpose and the plan of these groups who are attacking and waging war on our people of Equatoria just to make sure that they occupy the land and take our people from, wipe them out. And as you see today, the country is in turmoil, especially in the region of Equatoria, where people have no future. Our people, young and old alike, our women are in constant danger, threats. Our children are not safe. So, these things are happening because of what the regime that we are watching, the regime is planning. This regime has a big purpose, is to attack and occupy our territory. So the reason why we want to talk about this declaration is to remind our Equatorian brothers and sisters who are listening. And we're going to talk in English first, and then if somebody who don't know English, they can ask us, and we can try to translate, or we can have a specific episode. Next episode, we will talk in Arabic. But at this moment, we want to remind our brothers and sisters that the Equatoria, Declaration Charter of Rights did not start this month. It started on, if I don't mind, July. Is it? Just let me just check for a second.
July, yep, July.
Yeah, July 18, 2020, this year. And that was with Dr. Hakim and other members, and including he included us in that time when we were talking about how we can, put something as a constitution, kind of like a beginning of where we will be as a community, as a nation, if we become a nation, and when we will be a nation, regardless of who those who doubt us or not, we will be a nation. But to have that, we need to set some things for the future, because this thing is very important to remind us as Equatorians where we're going ahead, and the objective and the purpose for us as a nation of Equatoria. So I won't go far. I want to first give my greetings to you guys, my fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters, and I also want to say Merry Christmas to all of you from Equatorial Celebration Council and Diaspora. To all my fellow Equatorian revolutionary brothers and sisters, I want to salute you in the name of justice, accountability, and equal right. And also, I want to salute you in the name of Equatorian nationalism. I want to salute you also in the name of Equatorian unity, the unity of our people struggle. And I also want to salute you in the name of hope, future for our people, and the love for one another, and the bond that we share since our ancient ancestors have been in this nation, and one another through ancestral blood that we have together for a new Equatoria. My fellow brothers and sisters, I want to say thank you and welcome you to our forum today, so you can listen from our doctor, brother Hakim, and we will talk about some things in about the declaration in a second. So just to start, brother Hakim, if you don't mind, you know that the declaration. I hear an echo for a second. Yeah, yeah. My bad.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I
Is
just
my
I will
voice
mute
clear?
you for a second. Then when you will speak, you will unmute. Yeah. All right. So just give a brief introduction to the declaration before we get to talk to Brother Hakim. Here is the declaration that was made on 18 July 2020. It says the Equatorial People Declaration of Right. The rights of being referred in this declaration are the civil rights of Equatorians hailing from the land of Equatorial Territory and the region in South Sudan, which rights belong to them, and the prosperity in rights of their existence and being in social group entity identity as members of Equatorian society, including for purpose of their enjoyment of human and people right, security and production as the basis of foundation of government. The declaration. The people of Equatoria formed into an free assembly of Equatorian to Equatorial dialogue town hall, and being concised of the lack of legitimate government and the lack of the rule of law for far too long, their newly born country, the Republic of South Sudan, which resulted in a systematic, unabated government corruption and a systematic contempt for the gross of human rights violation and abuses with impunity by the government of today. Therefore, resolved to set forth herein in a solemn people declaration for the public and common interest their alienable rights and duties. The Free Assembly of Equatoria to Equatoria Dialogue People Town Hall thus recognize, declared, and declare before Almighty God, the Creator of heaven and earth, before the people and their country, South Sudan, and with the hope of the people and the Almighty God blessing the following sacred rights of all Equatorians as one people Remember, my Equatorian brothers and sisters, we are one people, and which right are the original Declaration of the Rights of Man and of Citizens, with derivation in whole and part and abbreviation therefore thereof. This and then Dr. Hakim will come in and state. So, my brother Hakim, thank you for joining us. I wanted you to explain to our brothers and sisters of Equatoria what was the purpose of putting this declaration, and what is the purpose? What is it actually that you were trying to give message to our people of Equatoria? If you don't mind, go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you, my brother Ithaka, for hosting me. Let me take this opportunity first to wish Equatorians Merry Christmas and hopefully Happy New Year. Really, I'm proud and honored to be here with you and to share with many of our people globally, Equatorians in Canada, in Australia, and in the US and back in Africa or in the neighboring countries, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, Cairo, wherever Equatorians may be. I take this opportunity to wish you all and your families a Merry and Happy Christmas. Um, we are delighted to be together here, hosted by Equatorial Free, to revisit and to talk about Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights. The Equatorial People Declaration and Charter of Rights came as a result of a free assembly of the people of Equatoria, who, among themselves, um, took the opportunity to look back at their history. They have come to the realization and recognition that Equatoria existed as a country in history. It was undergoing a process of state formation, um, and this started with the advent of foreign rule on our lands at the time when Equatoria first came into existence as a state under the governorship of Samuel Baker. That process of state formation did not complete. It continued, although Equatoria could have emerged as an independent country. But nonetheless, due to um, foreign rule and administration of the colonial masters, Equatoria.
They said your voice is low, brother Hakim. Can you raise your
Yeah.
voice? Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I was just at the point of saying that Equatorians started the process of state formation uh, back in the days when the state formation process started with the appointment of Governor Samuel Baker in Equatoria to govern the territory of Equatoria. And I would not want to elaborate more on that at this point, but uh, what um, what should have actually resulted in the formation of a state in Equatoria ended up being delayed. But nonetheless, this process of state formation continued into what became the revolution of the Equatorial Corps in Torit in 1955. Which gave birth to the country that we now call today South Sudan. Um, Now, the people of Equatoria themselves, who have contributed to this momentous historic effort to realize a nation state in South Sudan, um, have found themselves now being deprived, being made stateless, being made into refugees, forced out of their homes, being the subjects and victims of genocide by a government that is not legitimate. Being cognizant of the fact that, for example, South Sudan only became independent in 2011, and the government that was meant to be a caretaker government um, ended up becoming the government that is actually committing genocide against the people of Equatoria. So there's a host of many issues that we can discuss, but we did cover many of these issues during our free assembly of Equatorians together in the diaspora to discuss many of these issues. And we came to the realization that there was need now, in the absence of preservation of the rights of the people of Equatoria, in the absence of continued state formation process that preserves and protects their rights, that Equatorians now need to come together, because there's no more any legitimate government in that country called South Sudan, and therefore their rights are not preserved, they are not protected, and they are, genocide is being committed against them. So it was necessary that Equatorians reassert themselves, reassert their rights, and then signal the process of continuing the state formation, and come to the to work out how they want to, for example, um, preserve and continue to preserve their rights. Because in the absence of a state that preserves their rights, Equatorians need to come up and preserve their rights. Historically, they had a state. They were in the process of state formation, which was punctuated by colonial interventions. But that process, unfortunately, until today, has made Equatorians become stateless. So there needs to be, coming together to address that. So we have a historic opportunity now to take, our future into our own hands as Equatorians, without, prejudice against any other people who, want to enjoy their human rights, because those human rights that we came to make a declaration of are rights that belong to Equatorians, as well as their rights that belong to, other people in the country, Upper Nile, people of Upper Nile, people of Bahr Ghazal. These rights belong to them as well. But for Equatorians, we're being more cognizant and conscious about our mission as a people, as a nation that is deprived of its rights, and it has to do something to set this right. So that's the motivation behind the process of and the lead up to the Declaration of and Charter of Rights, Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
My question to you is, you think on the point of you say, just a second, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, in other question that I have for you is like, what do you think the Declaration of Right, like, what can the Declaration of Right advance for Equatorial unity and freedom? Hold on a second. That's the wrong question, my bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, how and in what way can the Declaration of Right advance the unity of Equatorians and the freedom of Equatoria if they become a nation?
Yeah. I think there's a fundamental realization. I think if I go back to raising the issue of identity, we have a common identity as Equatorians. We look at ourselves as one people. We're a nation, and like I already, referred to, there was a historic process of state formation going on in Equatoria. Other countries have gone on with the state formation and they've become nation states. It was only Equatoria that was deprived of becoming a nation state. Now, the question of the Declaration and Charter of Rights for Equatorians is one thing that recognizes the people of Equatoria by themselves. They recognize by themselves that they are a people, they are one people, they are a nation, they have an identity, and that they have rights that belong to them as a people, as a nation. And it's the one thing that unites Equatorians, that they have a common identity, they have a geography, they have a land, they have a people, and they are Equatorians. And it's only within this context that we can preserve our rights as a people to enjoy, certain people's rights, certain civil human rights. And I think it is in the context of this that there is a meaningful declaration and Charter of Rights. Um, as individuals, as a small communities, that declaration will be limited. But in the context of our existence, we existed and continue to exist as a state in name, but not in reality. In the sense that we are able to govern ourselves. For example, today we don't enjoy political power. We don't enjoy, the governance of our own existence and affairs of our own governance. We are not in control. So that's what we lack. Those rights belong to us, but we are not enjoying those rights. So I think it's very, very fundamental that we as a people need to recognize that there are certain inalienable rights that belong to us. We cannot give these rights away. We often, come to a state to share these rights and to have the state to preserve the rights for us. But if we have no state, there's no legitimate state that is preserving our rights, then the conclusion, and it's a natural and legitimate thing, that Equatorians should seek to preserve their rights. They should seek to protect and enjoy their rights. It's as simple as that. Unless we do not recognize ourselves as a nation, as a people, and then which comes with not being, not being entitled to certain rights, like including people's rights, and people's rights include, for example, the right to self-determination. But I think with more than 3 million population of Equatorians today, and many of them, 1.8 million, as refugees in neighboring countries, for example, that gives you a sense of order and magnitude, that a big number of Equatorians, half of their population, are forced out of their lands. Who do they leave this land to? To a usurping government? I want to go back to a letter that Professor Taban Loliong wrote to the U.S. ambassador, and he was talking, raising the contention on the issue of the 10 states, and saying that the people of South Sudan voted for South Sudan to become independent, and it was not the SPLM on its own. On the contrary, it was the Christian churches in America who supported the self-determination of the people of South Sudan because of the Islamic onslaught on their culture, on them, on their identity as a people. So they came backing and supporting through for example, the U.S. administration at the time under President George Bush, to bring and to support the people of South Sudan exercise their right to self-determination. So had it been left to SPLM alone, SPLM would have not done it because they did not win the war. And there was a process of the CPA that made it possible for people to reach agreement under pressure, with Bashir under pressure, to bring the right of exercise of self-determination by the people. So it's the people who gave birth to the country. And then this country has now been hijacked by the SPLM and by the corrupt leaders who turned it into a hegemonic kingdom. So, and with this outcome, and without even having a constitution in place, it is very, very fundamental and important for people of Equatoria to take the constitution making process seriously, to prepare themselves for constitution making in a country that they want to live in, that they want to be part of, that they want to define. And putting this as a people-driven process and participation of Equatorians in constitution making, because we have failed so far to go through a constitution making process. We have seen that the country has been hijacked, the state has been hijacked, and we now have an illegitimate government. So we take that as a lesson, as a people, as the people of Equatoria, to go through the process of state formation in a more formal and organized way, so that we can define and participate in making the constitution that we want to live under as a people. And that's really, really very fundamental. And so this process of declaration of charter of rights for Equatorians is a prelude to that. We want to tell ourselves as Equatorians that we've got to have a state, we've got to participate in the state-making process, we've got to have, a constitution-making process for us. And that constitution-making process is the only guarantee that the people are the ones driving it, like the people drove the referendum and voted in the referendum. So the people must drive the constitution. You cannot leave the constitution process making in the hands of a group that could hijack, any political group that could hijack the process and turn it into its own state, like what we have seen the SPLM is doing. So this is where the importance and the how crucial the Declaration and Charter of Equatorian people's rights are. Is very, very fundamental that we as a people, as a nation, we should recognize right now that we have to start the process of state formation. And this process of state formation is for preservation of our rights. If there's a process, there are two processes. There's a process of state formation at the level of Equatoria, which is started in the 1880s. And there is a process of state formation at the level of South Sudan, which is started only recently when the Anyanyas in 1955 rebelled to create a state for all of us. But this state has now been hijacked. And it's simply because the people are not the one driving this process. We as Equatorians have to learn the lesson. We have to drive the constitution making process ourselves and define what those rights are that we want to have as a source of our constitution, which will define how we want to govern ourselves. If that means we have to govern ourselves in Equatoria and for Equatorians only, then be it, because we cannot wait for someone to come and give us our rights and how to exercise our rights. We have to get these rights ourselves, and we have to use these rights to govern ourselves. You can call that independence, you can call it separation. It's about the people of Equatoria enjoying their rights to govern themselves on the affairs of their existence and on the affairs of their governance. So that's how fundamental this is. So we need to start this journey now to bring the Declaration and Charter of Rights for the people of Equatoria to recognize the mission, that we have a mission. A mission, our mission is to form a state in which we participate in decision making about its fate, about its future. That is the meaning of the Equatorial People's Declaration and Charter of Rights. If you look at examples of other countries in the past, learning from human history, you will realize that in Europe, for example, in France, the French Revolution and the process of state formation in France, the Republic, how that process, developed. It started with the Declaration and Charter of Rights, and those declarations became the building blocks of the Constitution of France, and on the basis of which then a government emerged. So we in Equatoria today, we have missed the state formation process. The state formation process that started in in the 19th century. And this process has now been hijacked. So we are left without participating in the state formation, you see. And we have to reverse that because we are entitled to do that. We are a people. We are a state that has been denied to become an independent country. We are a people and we're a nation. And that state formation process should not be stopped. We should continue that state formation process at the level of Equatoria so that other people will take us seriously. There is no state formation process taking place elsewhere outside Equatoria, you see. And that is what we need to build on, because we're a people and others will learn from us. We give leadership to others who do not have that leadership. But you have to start with Equatoria. And that's the meaning of the Declaration and Charter of Rights.
Excuse me. Yes, thank you. You put it perfectly. I just have one thing also to add on that. Based on what you have spoken, the declaration, and so far, this is actually what I wanted to remind our Equatorian brothers and sisters, those who are listening to us, that the declaration, it's a cornerstone to Equatorial unity. At the moment that we are seeing this chaos going on in South Sudan, Equatorians never got the chance to sit down by themselves to come up with what kind of way to build or form a nation. Even the principles of just to build a nation or what kind of system we want, we never got that chance. Now Equatorians today, with the thanks of Brother Hakim and other distinguished brothers and sisters who care about Equatoria so much, they come back and they sit down and they have said and thought deeply to the point that they brought this to us, the declaration. And now what we need this declaration to be stronger is our people of Equatoria, those who are listening, is all around. We need all the elders, especially the elders of our communities, of the tribes within Equatoria, to listen to the voices of the people who are now coming, those academics, those intellectuals who are now coming, bringing something solid that we can base our foundation on, that because we already have the land. We're already a nation. We have a land, we have a region, and we have a history. With this charter of the declaration, it will even, build, it's almost like a something that, the cornerstone that can goes and build that constitution that will unify us as a people of Equatoria. So Brother Hakim have explained it a lot, and then those who never seen it yet or never heard about this before, you can go back and share the video and record it, or just keep it there, save it, and then later they can watch and see those things, because we have talked about it before. But we brought this here today so we can actually remind our Equatorians why we calling for separation as a nation, and why we calling ourselves Equatorian it matters for us. Because for Equatorians to have their voices, every tribe in Equatoria to have their voice, we need to stand together as one people under something that is sane, something that is principled, something that has um, a benefit to us as a community in the future. And this is where our progress goes. So I want to add something. I want to ask you, Brother Hakim, based on number 4. Let me see the number 4. All power. No. Let me go back. There is one. Yeah, the right of resistant oppression, because this is one very important thing. Number 5. I mean, the resistance of oppression is the preservation of natural and civil right of all men and women, whatever the source of oppression, shape, form, or color in our country and the Republic of South Sudan. So, in that number 5, can you elaborate this? Can you go deep into explain it to us? And then I want to also ask you here, because you see the condition today Equatorians are living. Now Equatorians are divided with this tribal warlord organization, which is the SPLM and the SPLM-IO, where they begin to use our young men and those some corrupt elites or some corrupt elements within our community who sold themselves to the regime, to the point that now they are creating chaos within Equatoria. And this chaos have become confusing to our people, because some people, they say in IO, they believe they're resisting oppression. And some people in the regime, they believe they are actually in the right side of history. And then us, the people of the land, those who are concerned about the land, and like you and me, who are sitting and trying hard to educate or to give awareness to our people back home there, to step away from these two elements who are creating chaos. With this number 5 paragraph, how could you relate it to our people who are fighting they can understand, comprehend that we need to stand for ourselves, not for other organizations that has nothing to represent us or represent our right or our cases, لأنه إن عندنا مصلحتنا هو أرضنا وحقوقنا. But these guys are going to other side, but they lose most of the time. So I don't know what's your opinion on that, and can you explain to them the number 5, the resist oppression? Thank you. Hold on, let me unmute.
If you look at, I'm unmuted now. If you look at how we came into this situation, and now we're living under a hegemonic rule. This is what it is. Many people recognize what they see. They see a hegemonic tribal elites who are driving the agenda of state formation in South Sudan, and they are not driving this agenda for the people of South Sudan, all of them. And this is attested to by professors like Professor Taban Loliong, who wrote extensively on this subject in his representations to the U.S. administration and the U.S. ambassador in Juba in recent times, which many people believe has made and put pressure on the U.S. government to stop Salva Kiir from continuing with his 32 states. And that's how the 10 states came into existence, or going back and reverting to 10 states. But the point is this, that those who are ruling South Sudan today have a hegemonic agenda. This is what it is. And that agenda is coupled with capture of state resources through corrupt practices. They are not challenging corruption. You see, if you look at SPLM, it has two functions: the SPLM IO and the SPLM in government. They are the same. They are SPLM. They don't want to leave SPLM because that's their tool for hegemony. That's their tool for corrupting the state, for hijacking this, the state, the resources of the state, and so on. So that's what the agenda is. They have no agenda of nation formation. Otherwise, they would have prioritized the process of constitution making. Otherwise, they would have looked at the aspects of rights, that there was no need for us to go to war against each other, because these issues could be resolved by peaceful recognition of the rights that belong to each and every individual in South Sudan as a citizen, which is why we have this state. See, they have forgotten all of that, and they are not capable of doing anything. But the outcome of it is that we have suffered the oppression of this hegemonic elite. The reality is that over 1.8 million Equatorians are out of their homes, and they are living as destitute refugees. Inside the country, they are being displaced. They are being forced out of their villages. Their houses are burnt down by the government. What do you call that? What's the name for it? The name for it is genocide. The name for it is oppression, lack of recognition of the basic and fundamental human rights of our people. That's what it is. The resistance will have to be a duty on the part of Equatorians who want to enjoy and continue to preserve their rights as humans. They have to exercise the right to resistance. This is a natural right. If you are faced with injustice that does not recognize your existence, then it means that you are condemned to non-existence. And so the right to resist oppression, whatever the form of that oppression, it is hegemonic. If it is in the form of Matianganyor, if it is in the form of corruption of our resources, if it is in the form of grabbing our lands, it is in the form of forcing our people into refuge, whatever it is oppression. And the right to resist oppression is our natural and civil right of all men and women who are capable of defending their land. We are forced into this position today as Equatorians because our rights have been deprived of us. Our rights are not being preserved. Our rights are abused. And so it's very, very important to recognize that in our declaration as a people, because we have to react to this as a people. It's not that we can only react to it as individuals or address this issue as an individual. The collective threat is against Equatoria. It's against the process of state formation in Equatoria that would have informed the process of state formation in the whole country. And nobody is interested in that. The hegemonic elites are not interested in that. So the right to resist oppression is now an obligation on the part of us as Equatorians to take it for our own existence, for our own preservation as humans who can live with dignity. So it is a fundamental right that we should recognize as Equatorians, that today And now we're not speaking out of malice, no. If you see how many Equatorians living as destitute refugees in Bidibidi camp, in Ivempi camp, in Uganda, and many of them have fled to Egypt, to Ethiopia, to Kenya, and so on. They are without rights in other countries. In their own land, they no longer have rights. If our women can be raped, we've just seen a recent report by a bishop, by an archbishop, giving testimony of raping of an Equatorian lady in Lanya, right? Does that lady not have a right? Should her rights be abused in this way by a government, a so-called government? That's why we're saying there is no legitimate government. Once there is no legitimate government in the country, Equatorians are entitled to exercise the right to resist oppression. These countries like the IGAD countries, even the members of the international community, are tolerating dictatorship, are tolerating oppression in our country, which is not serving our people's interests, which does not protect the interests of our people as Equatorians. So the right to resist oppression is fundamental, whatever the form of that oppression. And there is no there's no shortage of what we describe as oppression against Equatorians today. We don't have political power by which we could limit oppression through laws that we participate in putting together, but we are not participating in the constitution making process in the country. We are not participating in limiting and exercising political authority to stop, for example, decision to send SSPDF or the army to go on, rape women in Equatoria, right? Why haven't we seen protests in other parts of the country, like in Upper Nile, in Bahr el Ghazal, against the rape of women in Equatoria? Are we going to be waiting for the people of Upper Nile, the people of Bahr el Ghazal to come and shout and say, look, let's go to a demonstration because, Equatorian women have been raped? They have not done it. They're not going to do it soon. So who's going to do it? It's us, Equatorians. We have to take the right to resist oppression. This is oppression. We have to do something to resist it. And I think in that context, the meaning of the right to resist oppression is to resist oppression as naked as it is, as naked as we can see it. And this oppression is naked in our country. No one can fail to see it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, brother. Another thing, and you can interrupt me if you want. Just to go to the political side, because number 6, just after that, the right to resist. In the shorter number 6, the right to exercise political power. As you have mentioned earlier, in a couple of minutes while you're talking, there is no, you mentioned a lot, and I think from the start that there is no government there. We don't have a government. What we have is a tribal regime who hijacked the power from the people and began to oppress the Equatorians based on ethnical, targeting the people of Equatoria as the enemies that need to be wiped so they can settle over, and Equatoria must be oppressed in a condition of either extermination, which is genocide, or either displacement to the point that they have to go into other regions. Like you see, we have a lot of millions of our people who are living in Uganda, Congo, all these other neighboring countries, including Khartoum. And the political right, number 6, that you have wrote, the teamwork is says the right to exercise political power. Okay, the political liberty, I just wanted to read a little bit here so we can debate this. Political liberty consists in the power of doing whatever does not injure or harm interest of another person, community, or people. The exercise of the natural rights of every man and woman has no other limit than those which are necessary to secure every other man and woman the free exercise of the same rights, and these limits are determinable only by law. The people shall exercise all the legitimate political power over affairs of their existence and governance for the common benefit, protection, and the security of people, nation, or community. Going to this thing, because the conundrum that we see today in South Sudan, there is some people there in the regime who claim that they have a constitution, which we know that constitution is farce. It has nothing to do with the people. It only, like we've seen it, it serves only one side and one people in general. But the word, when you mentioned here, exercise the natural right of every man and woman, do you think, like from others, those who don't understand this, uh, what do you think the difference? Because I know maybe you know a lot about what the regime have put in their constitution or whatever. But for us as Equatorians, just to start this as the cornerstone to our constitution when we become a nation, because we will be a nation. Let it be known to everyone who are doubting this. We will be a nation. And this is something to us, like we have to see it as a cornerstone. But for those who don't understand that, sometimes they embrace the constitution of South Sudan, they say every man. I mean, what is the difference between that word of exercising the same right? Because over there they say everybody have the right to exercise. Do you believe in that kind of idea that the people are exercising rights, political rights? Because if they do, uh, why then we have these too many rebels? Every warlord have to come up with his militia so they can go to political power. They gain power and then they use the people and say, "Oh, I am fighting for you. I'm fighting for you." But is this the way how we're going forward as a nation? So what is the difference between us as the Equatorians who are coming up with our principles and charters, to go forward when we become a nation? We don't want to repeat that. What is the difference between them? Oh, sorry. Uh, Brother Hakim just his connection interrupted, but he will be back. Sorry about that, brothers and sisters. But yeah, I will just wait for him for a second. But yes, my brothers and sisters, those who are asking for the declaration, Equatorial Declaration of Rights, we will try to make sure that we put it in our page here. We post it in our page, and you can get a copy. I know some of Equatorian our brothers and sisters never heard of it before, but we did spoke about it like on October. Okay, he's here. We spoke about it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Looks like,
Yeah, you did.
yeah,
I know
looks like,
it's the internet, so no problem. But
yeah,
yeah, I just wanted to remind our brothers and sisters, those who are asking about the declaration, because see, like Brother Hakim, a lot of them they didn't even, because last time when we did it, we did it one time. We're supposed to continue talking about it because this is very
yeah.
important. Uh, you know, cornerstone to us because it explains to us that our people, our intellectuals, our academics sat down and they come up with this thing as a foundation to a process of our political. If we're gonna have a political system in the future, what gonna be built on? We don't want to build it on anarchy. We don't want to build it on tribalism. We want to build it on human rights and something that will respect every dignity of every man and woman. So I think, do I have to repeat my question, or you understood the question that I was
No, I
asking?
understood the question. Yeah, I
Okay,
understood the
perfect.
question. What's the
Oh,
difference? What's the difference
yes,
between,
exactly.
yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So I think if you look at what we mean here by exercising political power is the exercise of liberty, for example, to choose who your governor is. Just for the sake of argument, if you look at recent appointments of governors as part of this agreement, the so-called revitalized agreement, the governors were appointed by SPLM leaders or by their recommendations. You take, for example, the governor of Eastern Equatoria, the governor of Central Equatoria, the governor of Western Equatoria. They were appointed. They were not, elected by our people. The people were not even consulted about the appointments of these governors. And so that means that these governors will be bidding um, the agenda of Salva Kiir himself, the hegemonic elites in Juba. So that's just an exercise, lack of exercise of liberty by the people to choose or to have an input in determining who the governor of Central Equatoria or Eastern Equatoria or Western Equatoria will be. This complete lack of exercise of liberty by the people to choose who their governor is, right? That's just an aspect of this, and we don't want to have a constitution like this. We don't want to live in a state that does not grant the rights of the people to exercise free choice in terms of who they want to elect as their leader. If you look at many, for example, the exercise of political power, um, uh, our people don't exercise political power. They don't participate in decision making on crucial issues. For example, just take for example the level of corruption and the impunity that's going on in the country. No one is stopping it. If even those Equatorians who are in that government, like people like Waniga, for example, Waniga could protest if he were to think of himself as having the mandate of the people, would say, this is not the system that we want to live under. We should take practical measures to stop impunity, or even resign from the government, say this government does not serve the interest of the people, but they are not capable of doing this. So they have political power in name only, but not in practice. The political power is concentrated in the hands of the hegemonic presidency. On the one hand, Salva Kiir, on the other, Riek Machar. Riek Machar make recommendations for who should be appointed as a minister in this government to represent his part, his team, his part of the of the bargain. Salva Kiir, decides as the overall. He's exercising political power,
Yeah, they're
which
violating
is
human rights.
doesn't
Yeah.
deserve. Yeah, if you look at the constitution, the so-called transitional constitution, it has been, violated left and right with impunity, right? And no one is held accountable. If you look the security sector, the national security is operating outside of the law, to intimidate people to maintain Salva Kiir in power, and so on. So there is no exercise of political power that is derived from the people. You see, it's agreements of the elites to share power among themselves, and even to then so-called appoint representatives in parliament that do not represent the people, and that these people who are appointed by them are the ones who are going to make the constitution for the country. Where are we going? You see, Equatoria cannot go down this road. See, the people of Equatoria cannot go down this road. They are a proud people, and I'm very honored that you believe, and the young voices like yourself and many others believe that Equatoria will be a nation. That is what we need to believe. That's what we have to believe. Our people have to have a belief in themselves, right? Of what's their future. What's their future? See, so I think we can come with a better future than this. We cannot put our future in the hands of this hegemonic group. They have no vision for themselves nor for the country. They are there for grabbing. You see, it's very unfortunate that the countries in the region, like IGAD countries, Uganda, Kenya, and others, they're sitting on this dictatorship because they're milking it, they're benefiting from it, and the international community is doing little to stop this dictatorship, and is sitting watching the rights of our people being violated. Thousands and hundreds of thousands are fleeing into refuge, and they still regard this as a government in Juba. No, it's not a government. We, the people of Equatoria, should be proud and very clear that we don't have a legitimate government in this country. There is no state formation process that we can take credibly in this country. We have to make it, and including for our own, if we need to. We have to make that state. We have to create that state ourselves. You cannot let that state be created for you by people who do not believe in it, who do not have no vision for it. So exercise of political power is what we seek. We seek to exercise political power as Equatorians in the interest of our people. And that means we have to govern ourselves. That means we have to exercise our sovereign power to decide, for our people to decide how they want to govern themselves, how they want to exist or coexist with other people. And that's very, very fundamental. And that's why we need to have a statement of a declaration of Charter of Rights that will put us on the roadmap. This roadmap is about us, Equatorians, the people of Equatoria, coming together and deciding their future. There is the right of self-determination, for example, as part of this declaration. Exercise of political power means, for us, means we determine how we want to live. We determine how we want to govern our affairs. That is what exercise of political power means. In the current system, we don't exercise that political power. We are running away from our country. We want to regroup and come back and govern our country. We have every right to govern our country and to exercise political power. That's what it is. So the right to exercise political power is fundamental for people to participate and to enjoy their rights fully without any intimidation. We have to create that future. We have to dream for it, but we cannot sit back and not do something about it. So if you look at our people in holding their leaders accountable or in holding any person who is serving the public interest, that person who is representing the wishes of our people should be accountable to the people. Today, there is no accountability of those who are in power. They are not accountable to anyone. Lomoro is not accountable to anybody. He's accountable to the Jain. So is Waniga. He's not accountable to Equatorians. He's accountable to Jain in this name of the so-called unity, right? So what's really very important to recognize is that there's a big thing that we lack as Equatorians, and it is not state. We need to get there. That is our target. We need to have a state, and this state is the only form by which we can preserve our rights. When you have these IGAD countries, the international community looking at this country and allowing dictatorship to fester, allowing corruption to continue to fester, they're actually abating the abuse of our rights. They are keeping quiet and they are not doing anything about the preservation of human rights, even though there is an international convention on peoples and human rights. There's an international covenant on civil and political rights, and the people in South Sudan are not enjoying those rights. Equatorians have a greater chance of turning this around because we have a common identity, we have a people, we have gone through a process of state formation, and that has led to the creation of the state that we now have today in South Sudan. So we still have advantage to set the direction of where we're going. And it is very, very important for us as Equatorians to come together. We only hope we can do that. We can do that for ourselves so that we can safeguard the future of our next generation. Our children, your children, my children, what's their future? Do you want them to continue to go and live under dictatorship, under hegemonic rule, under tribal hegemony? No. If you don't believe that this is the future that you want to bequeath to young people, then do something about it today. And if Equatoria were to come together, then Equatoria will have impact. It will create change. And that change is for the good of Equatoria. It is also for the good of people who, believe in and support human rights, because we are not calling for this change in order to oppress others. We just want to enjoy and exercise our rights. Why should anybody be against the people of Equatoria exercising their rights? Who is in their right mind opposing the people of Equatoria coming together to seek to exercise political power, right? They are not enjoying any political power today. Should they not exercise political power? They should. So I think, this is the dimension and aspect that I wanted to cover in terms of exercise of political power. We really need to consider, this is a big prize for the people of Equatoria as a nation. We should keep our eyes focused that the next generation should exercise political power. We cannot let them in desert land where they don't know if they have rights or they don't have rights. And that's why our coming together as Equatorians is very important, to send a very clear message about us going through a process of state formation, going through to be prepared for constitution making. You see, it's very, very important. And constitution making is about the people. It has to be people driven.
Exactly.
And this is where, for example, issues of referendum come on board. People talk about referendum to actualize the demands and the rights of the people. People are sovereign. We have a shared sovereignty in that country, but we want to exercise our sovereignty in a way to preserve our rights and to continue to preserve those rights for upcoming generations. We cannot neglect or derelict our responsibility for this. What is the purpose for you and I? We live in this time during this generation, and we see that our people are not enjoying their rights. They are without political power. They are without a future. And then we just sit and we disappear from this world. Today, I got a very sad news. One of my colleagues, Professor Osara, Samuel Osara, I just heard this morning that he passed away in Juba. He was the vice chancellor of Bahar Ghazal University, and I'm still trying to confirm if this is true, because I've had occasions with Professor Osara before in Juba University. We staged a number of functions in Juba University to raise awareness about the future of our country on a whole range of issues, and I'm very sad to hear that he has passed on today. And Equatorians are still without political power. Equatorians are being oppressed. We are oppressed. We are under oppression. If you are in Juba, you don't have a voice. How do you describe that? You see, and our elders, our Equatorians, are going away. They're disappearing to join with their ancestors, and we're still here. Our people are still without rights.
Sorry to hear about this news, Brother Hakim, about the depart of one of your colleague. I don't know. You said you don't know if it's confirmed yet or not, but if he is, rest his soul. But if he's alive, will be a great news for us. But yeah, this is something that our nation or our people, not nation, because right now this country is in limbo. Let it be clear to those who believe that we're still South Sudanese. For us Equatorians who are coming up here and speaking out for Equatoria right is because Equatorians have been silenced, have been marginalized as a people. A whole region, for God's sake, a whole region is marginalized. I don't know those Equatorians who still believe that we are South Sudanese. Are you aware that your own home is being occupied? Your people are displaced. Your women are getting abused, raped, to the point they are dominating on taking our women by sending their kids to outside countries to where they can get a better education than our people, where our people have no right even to speak out for their own rights. And those of Brother Hakim and others who speak out bluntly about Equatorians' right and issues and case, we Equatorians need to take heed on that and listen carefully. Because today, Equatoria is in danger to the point of extinction. And this thing happened because the 15 years that we have been silent as a people of Equatoria, now these things are coming to reality. Before it was an idea. The Jin Council were planning how to come into Equatorial land, occupy, dominate, and make sure they destroy the whole society or the tribes of Equatoria. Remember, Equatorians are not nomadic tribes, like I always say. We are people who have been there for centuries. Our tribes are biblical tribes. They did not start in 1600 or 1800 or whatever the centuries have been when the Arabs tried to come in with the Turks or the Ottoman Turks. No, we have an ancient history during the time of even the ancient Egyptians and the Greeks. But our history right now is in a shaky or in a shadowy condition because of what's going on with our silence. زي في مثل بعربي, in Arabic they say السكوت علامة الرضا. If you continue to be silent, you say what?
السكوت علامة الرضا. Yeah, it's true.
Yes.
Yeah, it's right.
Yeah. So if you keep silent, while you're getting oppressed, then you're accepting it and you become a slave to it. And that's only a slave who want. Even slaves in the Western countries, like Black Americans, when they came to United States, they kidnapped them from Africa to United States. They fought. Some of them resisted. And an example to it great is Haiti, who resisted a whole empire and they became a nation, but still they did not build their country into a system of unity. South Sudan, when we became a nation, we all were happy to be a nation, to be away from Hajismu Arab. Because the Arab ideology that was built in Khartoum, it was trying to also devour us, our identity. The fight between North and South, it was about our identity more than about our land or who we are. Because the Arabs or the Arab remnants, I don't call them Arab because there is no Arab in South Sudan. This is Arab remnants. Those guys, they want to make sure to overcome the difficulty that they feel like it's been compromised, or the thing that they feel they compromised, which is us. We were the compromise to them. We were like the problem, the real problem to them. So for them to eradicate us, they wanted to Arabize us in all the ideology of being an Arab. That means you have to be a Muslim. With all the respect to our brothers who are Muslims in South Sudan. And you have to be calling yourself an Arabic. You have to speak Arabic. You have to believe that you're an Arab, not an African. This is the reason why Equatorians in 50s took arms against the regime in Khartoum. We did not, our people did. Equatorian were the cornerstone of the revolution that was calling for in South Sudan to be independent. And what happened today, after the independence, these guys, the hijackers, these tribal warlords who took advantage of Anyanya, and then they played the game to kind of mess us up and make us divide each other within Equatoria, and not even focusing on that we are fighting against a regime that was always want to eliminate our identity and take our land. Because when they eliminate your identity, they take your land. Today, the same thing the regime of SPLM is doing. SPLM now is not doing it like the Arabs, the Arab remnants. They're doing it in a way of chasing our people, taking our women by force, marrying them, having children everywhere within Equatoria land, like raping them and making children with them. Let that sink into every Equatorian woman, sisters of Equatoria. I'm not saying we have to go against the tribe, but remember, those people, they are now trying to plant a seed that will divide us even worse than before. The Arab remnant did that when the Ottoman Turk came to Africa, into Khartoum. They planted a seed of those now so-called Arab, and they begin to look at the original native of the land as a slave. Every South Sudanese will remember that. You don't have to be Equatorian to remember that, but every person who have been called or been given the title of South Sudanese were used to be called Ya Abid, Ya Junubiyin. That name was an insult. It wasn't called, Junub Sudan was not a name of acceptance or acknowledgement. Those guys are left over of the Ottoman Turk, and they brought them in so they can kind of create this. And then the Equatorian noticed it. Equatorian were the first people who were kind of aware that these guys are not, a good people, and they're not the original people for that can speak on behalf of our right and our identity. So Equatorian took arms, and Equatorian were always raising arms when they see a foreigner come to their land, because they always know one thing: their neighbors. And this is what I want to remind our Equatorians. And I'm sorry, Brother Hakim, I will go back to our topic in a minute, but I'm just saying this is very important because I want them to know the historical facts of what we are fighting for. Because this charter that you have put with your brothers, with our academic brothers and sisters who are working hard to bring the declaration, that was not something that just came out of the blue. Like some people think that you are there or to make, to brag about yourself. You never brag about yourself. You never take credit for anything. You just do it because you believe in Equatoria. And I really appreciate you supporting us and supporting every young man and woman, those who believe in Equatoria as a land, Equatoria that need to be a nation. And I really appreciate, because you patriotically are an Equatorian and you are a true Equatorian son. And like, guys, sometimes قال ما فيك تمده هزول قدامه لكن I'm honest, I'm very honored to have you as a brother because you speak bluntly and you don't back up. And for us Equatorians, we need to take this serious. We are here to speak live. Every brother and sisters who come out and بيتكلم, they speak about Equatoria, they really feel the pain and they feel the danger that Equatoria is in. So our people, our ancestors left us a legacy. They were fighting, resisting the people who come to divide them or to create something that is not belong to them. An identity to Arab. They tried to put an identity in us. In Upper Nile, there was no one raising their hand to go against Arab remnants. They all submitted. Let it be known. Let it be. It's documented in history. Even they said Nuer have supported Al-Mahdi during the time when Al-Mahdi was creating an Islamic empire, trying to create Islamic empire. You know, so Upper Nile is a chaos by itself. And why this? Because the people have no knowledge to their home, who they are. They said if you want to know, if you want to rise to your potential, you have to know who you are, where you stand, what is your principle. Equatorians, they knew themselves based on the intermarriages, based on the culture they live, based on the life that we have built. We became a people, already a nation. Even the European have noticed that. You know, we could fend for ourselves. Today, imagine South Sudan is a nation that is now living in need. A nation with all the resource living in need because the corrupt elites that who call themselves elites, those are the same people who are now trying to chase our people away so we can be exterminated, and they will be the one who call themselves majority of the land, and they will begin to occupy. They're already doing it. They already begin to rename with audacity. They are renaming cities in our areas, and this is a dangerous situation for us. So my brothers and sisters, I want us to be very careful when we stand up here saying Equatoria declaration and Equatoria must stand for themselves, because we know the seriousness of where we are going, where we're heading. This thing is not a joke. Our people over there hopeless. In Juba especially, they left hopeless. We are their salvation, those who are outside. Let us not ally ourselves with people who are gonna say, I'm a political party and I'm this, I'm this. Let us ally ourselves with something that will bring justice, accountability, and equal right to all of our people. That's why you see our brothers and sisters worked hard to write this charter to say one thing, Equatoria Declaration of Rights. None of these rebels came up with anything to talk about. They made a declaration of what in their soma, whatever. I mean, I don't want to go there, but you know, everybody making their own thing, you know, principles, whatever. But listen, Equatoria matters to us because this is where we belong. It's our home. It's our land. You know, our land is being taken away from us. Our people are being chased away. That's something we need to be more concerned than having a political alliance with some people who don't care about your right, who don't care about your existence as a person of Equatoria. That's why Equatorian people are dying by day. You seen, like Brother Hakim have mentioned about the lady who been raped. The pastor is talking about this woman. They were just the simple people who are worshiping God, and they're getting abused. And this is in Equatoria. This is something been planned, been organized by this regime who are trying to destroy our people. They wanted to take our women by any means, make sure to build a seat within the community of Equatoria. So tomorrow Equatoria can say we cannot leave because they saw what the Arab remnants have done to them. You know, in the Ottoman Turks, when they left those leftovers of them, those guys became to be a problem to their original, to the native of the land. Today, now they call themselves Ihna Arab. We are the only one who stood against them, Equatorians. Equatorians, remember, Equatorians are the one who stood against Hajismo Arab, not Upper Nile. While Upper Nile were killing each other, people in Equatoria took arms and said, no, no, mean no to the Arab thing. We have an identity. We are Africans. That's why we need to take pride as
sorry to interrupt. Sorry to interrupt, Brother Ifaka.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make this point that we have, as Equatorians, we have become accepting of rape in Equatoria. We have become, we have kind of like turned around to accept rape of our women in Equatoria, and we don't make a noise about it. We don't protest it. What's happening to Equatoria? The question is, what is happening to us as Equatorians? How do we tolerate this? How do we tolerate women in Equatoria being raped? By who? Are these women raped by Equatorians? Are these women raped by Equatorians? Why do we tolerate it? Why do we accept it?
True.
Yeah.
It's very heartbreaking, brother. I mean, that's why when we come up and speak, we put our lungs out, just speaking our lungs out to every day, even if we have few people listening and watching us talking. We want Equatorians to take pride of themselves. You know, we need us to take pride of ourselves as Equatorians, because we are, even if South Sudan has a hope to be a nation, it has to come through Equatorian and from Equatorians, because we never identify ourselves with our tribe. But today, under the Jing Council, under the IO, under those tribal warlords who are now running around left and right confusing Equatorians, they are now creating doubt within Equatorians to believe that they are all by themselves, tribe for their own. Like, I am disgusted when I hear somebody say, "Oh, ana gabila btai kida, wana gabila btai lazim nisallih hanna." This is shameful. Equatorians never stood like that. When Equatorian fought the Belgians, fought the Ottoman Turks, fought the British and all these people, they stood as an Equatorian, not as a tribe. They all have bloodline together. I know, I could tell you, because if we have a real nation that is settled on security and advancement, I'm telling you, our DNA will be mixed with you will find out our DNA, East, Central, and Western, all are mixed. You won't find even a pure Equatorian say, pure tribe, say, I'm a one tribe from this area. You will find yourself, you actually mix with someone from your grandma or your uncle, whatever, just like that. Today, why do you think the other group are trying to force themselves within our women? Because they know they have nothing to relate with us. But they will do whatever it takes to come and rape or try to seduce our women because now they have the capital. I want to remind our Equatorians, they have the capital, my brothers and sisters. They have the capital. That means they have the resource. Because some of our brothers blindly and because of naivete, they left those guys to come and dominate the whole country. They said the oil belonged to them. We don't care about their oil. We said, go, take your oil. Just leave Equatoria for Equatorians so we can develop ourselves. Even if we go to 3 regions without separating as a nation. But do not expect with this abuse, you don't expect that Equatorian will be calling for themselves to be united with South Sudan, because every day you pressure the Equatorians, the more Equatorians become stronger. They become like metal. They will become so strong to the point they will say Equatoria independent. Today you see the voices of our people rising up saying Equatoria must separate, because this is the pain they have gone through. And it's not frustration as some people are trying to claim to be. There is no frustration on when you speak for your right. When I say I've been wrong, done wrong to me, somebody done wrong to myself or to my right or to me as a person, that means you speaking out. It's not frustration that makes you speak out, but because that is not right. You common sense say, I cannot tolerate this. Like no man or woman can tolerate pain. The same thing, you cannot tolerate injustice. So why we are letting ourselves to be submissive? Our sisters, like our brother said, our sisters are being raped, and we Equatorian men are watching and quiet, and we're accepting it. It's become a habit by the regime to denigrate our women, to disrespect them. Now the most disrespected woman in South Sudan is the Equatorian woman, because Equatorian women now are being all the time, either they get raped or they get bought by, they be degraded into point like bigger bishurun for hotelat. They take them to hotels, make them look like prostitutes. Our women have honor. We need to protect them. We need to rise up by all means. Let us not be silent. Let us not follow those people who gonna just deceive us and say, oh, wallahi, for unity, let's fight all together as South Sudanese, when your home is not even secure. Somebody else living in your house. and you want to say, I want to fight for my neighborhood, when the other neighbor sent his son to go and take your home. What kind of neighborhood are you fighting for? Fight for your own house. Just common sense, brothers. And then we will not go far. I wanted to to go back to the topic on this declaration. I know number 9. I don't know if you want to brief. You want to talk about this one, the rights or to equality before law, because this is very important. And for us as Equatorians who are coming up and speaking about our Equatorial independence, and then also this declaration, it really coincides with it perfectly, because this is a cornerstone, like I said, and I believe this is where this will be the fundamental cornerstone that we can, when we become a nation, those who doubt Equatoria to be a nation, let them see this thing, this charter, and I'll post it out there in the forum later. This charter has a lot of the basics that shows Equatorians have come together mentally and combine themselves mentally to know that this land, we Equatorian can be a nation by this charter. When you read it, you understand it. And this is something that we already had it there as a, our ancestors did have that unity, did have that idea, but they never wrote it down until our brothers, like, our respectful brother, Dr. Hakim, and all his distinguished brothers and sisters who worked hard to come up and write these things together, and came up and said, this is the declaration. We need to really look carefully to it. And this is where we can actually establish our system of government in the future when we become a nation as Equatorians. And just to see that those charters is number 8. I want you can go through it a little bit if you want to. It says number 8, the right of equality before the law, the rule of law, the right to due to process. Number 10, the right to justice and fair trial, because there's a lot of injustice happening right now. I'll go to that. A lot of injustice happening in South Sudan right now, where a lot of Equatorians are the one who've been thrown in jail, without any evidence, without any real evidence that can say that they committed a crime, and they will throw them in jails and accuse them, and then they will either execute it or they're just gonna be there until they die. So this is the thing that Equatorians are facing within this tribal regime that is playing a government in South Sudan. And I want you to just elaborate or explain, or whatever you can define it in that term, because all of them are related. And then number 12, it says right to freedom of expression. And this is one thing also we are facing right now. If we're in South Sudan speaking like that, we'll be executed quickly, because you cannot even speak for your own people, nonetheless to speak for against the regime by itself, like for speaking for Equatorial rights and saying that we need to be, we need to form ourselves together and let's go against this regime and let's stand up and be a nation. They will come and take you into this blue house, and you will never be seen again. And this is one of the things that the freedom of expression is. If there is a real country, there is a democracy in that country, they will be given people to express themselves, even if I was negative against you or positive for you, because in America, you see, in Britain, you see people can curse their president. You will never get beat up. But in South Sudan, you curse the president, you're going to be killed. Nonetheless, you'll be beat up, If they beat you, that's mercy. But they will kill you. They cut your head off. So those are the numbers that I see in the charter about law and freedom of expression. So can you tell me a little bit on that, so we can explain to our brothers and sisters Ali Ganis Mauna how this thing came about and what was the purpose for us? Because we need to enlighten our Equatorian. Why is it important for these I think five numbers here that is very important in the charter? Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you again. This is like carrying a flag. You see, when people are playing, they are playing by different rules in the country. I hope my voice is clear. When people are playing by different rules that are unjust, rules that do not preserve the rights of everyone, rules that do not provide a level playing field for everyone, someone has to pick up the flag and say, stop it. This is my flag. This is what we're carrying. This is, for us as Equatorians, is our flag. We should carry this as the values that we identify with. These are the values, the principles that we identify with as a people, because they protect our rights. And when we say the right to equality before the law is a right of every Equatorian, if you take the example of this lady who was, raped in Lanya, and the bishop talked about it, her voice was shared on social media. This lady did not enjoy her rights, and there's no one who has been taken to court. There is no one who has been taken to law to account for abuse and infringement on her rights. And it is believed, as the bishop said, as the archbishop said, that this lady, and she can testify that it's a member of the SSPDF, someone who belonged to this force of the government, that raped her. And this is meant to be a government that protects the law. This is a government that is meant to be providing justice, that is preserving the rights of our people. So there's no equality before the law here. We haven't heard a process being instituted, for example, to track the abusers, the violators of women. Nothing has taken place in this regard. The head of the state cares less. The judicial system cares less. Even when this is reported in the media, no one takes it up to investigate the veracity of this crime against an innocent woman, a woman who is powerless, because there's no justice that can protect and preserve her rights. When we talk about equality before the law, we raise it as a flag that this is what we believe in as Equatorians. Better take it seriously. We come together and we raise this flag together, that we are Equatorians, we stand for this. We stand for the right of equality before the law. We have to say it boldly and clearly, before the whole world, before ourselves, before the people who live in that country. If we don't make this a stand, then the rights will continue to be violated. There will be impunity, and nothing will be done to preserve the rights of our people. And we'll become accepting to these violations to continue, which will work to oppress us more. So the right to equality before the law is something that we put in our flag and we carry it together. This is what we should do as Equatorians. We should carry this flag together, right? And make it loud and clear, right? But we cannot make it just by few voices, individuals here and there. We have to stand and make that sea change. A country like the country that we have needs a sea change. It needs a sea change for these values to be embedded in that society, to become instruments of justice. But if we have them just in name, no one applies them, they're meaningless. But let's make these laws become meaningful to us as Equatorians. Someone has to pick up a flag and carry that flag. And that's us. We're chosen by history to raise that flag, because we started the state formation process. And we are a people who want to live as a country, want to live as a nation. That's in today's world, people live as states. Even you can go as far as agree with philosophers who say our natural existence, the state is part of our natural existence. And if you look at the tribe, even at the tribal level, a tribe is a state. A tribe is a state, of a form of a state, because there are laws that govern the relationships among the people of the tribe, among the people of the community. There are rules and regulations. There are governors, leaders, There are generals, even at the tribal level, when they protect their land and so on. So that is a state. That is a form of a state. We Equatorians, we lived in our own small states, yes, for a long time, but then we came to a point when we started to form ourselves into a state. And that's why today we call ourselves Equatorians. Why do we call ourselves Equatorians? Why do we accept, why are we accepting of the identity of being Equatorians? On top of being, a community member of this group or of that ethnic community. It's because we realize and we develop in this modern state, in this modern world, to become a state so that we can preserve our rights. And existence in a state is a natural thing. So it is not against the rights of anyone for Equatorians to call for a state, to stand on their own as a state, so that they can regulate their affairs better. They can enjoy their human rights. You cannot stand against the people of Equatoria, for example, enjoying the right of being equal before the law. And if there is no one who provides that, then Equatorians have to provide that for themselves. You can't let time pass by 100 years for you to enjoy these rights. You have to do something about enjoying these rights now, in your time, for your generation. So that's about as far as the right to equality before the law goes. It's part of our flag. We carry this flag and say, this is the flag of Equatoria. It says the right to equality before the law is enjoyed by all Equatorians. And if these rights are not enjoyed by Equatorians, then let's do something about it so that our people will enjoy these rights. Whoever is violating and infringing on these rights, has to be taken to task. But we need to have the power to provide security for these rights. If these rights are not secured, then Equatorians will not enjoy these rights. But these rights can be secured by us, people of Equatoria, coming together and say, this is what we believe in. This is our flag. This is the way of, this is our Equatoria way. This is how we want to live, right? And everybody abides by this. Anyone who abides, who does not abide by this, is the enemy of the rights of the people of Equatoria. As simple as that.
Exactly.
The rule of law, we made it a clear statement that no man or woman shall be accused, arrested, or held in confinement, except in cases determined by the law. There should be no arbitrary abuse of Equatorians. Is that not a good thing? We say there should be no arbitrary abuse of Equatorians. That's a right. And we should enjoy this right. But how many Equatorians today are being abused, arrested without due process of law? Because there's no one who really cares about the law in the country. They only care about the accumulation of wealth with impunity. They kill people. They hire their known gunmen. And all of that. And there's no due process to hold people accountable. This is what it is. This is why we are. This is how we live today in that country. Right? Is that what we as Equatorians really want for our people, for our country? You see, there may be opportunities for to work with people who, stand against this. But on the whole, we as the people of Equatoria suffer this consequence now. And we have said time and again, there are millions of Equatorians now in refuge. Right? Should we not do something about that? Are these people not people enough to enjoy their rights, to stand for something, for their, posterity? So I think it is very, very crucial that we carry this as part of our flag. The 18 commandments of Equatorians, if you like. This is what we believe in, we identify ourselves with, and they are not against anyone. If we were to establish a state today in Equatoria, which upholds these values, which upholds these rights, we will welcome anyone who wants to come and join us in Equatoria and live by our laws, live by, by what we believe in, and participate in our culture, in our civilization, and so on. So we want to really live our civilization as a people, and this civilization started and has been the process of developing, but it's being abused now because we had this good faith of entrusting people who could not be entrusted with power, but we did it in good faith that these people will stand there for us and do the job for us. We trust them. But this trust was in vain. And now we are suffering the consequences. We become oppressed. So it means that we have to rediscover the will. Unfortunately, we have to rediscover the will. And rediscovering the will means reasserting our rights, stating that these rights belong to us, and there's no one who is preserving these rights for us. A state is meant to do that. The state exists solely and only for the purposes of preservation of the rights of its citizens. If the state is no longer capable of doing that, then that state loses legitimacy and it has no function to perform for the people. The people themselves must perform that function and come up with a state of their own to exist in a very in a platform, in an environment which preserves and protects their rights. So the rule of law, as we said no man or woman shall be accused, arrested, or held in confinement except in cases where determinable by law. So which means that everything has to run according to the law. The law, the natural law, has existed in our communities and our societies for a long time. But even this natural law with which we were born, by which we live, is being abused. You hear that there are cattle herders who took their cattle into Equatoria, into the Magui, into muddy areas, and the rights of the local people are being abused. They are killed with impunity and without questioning. So this is, something which is very, I don't know how to describe it. It's complete violation of the rights of the people in their own ancestral lands, and something has to change. So that's why we are saying we need a sea change. A country with the magnitude and size of Equatoria needs to do something about its own welfare, and this is very crucial. So we add this to our flag and we say these are the values and the principles and the rights that we put in our flag. Okay, Equatorians who stand with this flag should come this side and say, this is it, this is for our people, and we're doing it for our people, for our next generation, for your children, my children, and we want them to live better. We don't want them to continue to live under oppression. And until we, the people of Equatoria, raise our flag high, then others will start to take notice. They will start to hear us. They will start to take us seriously. But for as long as we continue to talk and we don't organize ourselves, and we don't do something about these values, these rights that we talk about, no one will take us seriously. And life, impunity will continue as it is and change. So we have to do something about it. The right to due process. The right to due process is very important. And we are simply saying these will be the sources of legislation in our constitution as we constitute ourselves into a state. And this is where the assembly of Equatorians is very important. Whatever assembly of Equatoria we are able to bring together, this should be the subject of our discussion. For example, if we have conventions, People's Regional Convention, for example, in the US, or Equatoria People's Convention in Australia, and I already heard Sabata was talking and calling for Equatoria Convention in Arizona. It's a good idea where Equatorians could come together in Arizona to discuss their issues, to assemble freely as we did during the Equatoria to Equatoria free assembly of our people. It's a free assembly of our people, right? Because our people want to articulate something. They have a problem. They have a big issue that they want to address. What's the big picture for us Equatorians? You see, there's a big picture. We should not be, sitting back and not doing something about it. And I know there are many, many Equatorians, intellectuals, academics, professors, people from different walks of life. There are many, many of them. The whole of diaspora is full of them. If you go to Australia, you'll find many, many Equatorians there. You go to Canada, you go to US, you come to Europe, there are hundreds and hundreds of Equatorians, right? They identify themselves as Equatorians. They cannot dispute that they are not Equatorians. They cannot dispute that they are Equatorians. No, they are accepting of being identifiable as Equatorians, as members of the Equatorial community. But what's there in this identity as Equatorians? What do we make of this identity? Is there something bigger than this? Is there a mission for us as the people of Equatoria? What is that mission? That's what we need to articulate in this time. Our country, our people are going through a tremendous suffering. What are we to say about it? What are we to do about it? We want to hear them. We want to hear our intellectuals, our professors. They should not be sitting, hiding away. They should come out and talk to their people, talk and speak to our people. We want to hear their voices. What do they say? See, if they don't, we'll continue. The journey will continue. Our Equatorians should come up, rise and speak and talk and address themselves to the bigger issue of Equatoria's existence. And you already mentioned earlier on that Equatoria is facing existential threat. The fact that nearly half of the population of Equatorians is forced out of the country, that is an existential threat. Is that not existential threat enough? Is that a joke? You see, 1.8 million Equatorians in refuge. Is that a joke? Many of them continue to be abused, and many of them continue to be raped. Is that a joke? I mean, where do these intellectuals stand? Have they got conscience? Have they got ideas? Do they care? They don't care? What is it? Why are we Equatorians not recognizing that we've got a role to play? We have a mission to accomplish. Whatever that be, we share, we see what the people of Equatoria want. So maybe if there is a chance, you can give Sabata to come on board, to also come and articulate some of these ideas. He's talking about a convention in the US to freely assemble Equatorians together. And it's only the right thing to do for us Equatorians to come together, talk, share. We may not agree on everything, but at least we'll find a consensus so that we can articulate the best strategies of how we want to realize the enjoyment of these rights by the people of Equatoria. Doing so for Equatorians is not against any other people. It just gives us impetus to do what's good for our people. And what's good for our people, what's good for Equatoria is good for others. We're not stopping other people from doing the same. We're not stopping them. If they do the same, then we'll converge. We'll converge that we're doing the same thing. But it doesn't mean that we all have to start from Upper Nile. No. We have to start in Equatoria, in our home. Because we're the 1.8 million who are living outside of their home. We have to give priority to that. So many of these rights that we have articulated here, if you come to the freedom of expression, for example, the right to freedom of expression is part of the covenant, Article 19 on freedom of expression, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Article 19 is a very well articulated and known provision in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which stipulates the right to freedom of expression. The right to freedom of expression is like the air you breathe. It's like the water we drink to stay alive, to be creative, to exercise our humanity, to communicate on issues, including issues that relate to our existence, to our governance, and so on. Freedom of expression is very, very fundamental, and I'm particularly informed by the practice as well in this. We have not stood aside. For example, when we were approaching the 2005 Comprehensive Peace Agreement in Addis Ababa, we formed a body which is known, and very many of you know, probably know, and some of you may not know, the Association for Media Development in South Sudan. The purposes of which was to help transform South Sudan to become a democratic state, to have develop a space that will foster the existence and development of freedom of expression in South Sudan, so that we can give expression to the diversity that we have in our country. But then we hit a block because of this regime that does not respect human rights, that does not respect freedom of expression. I personally presented the media laws in Parliament in Juba in 2011 and in 2009, to present the policy and the strategy for media development in South Sudan, and the subsequent legislation that was presented in Parliament over a number of years. It took us work and effort from 2003 to 2013 when the laws were passed, and then the laws were actually abrogated because the regime does not want our people to enjoy their freedom of expression. There is a Freedom of Information Act similar to the Freedom of Information Act in the U.S. Parliament, in the U.S. Constitution, the First Amendment, I think. It's about freedom of access to information. Access to information provides, by law, provides for our citizens to access any information that is held by government. And that information that is held by government is held in custody for the people. And therefore, you cannot prevent citizens, the media, and other institutions from, for example, submitting requests for information from the government about the activities of government, about many, many other things, you see, including for accountability and transparency. You will all recall back in the days, there was accusation that a list was drawn up of 75 corrupt government officials in Salva Kiir's government who stole the $4 billion US from the coffers of the state. And this was talked about in Juba. But the information was not released in public because they wanted to protect the names of those people who stole the money, including Salva Kiir himself. And that is how the law was defeated. We brought legislation, access to information legislation, where any information which is particularly protecting the public interest and the public's right to know are all part of the provisions of this law. But this law was not implemented. Officials, the leaders in government do not want that law to be implemented. You see, we came as MDs and we put proposals for the South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation to transform the state media to become a public broadcasting service. And this is in line with provisions of the African Charter on Peoples and Human Rights and on freedom of expression. But the government later on, evaded this and continued to use South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation as a mouthpiece of the government. They control the editorial of South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation. And that wasn't the intent of the policy. That wasn't the intent of the legislation that was passed. You see? So this government is not interested in freedom of expression. It's not interested in free media. And that's why many journalists were being killed. And many journalists were being intimidated. Media outlets in Juba are not allowed to speak freely. They are censored.
Not to interrupt you. I said,
Yep.
What do you expect from a warlord, a tribal warlord or a militia? That's why we
Exactly.
cannot trust people who carry arm and
Exactly.
say they're politicians. That's not
Yeah.
politics. That's not politics at all. You
Exactly.
know?
That's what we did. I mean, we have done that in good faith to try to save our country, save our people. But they don't want that. You and I, as citizens who go about trying to bring up laws, give the best example there are to follow to modernize our country. No, that opportunity is not allowed for us to do it. So it's like we're without a country. We cannot participate in legislating, democratic media laws for our country, nor see those laws being implemented. That's what it is. So, Equatoria, look after your own future. Don't put your future in the hands of people who are not capable of building a state, nor know how to build a state. You build a state, let them learn from you. That's my message to Equatorians, and that's why we have these, components and principles of our Declaration of, and Charter of Rights. That we Equatorians, we can do it because we believe in these rights. No one should stop us from doing it. So I think
Yes.
this
Yes.
is, in brief, what I can say. If there
Shukran.
is further clarifications, please just feel free to bring
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I will. طبعا الموضوع ده very very deep. And then this message, I want just to remind our Equatorian brothers and sisters, I want you to take this serious. عايزين تاخدوا حاجة دي بجدية. كنت بتسمع عربي كويس، عايزينكم تاخدوا كلام ده بجدية. احنا ما جايين هنا عشان نجي نبراق بعد احنا متعلمين، ولا احنا بنعرف احسن من التاني، ولا احنا منو واحنا سياسيين. لا لا، احنا قاعدين نشوف قضية ده بيهمنا كلنا. لانه لما انت تشوف اخوك مظلوم وانت عندك الوعي عشان تقدر تنقذه، if you know that you have the knowledge to save him, you need to take action. What we're doing here, just to remind our Equatorian brothers and sisters, is sacred. حاجة مقدس. شفتها؟ فلسطينيين قدروا يقفوا لحقهم وهم قاعدين يقولوا قضية بتاع مقدس. Israelis the same thing. They call it a holy fight. Even the Arab Muslims today, when they're fighting Western nations, they're fighting against capitalism, against globalism. They will always say they're fighting jihad, a holy cause, even though the jihad is in Arabic called a struggle. But in the reality, it's just they have a case they are fighting for without surrendering, and that's why they put the definition on it, or the title on it. That it's a holy thing. For us Equatorians, we need to take serious when we say Equatoria, because Equatoria is a holy thing for us. It's our identity, it's our roots, it's our beginning and our end. And if we don't fight for it, what left for us? So my fellow Equatorians, please stand with your people. Don't be deceived, and don't be confused by those I call them tomato sellers or Arab sellers. They just want to go and those like the Marrakesh. If you go to the Marrakesh, if you've been in Marrakesh or Iraq, Maghrib, you see all these sellers, vandals, those vendors out there just selling, making sound and all that stuff. So they say their best stuff, but it's the same, or maybe it's not even good quality. For us, it's not like that. For us, it's our land, it's our right, our home, our dignity, where we come from and what we can stand for. So for us to speak about this thing is very important. It's a message that we all need to focus on, because today the enemy wants us to be divided. They, like you heard about what our brother is speaking. When they wrote these things, people sat down, all those academics sat down and thought about it. Because I had a discussion with him before, even when he was writing those stuff, and I said, okay, I'm 100% with you, because this is an idea that we can be a nation, and this idea also will also protect us, our rights, because right now we don't have anything. Those guys over there, they are just squabbling and fighting for power. Even those who are now calling themselves Soma, let's be clear, those guys are just joking around. Some of them, I'm telling you, some of them they will have to give up to reality and say we are going to the regime, or they have to just get out there be confused. But I don't think they will be in that confusion because they have to take a stand. But what about us, the people of Equatoria, those who are losing everything? Land, identity, rights, dignity. Isn't that concerning you, my fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters? ده ما بيخصك، لأنه أنت لما تشوف بيتك، أهلك، شعبك يعني يشيلوا منه كل شيء، بقى ما في كرامة لك. What else left for you? احنا بنحترم الناس اللي بيقيفوا على حقهم. احنا قاعدين come up here ما عشان نتكلم، احنا عاوزين to wake up to stand together. لأنه الوقت قاعد يدق، الساعة قاعد يدق، حان وقت الساعة قاعد يدق. زي ما حتى يسوع قال الدنيا عنده نهاية. The time, the earth, the world now we're living in, you know, this time in our generation, this earth has a time. If you're a Christian, you know that time this world will end. You need to know also, Equatoria, if they don't stand up, we will not be exist. Our ancestors left something great for us. We need to protect it. It's our time, our duty. ما تجي تخلي قال للجنريشن الجاي. You need to take action. You make the decision today, tomorrow will be another day. You don't have to worry about tomorrow. Make sure you plan for tomorrow by doing the right thing. That's why we come up here, we say the Equatorial Declaration. What does it mean? It's more sacred than anything else. We're not here to talk. We're here to tell you to wake up. Time is ticking against us. Our enemy are planning every day. The enemies of Equatoria, they would love to see Equatoria in shambles. They want to see us just getting confused, running like tails. بقينا دنب لباقي ناس اللي ما عندهم أي فكرة لحل مشكلة جنوب السودان. They are there only for position. وهم كانوا جزء من الخراب. Remember what they did back there when they were part of this regime. Now today they all want to call themselves opposition and they can't even get to any solution. غير بس ده نيجي وضيعوا. يا الناس قاعدين يموت. Young kids, they're dying. Most of them are Equatorians. Those who are defending and those who are just doing a farming or trying to protect their family. They're getting chased away from their territories, or they get killed, or they have to fight back to protect themselves and their people. And then what happened? They get murdered and they are martyred for that. And those sellouts, the Marrakesh sellouts, those what they call them, Nasbita Bayat Tamatim wala whatever they do themselves out there trying to brag about their political agenda. Mind them agenda. You can go, I swear to God, you will never find anything. They will go run around, sing about the politics. These politics have been repeated. يا أخي يا تو politics بخليك تجري كل وقت بس قال راح كان نساين هنا نساين هنا نساين. يا أخي تبقى شنيا. That's shameful. وقالوا هم intellectuals, هم عندهم هم أصحاب نفوذ. What did they do? غير هم brag about themselves. ناس بيخنوا كلام بكرفتاتنا من غلط. We don't find anything coming out for our right, our people. ما قاعد يتكلموا عن refugee. They don't talk about the people are dying. Equatorians are losing their ground. That's why I say thank you, Brother Hakim, for speaking out, because we need people that will speak humbly about the case of Equatoria. مش يجوا لنا هناك يجروا في يوروب لين يعملوا نفسهم قالوا قاعدين يوقعوا أوراق عشان يجي يحلوا مشكلة. You're not. They're compromising. They're not even solving. They're just compromising a case so they can go and get a job, because it's simple. Right now we're losing our place. Equatorians are dying. Equatorians have nothing left for them. My fellow Equatorians, the people of Equatoria, I'm not talking about these politicians and these wannabes. I'm talking about you, a civilian of Equatoria. If you suffer, if you know you are facing endangerment, you know you're losing everything, you need to stand up and you need to listen to us, what we're telling you. We need to stand up, because what we're doing here, we're doing whatever we can, because we want to make sure with these things that we are talking about, when we become a nation and when we are in process of becoming a nation, that's what I want to say. When we are in process to be a nation, there gotta be everything put in the right order. So tomorrow no one will cry foul or will cry that somebody committed injustice against me. The regime of SPLM committed injustice against our people. They sold us out. They sent us to the hell. We have seen what happened. We are suffering day and night because these guys don't care. They will try to play propaganda, politics, and will never get us anywhere. but we standing up for our rights. And that's why when those academics and all those guys who care about Equatorians, they stood up and said, let's write this, let's make this right, let's put a, something in a stone so it be there, because once we build our we build, we form a nation or whatever it is, there will be something to go through. One of them is this cornerstone that called Equatorial Declaration, because it's already been set in us, in our community, in our culture, but we need to put it in paper because sometimes men forget. So you need to remind them. And to remind them, we have to put it in paper. That's why even in Israel, if you look at Moses, when he pulled the people out of slavery, out of bondage, what happened? They went to the desert. They were almost messing up. But then they put the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments played a big role to protect them from themselves and from the mess that they were in before. And that Ten Commandment created on them the people of Israel that today everybody know about them in history. A bondage, they not bondage, a bond, like they bounded together as one people. They became very close. That's why you see today Israelis, if they go to the end of the earth, even if the moon, they will come back and still can say, I'm an Israeli. We Equatorians need to always do like that, because today this charter and this Equatorial Declaration is the same thing. It's our 10 commandments that we need to focus on, because once, whatever we are, when we become a nation, we need to remember we are Equatorians, and this declaration is for us to build a society that not like this mess right now called South Sudan. That's not a society. That's worse than, I can't even describe what that is. This is something else. It's out of this world. What kind of nation is that built on tyranny, on tribalism, on primitivity, on occupation? No way. And we, the one who voted, most of us, people of Equatoria, joined hand in hand with the others to vote. And now they occupy our capital. They occupy the whole territory of Equatoria. And they don't want to build their home, but they want to come there and abuse our people and chase them away. And they say, what? We Equatorians are just wasting our time. We have to be silent. Either you join or that. No, I'm not going to join somebody who's trying to make me a tail. I am an Equatorian. Our ancestors said, stand for yourself and stand for others. Never be proudful, but be humble, fight for justice. That's what Equatoria's motto was. Today, what Equatorians begin to be more like weaklings. Some people begin to sell their dignity. Some people even, they will see their sisters getting raped and they don't even concern. They just want to concern about South Sudan. When South Sudan don't even concern about you, that's shameful. So I don't want to go far, but free question here, brother Hakim, from CJ. I think CJ, if you're there, you can ask. But he said, I don't know if I'm correct, CJ. You said, how do you know? How do Equatoria go about to guarantee, especially this declaration, to guarantee that this Equatorial Declaration of Right will stand? Because right now we see this chaotic condition our people are facing, the confusion of all that side. I don't know if I'm correct, CJ. You can come in and speak. You can explain to the Hakim the question you asked, and then definitely I will have one thing I wanted to say. After that, I want to go to the number 13 in the right and legitimate public force, because this is very important. It talks about security. So I'm gonna ask you later about it. But go ahead, brother Hakim, CJ. Go ahead. You can ask the question. If I'm wrong, you can
No, go
rephrase
ahead.
it.
It's correct. Hi,
Yeah.
hello. How are you,
Yes.
brother Hakim? Merry Christmas.
Hi, Steve.
Yeah,
Hi,
sorry for
CJ.
for the bad
Hello,
news.
hello, welcome.
I'm deeply sorry
Merry
for the
Christmas.
bad news you just said. Regarding
Oh,
your
his friend,
colleagues.
yeah, the professor. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm deeply sorry for his pass away, for your loss.
Yeah.
It is indeed our loss as South Sudanese, South Equatorians. Yeah. Well, actually, as says Attica, allow me please, to say hello to your audience and brother Hakim and all those who are listening all over the world, who are with us at the meantime. Yeah, indeed. What Brother Hakim have just point out regarding these declarations of principle, it's not something, of course, that is new to us. It is something that we did talk about sometimes last October. I mean, this October definitely. So we're glad, that you're now up again, to explain it and put it clear to the people of Equatoria, so they can understand, what exactly do we mean here and what we are after. It's indeed, all is about the future, their future, our future, and the right of every one of us, in this world, particularly when we become an independence, when the country has become independent. All of a sudden, miraculously, through the third party, support to the people. It was the people who make the change. It is the people whom we still will still call upon them, to come up, to rise up to the task, so that we can fulfill our rights in a way that everyone will be satisfied and you know happy about it. So our children could go to school, everyone will have his chance, fair share and all that, and much more. So Equatoria, we urge you kindly, please, for those who are listening, I know it can be a long process. That is going to be a long process. Some of us might have been frustrated at the meantime, but yet don't give up. Don't give up. You're right. According to moment singers like Bob Marley, late Bob Marley, you know, who really did tell us a lot of about it. So unless we stand, we will have nothing. So things may go the way it is, and as many of us have been to the countries, wherever you are to these countries, if you could ask yourself, uh, well, what level are you in? Whatever you hold, with all these certificates and degrees and all that. Yet, without your country, you're nothing. Nobody will evaluate you. This no, you'll feel that you don't have any value in other countries. That's why we're saying this we should get around this shudder, try to support it and get it to the people mind so that we will have to work it side by side, because it is a duty of every one of us. As repeatedly I used to say, it's the duty of every Equatorians and everyone's and great those who are in Great Equatoria. Of course, I still don't trust, I don't believe in what's so-called South Sudan. The name had just been imposed on us, of course, because there wasn't any, we were not given our rights to express our rights, so that we could put the right names. But coming to the facts, we know who we are. We are Equatoria. All right. We're proud, identity-wise, we're Equatorians by all means. So, Equatoria, please listen carefully. Listen to every word that is coming from our mouths. We're not better than you, as some may thought. No, we are all equal. The best of us is that the one who can stand for his right, support his brothers, sisters, family, communities. Whenever any one of them, come up, if even a simple guy, if he were to come up and ask for you, you know, and draw your attention that there is a danger, now you need to pay attention. So that we should be participants, not masters and slaves, as the ongoing regime wanted to put us. They had wanted to undermine others. They had wanted to, do everything in their power so that you know, they go up, using all methods of torturing and prosecutions and all that kind of things. Something that we wouldn't have expected. In today's world, as you can see, guys, we are really suffering. It's unfortunate. As people of Equatoria, we kept on listening in the earlier days when we get to the independence. We thought, there are some experts and wise people who can put everything in order. It's unfortunate. Those who became as mediators all of a sudden went on messing everything to an extent that, giving the others the right to go on imposing that their tactics and all that plans that, long-term plans that you have already prepared. So it is our duty now as people. All right, simply. Well, Brother Hakim, actually, indeed, the question it says, Atika a few minutes ago, it's exactly true that, my main concern is, how do we go about, implementing all these, by means reaching out to those of us, wherever they are, so as to implement this shutter of the principles. Which way should we put it? How can we make it? How can we get it to the simplest man among us, and start, and how can we get it to our opponents, those dictators now holding the government as a hostage. So really, that's our main concern. We should think about this twice, because those are one of the most important things that we need to do it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, CJ, for your comments, your appeal to what brings us together, and I think also your question is very important in how do we make this happen? How do we ensure that this actually take effect? And this is a very fundamental and a very important question to ask. I think the gap here is that we need to make Equatoria the big agenda. We need to put the people first, because even now, when you begin to look at forums like Soma and the government in Sant'Egidio discussing, they're talking as political entities. They are not talking as a people. So the element of the people is missing. The big agenda in South Sudan today should be about the people. And that big agenda could start with the people of Equatoria. And that is what will be the game changer. The game change will occur if we, the people of Equatoria, put it, on the table that first and foremost we're a people, and constitution making, state making is by the people, and we have had no chance of doing this. Forget about negotiations, side negotiations in IGAD, in whatever forums and so on, between the elites and among the elites. Put the people first. This is real agenda of change. So if we put that as our agenda for change, Equatoria needs to have its place. That is what will change the game. But what is more important is that this cannot come about without ourselves as Equatorians organizing. We have to organize ourselves. Like, for example, today we have Equatorial Civil Association Council in the US, bringing together people with the same mindset, the same objectives, the same aspirations. They come together and work together, and then they can be successful. They will be able to drive the agenda as a team. And if, like, for example, how we came about, we said, okay, these are all lofty ideals, lofty, principles, and so on. How do we take this to the next level, to implementation? And we need to have Equatorians organized. Today, what is missing is that Equatorians are not organized effectively to do something far more reaching. We do have, for example, Equatoria Civil Association, Equatoria, federal, Equatoria community organizations, for example, in the UK, in Canada, in the US, ESCA, and all of that, right? But these are organizations, they're good, they are community-based, they only look at the welfare side. They are not engaged in the big questions about change, about Equatoria, about, they only look at it from one angle. So the bigger picture is comprising a number of puzzles. Like it's a big puzzle. You have to put the pieces of the puzzle together to make the whole big picture. That is what needs to happen. And that's why, for example, we formed Equatoria People's Alliance. We say, if we state objectives and goals and so on, you need a mechanism, you need a process to bring these goals, objectives, declarations, and so on into effect, right? And that means you need an organization to go with it. And so we formed Equatoria People's Alliance. We formed Equatoria People's Alliance to take this agenda up as is its mission. And that's why we say we have to put the people of Equatoria first. We have to reach out to all Equatorians, to connect Equatorians together so that we can begin to give it the meaning, the context, and the importance of how this can then transform itself to reality, because we need to work together as Equatorians. We believe in this agenda of change, that we want to change the game for our people in that country. We have to bring Equatorians together, and we formed this Equatoria People's Alliance. And this Equatoria People's Alliance is open to all Equatorians. It's for Equatorians to come together as a mass, as a people, so that they can articulate their agenda. They can talk about the issues that concern them. So that means, for example, all Equatorial organizations that believe that this is their agenda can come together and put their hands together, like we're now doing here. For example, you could have Equatorial Civil Association Council in diaspora, Equatorial People's Alliance. They team together and amplify the voice of Equatoria, amplify the agenda of Equatoria. That's what we mean. That's what we can effect change. The other issue is that it's like setting the agenda. It is setting the agenda together between Equatorial People's Alliance, for example, and Equatorial Civil Association Council in diaspora. We're setting the agenda. We kind of like came together and converged in the middle, even without effort. You see, it's just like the initiative of the Equatorial Civil Association Council was taking place, even without our knowledge. And our team was working on something similar without the knowledge of Equatorial Civic Association Council. But then we discovered that we actually have the same mindset. We're moving in the same direction. So we bring the synergies together, and then we put that together to drive the agenda, set the agenda for Equatoria. Someone has to set this agenda for Equatoria, right? And this agenda has to be set. It's going to take time. It's going to take effort. It's going to take leadership, thought leadership, articulate the agenda, articulate the mission, articulate the goal, persuade the people of Equatoria to come together and to gel together. That is what is the mission of Equatorial Civic Association Council and Equatorial People's Alliance, is that we can team together and work as a team. If we work as a team, we can be more effective, far-reaching, and we can be present in the minds of our people. Being absent, not talking in the media, not communicating, it's like you're out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. Nobody will remember what you're saying, will forget about your agenda. So we need to be there in the front line, talk about the issues of Equatoria, work together, educate our people, inform our people, use all available means, because this is about a sea change in Equatoria, and there is a lot more work to be done. We reach out to Equatorians, to our women, to our youth, educate them, inform them. That way, we raise awareness about this agenda, this big agenda for change in Equatoria. And at the same time, of course, we work with our people in refugee camps, inside Equatoria, and make it very clear that this is about our rights. No one should stand against the rights of the people of Equatoria. These rights belong to us. These rights belong to other people as well. They don't want to enjoy their rights. They don't want to do anything about enjoying their rights. We cannot force them, you see. But for us, let's realize that we have a mission. We have an agenda for ourselves. We want to exercise political power. We want to govern ourselves. And this will not come without us putting effort into it. So this is really, really very crucial. And this is the education that we need to undertake. Because what you see today inside the country is that Equatoria is the voice that can bring change, real change. If you look at, for example, Upper Nile, Bahr al-Ghazal, and Equatoria, perhaps you could say Upper Nile is predominantly, led by, a hegemonic group, and the same is in Bahr al-Ghazal, is led by a hegemonic group who have less of an agenda for the whole country. It's Equatoria only that fired the first bullets to articulate the agenda of change towards the nation, because there was a process of formation of a state in Equatoria. And that process was now extended to engulf and expand the whole of South Sudan. And then later on, this would have been built on to form the state. but this has failed. This experiment has failed. So it is us أصحاب القضية. يعني إحنا بنملك القضية كويس. إحنا بنملك القضية بتاعت التغيير وقضية بتاعت تكوين بتاعت يعني مثلا تمكين إيكواتوريا في عنا شنو يعني تنشر التغيير. التغيير هو اللي هيجيب كرامة بتاعتنا بيعيد كرامة بتاعتنا كبشر كرامة بتاعتنا كدولة وكرامة بتاعتنا as a people because if we, and we it can only be down to us to do that كويس. فدي هو القضية الأساسية بالنسبة لنا قضية بتاعت حقوق قضية بتاعت الشعب وقضية بتاعت people who want to live a noble life in a state. We cannot exist other than in a state. In today's age and in this day and age people live in a state and we are already a nation. We need to move it to the next level. القضية أول مثلا تقول المحك في أنه إحنا شنو يعني we have to look inward and look outward. Look inward at ourselves. What is the future of our children? Can we leave the future of our children in the hands of this state that is, that is not formal, that's not formed, this deformed state? Well, we have to do something about it. And this is the conversation that we need to take to Equatorians, really to challenge themselves, to have a conversation with themselves and with ourselves about the future. الفيوتشر بتاعتنا شنو؟ المستقبل بتاعتنا شنو؟ مستقبل الاجيال بتاعتنا ايه؟ كويس؟ دي القضايا اللي احنا القضايا المصيريه المفروض احنا شنو؟ يعني ننشدها ونتفكر حوله. يكون في عمل فكري بيصاحب العمل بتاعت التعبئه والعمل بتاعت اللي هو الهويه، هويتنا شنو؟ كويس؟ وليه احنا عاوزين نفقد الهويه بتاعتنا؟ اوكي؟ So I think we are better placed. Equatoria is better positioned to lead. شفت كيف؟ Equatoria is better placed to lead, but Equatorians don't realize that. They don't recognize that. فزي ما أنا قلت كان في الأول إحنا عندنا تاريخ of having a state. There was no state other than Equatoria and Sudan. So Equatoria was never Sudan. Sudan was never Equatoria. Right? And then in the same way you can argue Equatoria was not South Sudan. And South Sudan was not Equatoria. So we were a nation, and we were in the process of forming into a state. كويس؟ فكان جاء حصل عملية بتاعت تشكيل إعادة النظر. كويس؟ إعادة النظر في كيفية بتاعت تطور الدولة في الاستوائية. كويس؟ إذا كان حصل فيه بعض إعادة النظر أو حتى خطأ تاريخي. كويس؟ حسي إحنا ارتكبنا أخطاء تانية أكبر من كده. كويس؟ أخطاء بتاعت إنه إحنا بقينا في شنو؟ يعني في وضع بتاعت إنه we are at risk of losing our rights. Already 1.8 million Equatorians are without rights. كويس؟ فإحنا لازم نعيد النظر في القضية دي. كان من مثلا المقام الفكري أو من مثلا يعني from an intellectual or philosophical or as a people and so on, or intellectuals, or academics, or sociologists, professionals, and all of that need to look at this. لأنه إحنا شعب يعني عنده تاريخ وعنده مقدرة في أن لا to continue to become a state. We have a language, we have a country, we can communicate among ourselves regardless of our different dialects. Wise? The process that should continue. Wise? It should not be stopped. Wise? وده بيعني شنو برضه في من يعني حقوق مؤسسات قوانين وما إلى ذلك. لأنه إحنا يعني مشينا مرحلة ما مرحلة بتاعت انه for example in Upper Nile you may have only one or two ethnic groups. كويس؟ and each of them looks at itself as a nation in its own, right? My nation which is an amalgam of a number of other tribes. But if in Equatoria we look at ourselves as a nation of an amalgam of states or of communities. كويس؟ فده دي المفروض تبقى شنو؟ قضية يعني this is the thing that will really address our mind, that we apply our minds to. A conversation that we need to have it among ourselves as Equatorians. So the big picture is that we put Equatoria on the map, like the demonstration that took place in Washington on the 5th of September 2020. That has awakened Equatoria. That has created and sent a clear message to our people globally that there is an agenda here. We are setting an agenda, right? That is the awareness that people need to have. And then we can follow that with conversation, right? About the merits of why this is important, why this is part of our history, part of our making history. فهنا يعني نضع في التاريخ نعيد صياغة تاريخ إيكواتوريا كويس to put it right, to set it right. فالقضية الأساسية حسي بالنسبة لنا هو إنه شنو؟ إحنا شنو؟ الصفوف بتاعتنا we bring our forces together as Equatorians. And I think this is a conversation that will enrich us, will bring the best in the people of Equatoria. And the people, when they believe in human rights, they believe in the value of self-determination. These are all good things. It's for the good of humanity. It's for the good of the people of Equatoria. And people should celebrate it. Guys. People should celebrate it. And because it will have positive implications for the rest of South Sudan. كويس. فهسه القضيه الاساسيه احنا عاوزين نقول شنو نوعي ايكواتوريين على اساس انه يعرفوا ويمسكوا بالموضوع بتاع شنو بتاع الكونستيتيوشن ميكينج because they can constitute themselves into a country, into a nation. كويس. وده زي ما انتوا قاعدين تطالبوا في يعني قلتوا الكلام ده يعني تكرارا ومرارا على اساس انه احنا ايكواتوريا wants to become a nation. كويس. Now, if Equatoria wants to become a nation, let's think about the constitution making process. Let everybody feel and think that they have something to offer to that nation. Equatoria that is emerging as a nation. كويس؟ معناه شنو؟ احنا عندنا حقوق. الحقوق ده شكله كيف؟ كويس؟ constitution making process ذاته بيمشي كيف؟ كويس؟ Because we want to constitute ourselves into a nation formally. مش كده؟ حاجات بالشكل ده. فدي العمل الفكري والنقاش والحوار الفكري يدور بصورة متواصلة في قضايا زي دي. يعني we have to continue to emphasize this kind of discussion among ourselves as Equatorians to raise awareness وبعد ذاك to organize ourselves as well. Organizing ourselves is very important. So it's part of the process. عشان كده احنا بنطالب we reach out to all Equatorians. We challenge them. We have a lot of knowledge. We have a lot of, we can have a dialogue. اللي بيرفضوا يخشوا معنا في الحوار then they have a different agenda. لكن إذا كان في أي واحد بيؤمن أنه هو جزء من إيكواتوريا و is a son and daughter of Equatoria ممكن يخش معنا في حوار علمي حوار فكري كويس. بعدين احنا نقدر نصل لشنو؟ نصل ل what are the issues that are confronting them? Why can't they support the agenda of Equatoria? Right? Because the agenda of Equatoria is not against anyone. Right? It's for the people of Equatoria to enjoy their rights.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's for the people of Equatoria to enjoy their rights. maybe طبعا السؤال بتاعتك سؤال كبير جدا يعني احنا ما بنقدر يعني we can't address all of it in one topic, but this is the subject itself. Continue to ask that question now and again and again and again so that we can bring different perspectives to it. فاحنا عندنا محور فكري احنا ممكن نقدر يعني نتحاور فيه وبرضه جوانب علميه تاريخيه واقتصاديه وما الى ذلك كويس because احنا قوه يعني قوه كبيره جدا. Equatoria is a force but it just doesn't recognize that it's got this force. خليك من العدد بتاعت الإكوادوريين اللي برا ذاته في الخارج مثلا. It's a big force, right? Intellectually عنده مقدرة عنده كفاءات وهنا ما عاوزين نستفيد من الكفاءات في قضية هو قضية بيهمنا يعني. انت خايف انه هيجي يحاكموك يطاردوك بكره ولا بعد بكره ما دي يا اخي تعملها لاولادك كويس. So I'll let you continue with your comments.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Hakeem. Yes, as you hear, my fellow brothers and sisters of Equatoria, Equatoria is bigger than what others, perceive it to be. Some people try to make Equatorian are nothing but just a simple, small state or region that has nothing to do, nothing to offer. Our ancestors have proved that they were part of the history. They were the creators and the shakers of history. Today we remember them, and God prolonged the life of our great leader Joseph Lagu, I know he's with you guys there in Britain, in England. He got COVID-19, but hopefully he recover. We pray for him quick recovery, because this man is a living history and a living testimony to what Equatorian really did. You know, Equatorian did not prolong the war like SPLM did. When they fought out there, they fought for a case. They have a cause they are fighting. You know, they fought for their identity and their right as people of, you know, South Sudan. And at that time, they believed that they were all brothers, but they were fighting for Equatorian rights because they were thinking for their generation, the children of Equatoria, those who are going to come after them. They want to make sure they get provided the right thing. You know, they're not different from what the South African when they were fighting apartheid. Even though apartheid was fought against this white rule, uh, South Sudan was fighting against the Arab ruling, and Equatorian were the one who rose arms and stood, and they have principles. They were clear on what their objective, and they did victoriously, you know, put the regime of Khartoum into a standstill until the regime began to, you know, that's when the mistake happened, when Equatorians kind of trusted negotiations. And this is why we warn our brothers and sisters whom wanted to fight for South Sudan not to be deceived by the idea of negotiating with an enemy who never gave you any respect or acknowledgement from the start. The man in the north at that time did not care about Africans. They wanted to make sure they Arabized the whole country. So Joseph Lagu and his group, you know, naively, even though they did their best because they thought about the future of the generation, let's make peace, let's make it, and then give 5 years and then we become a nation. But then they were betrayed in the process. And those traitors are the same people who were behind and the creators of the SPLM. One of them is Abel Aliar. He created for a purpose. They flipped, they changed the whole, you know, position of power. Equatorian were in the balance of power, so they switched the balance of power. Equatorian became the now the followers, while Equatorian were the one who actually lived through all these history. You know, documenting history based on the life they lived, challenging all these other foreign forces coming to their territory, their land. They fought against Belgium, against British, against French, and against the Turks, and against even the Arab remnants. Then suddenly they switched, they flipped the balance, and now the SPLM, the Jin Council, those people who have no any, like, and you know, if you look at their history, you wonder what happened to them. And guess what they did? Now they are bringing the same people that Equatorians used to say those are the people who are trying to destroy our identity. Now they are making allies with the Arabs, the same people who once threw Antonov and all the weapons on our people. كانوا قاعدين يقولوا جهاد باسم تا مجاهدين عشان يقتلوا Equatorians, يقتلوا جنوبيين، قال لأنه ديل كفار. This is the language they used to use. Today they are embracing them. Today they are spending their monies out there. Today they are the one who are money laundering for them. So my Equatorian brothers, the case is clear. You know, we know who's the enemy. The enemy now, you know, he used us because we had a cause, but they didn't. They just want to be in power because they want to see. They were not happy with Equatorian being in their place. Like Equatoria had developed themselves based on the history they grew up, but no, instead of that, now they switched it on us. Now they wanted to say, "إحنا كلنا جنوبيين. We all South Sudanese. Let's forget anything." And then you bring the same man who murdered you yesterday, or murdered your brother, or burned your churches and that. But today, the same thing, this group are doing it. And I'm sorry I have to say it, you know, Dinka, the control bitam in this country, it shows clear what tribalism is. Tribalism the Jin Council is clear. They're trying to dominate. And the civil war that they're calling it civil war, it's not civil war. It was two tribes fighting for power. Now they want to switch it to civil war. So they confuse Equatoria every day. Every day they want to confuse Equatoria. They will sell us all these lies. Wallahi, Kir, our mistake. Oh, Kir, Kanu, Batala, everything. No, it's not Kir. Kir is just somebody who been appointed. Remember, Kir was not elected. Kir was appointed after getting died. The appointment of Kir is a message to Equatorian to understand what is going on. And yet still some Equatorian wanted to kind of like dismiss this thing as it's nothing. When you gonna wake up? When you go, you don't find Equatorian anymore? But for my fellow Equatorians and brothers who are aware, who concern, who love Equatoria so much that they will sacrifice their life for Equatoria. We need to stand our ground. We need to fight for our Equatoria because we are fighting for the future of the next generation and for the dignity and honor of our ancestors, because this is the land that we are fighting for. We're not fighting for positions. We're not fighting so we can have friends with these who don't respect you, who don't honor your women. Come on. Imagine somebody rape. If you are a man, you are married. Imagine somebody just try to abuse or assault your wife or assault your child or your mother or your sister. Would you stand for it? If you stand for it, you're a coward. You're even not supposed to be called a man. You're supposed to just be anything else. Because you can never tolerate somebody doing that to your people. The Arab and the Israelis are fighting for their land and for their identity. We Equatorian, we have an identity called Equatoria. And we have a land called Land of Equatoria. And you want to sell yourself cheap for some failed politics, those who are trying to deceive us, those who are lying to us, telling us, what Junub did to us. Today, because of South Sudan, our people are dying. South Sudan are now butchering our people. They're sending kids from Upper Nile all to come to Equatoria so they can massacre our people. Our women get abused. It's schools, education system. You could see it. It's the lowest standard today in the world. South Sudan education now is the lowest standard. It's an embarrassment. But they will take their kids to other countries, foreign countries, in Western countries, in Middle Eastern countries. But Equatorians, only few will go if they get a chance or they got connection. But majority of them, they are going to these failed schools. Failed schools that they will never get anywhere. At least I respect any South Sudanese who studied in Khartoum. Equatorians who did that because they actually went to a real qualified schools. Over there, their mind was more able to understand, comprehend things. But if you're in South Sudan today, studying university, you're not different from a high schooler because the mindset they're teaching you is not going anywhere. And if you do equivalent tests in foreign countries, they might not pass. So my brothers and sisters, our generation are losing their place. We are not going to have a future if we're going to be following this nonsense called South Sudan. If we allow ourselves to fall for the trap, calling us that we are one people, we need to just throw this Salva Kiir. Who have the power? Who got the guns? Who got the weapon? It's the regime. One tribe got the weapons. If you want to talk about two tribes, Dinka and Nuer. How they got it? They are armed to the teeth. Most of them are the armed militia. Right now, IO and SPLM, they're all armed. Somebody's phone is yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So most of them are armed to the teeth. So when you hear these things happening, and you are an Equatorian trying to go and play around with something that has no common sense, and there is no, they will not even address your case. Like Brother Hakim mentioned, they don't even address your case. They're only just gonna address their own self-interest or whatever. They don't even talk about the people. Like the people are completely wiped out of there. Now they're trying to play the game that they're talking about land, but are they really talking about land? Because even in that topic that they went to Rome, they're not talking about the truth. They're still trying to dilly-dally around and confuse our people, saying that, we are really fighting, talking about the root cause. What kind of root cause are you talking about? We are focused on objective. We want our rights. Our people are losing their place and they're dying. Who's going to be accounted for the murder and the rape and the injustices committed against our people? Who are going to be accounted for? Nonetheless, regardless to what's going on with the politics, there is no politics in South Sudan. That's just a deceive, because what kind of politics will you have to be armed so you can go to power? What kind of politics is this? And they play this game to us. My fellow brothers and sisters of Equatoria, we speak to you here because we concern, we fight for our land. We're not here to go and talk about ourselves. We're here to talk about our land and our people. Those guys have been, abusing us. They've been, always creating this confusion on our people, and our people are buying it. That's why we're trying to make you sure you got to stand for Equatoria. Don't stand for anything else. If these characters, whoever they are, talking about South Sudan and they never mention Equatoria, make sure they are not the friends of Equatoria and they are the enemies of Equatoria. It doesn't matter if he's Equatorian, because if they are talking about South Sudan and they ignore to talk about the case and the issue of Equatoria, they're the enemies of Equatoria, because Equatoria must not allow themselves to be in this condition. We are power. We have people who, like my brother said, intellectuals, academics, they can be able to stand for themselves. Why are they afraid? Let's cut that fear, that cowardness. Those people used to mock us, say, Jubana, Equatorian cowards. And you want to prove them that way? Let's stand up. Now we are rising. We, the people of Equatoria. We're standing up. We're giving everything. People in academics are working. Those who are fighting, those who are giving their life for the land, those who are even, coming up there speaking to you, saying, my brothers and sisters, let's stand up. Let's come together. Let's unite to do the best for ourselves. Not to follow those failures, those who have no any culture but only culture of murder, crime, looting, and raping. This is what they're doing. You want to follow a culture like that? That's why the destruction of a civilization starts with when you follow a failure. We are standing for ourselves because we believe and we know what our history where we come from and how our history started. Our history did not start on blood and raping and murder and looting. Our history started on people who are wise enough to understand they want to build a society, build a family, build a nation, and they did it. They work hard with their sweat. They don't beg. They don't go and beg some people. Today, South Sudan, under this regime, this failed tribal regime, they are letting the people, the whole world, begin to look at South Sudan as a people who are just panhandlers, beggars. Equatoria could feed themselves. We don't even need any resource from others. Let them take their oil. We said, go with your oil. You said you are rich. Go. We don't care. We got our own land. Our land, even if it's small, we can rise better than them. We are not that greedy and we're not that fools. But these guys, they don't want to leave us because they know how we are strong, and they wanted to make whatever it takes to destroy us so they can dominate and take our land and our people. And yet we don't see that, the danger how it is. So we got only 4 years left for us if we don't take action. 4 years. And I don't want to prolong. I wanted to give, because I have so many questions. We might even have to schedule another episode for this one, because I wanted to talk about, I will finalize here with the 13, if not a problem. Number 13 about the security. Okay, let me read it here quick, Brother Hakim. And then you can elaborate on it. It says on the right to legitimate public force, because this is very important, and this is why both of us believe in this. The number 13 in this charter says that a legitimately constituted public force being necessary to give security to the human and people rights of all men and women and of citizens. That force is instituted for the benefit of the community, the people, the citizens, or a nation, and not for the particular benefit of the person or persons or party or organization to whom the force is entrusted. And before you come into it, brother, I just wanted to remind this thing is about security. How? If you look back right now in South Sudan, we have people now who are, playing what you call a militia, a tribal militia. This is why we Equatorians are against this kind of mindset, because this is a tribal anarchy. The tribal militia right now in South Sudan, and it's encouraged by the regime of SPLM. The IO is also another tribal militia hiding in an IO title, like pretending to be a politicians. But if you know the history of IO, when it came out of retaliation. Once the Dinka killed the Nuer in Juba, then the white army, who were later combined in the IO, they start massacring people in Bor and in Malakal. And these things are history witnessed. I don't even have to say it. It's documented by video, voice, and paper. United Nations even have some documentation on the massacre on civilians. Those are the two groups who are running the country today, my fellow Equatorians. So remember, when this number 13, our brothers, academic Equatorians who sat down and wrote this, they want to remind us the importance of when we become a nation And when we Equatorians are rising to be a people of justice and accountability and a people of real democratic system that's going to be in South Sudan, I mean in Equatoria, we have to have a certain rule that we're going to follow. And security is important. Security must not be built on every tribe have to arm themselves or every organization have to arm themselves so they can get to power. This is not the way how we believe. So I know Brother Hakim can go more in detail. So please go ahead, Brother Hakim, because I just wanted to make sure they know. Yeah, for them.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for touching on this. The provision, Article 13, the right to legitimate force. Let me just read it
Yeah.
again to remind everybody what this says. A legitimately constituted public force being necessary to give security to the human and people's rights of all men and women and of citizens. You see, a public legitimately constituted force is there for the purpose to give effect to the human and people's rights. Right now, if you look at SSPDF, a member of who just raped an Equatorian.
Yeah.
If you look at Mafianganyor, is Mafianganyor a publicly constituted force to serve the interests of our people, to protect the human and people's rights? None of that. Okay, the whole of the SSPDF on the way it's abating crimes and genocide against our people is none of that. It does not support and it does not protect the human and people's rights of Equatoria. Okay, there's no national army. This is a recognition. What we know and have in South Sudan is a group of tribal armies, and there have been discussions going on in IGAD, for example, in the lead up to the revitalized agreement. And even in Rome, they're still talking about the lack of national army and reform of the security sector and so on. What we have are forces that are not there to protect the human and people's rights of Equatorians. And so the flip side of this is that in our declaration and Charter of Rights, we need to have a fully constituted public force. If we're going to be a nation, if we're going to be a country, if we want to be preserving our rights, we need to give security to those rights, right? And there is a need to have a public force to provide security to these rights. The force is there to provide security to rights, right? Just mark this. The force is there to provide security to rights. It's not there to, be in the interest of the group to which force is entrusted. Okay, for example, if you take the Mafianganyor as an example, okay, it has been entrusted with public force through illegal means, through unconstitutional means, okay, and yet it is given the arms of the state, the weapons of the state, to use these weapons of the state to commit atrocities against Equatorians. And there are examples of other militia groups that take the law into their own hands to serve the interests of the party. And that's why if you acknowledge that there is no national army and there are tribal militias, and then the agreement is signed between Riek Machar and the Salva Kiir, in which agreement there are provisions to establish and create a national army, which hasn't taken place until now. The security sector has not been reconstituted. So what does that say? What does that tell you? It tells you that there is no national army, there is no political will to institute a national army, one that can preserve the rights of the human and people's rights of the citizens. So in our declaration, there is a need for us to provide for the security of the rights of the people of Equatoria. And that means even before we form a state, if Equatorians are challenged and their existence is challenged, Equatorians in their territories can defend themselves. There was a statement of the right to resist oppression, the right to security, the right to constitute a public force, so that this force is there for the protection of the human and people's rights of Equatorians. Is there anything wrong with that? When you don't have a state that is preserving the rights of the people of Equatoria, when other regional countries and the states supporting this illegitimate regime to continue to abuse and violate the rights of our people. And so if that being the case, we have to establish as a matter of principle the establishment of a public force. In Equatoria, we need to protect our rights and give security to those rights. And security can be given to those rights through a force that is entrusted with that objective, to protect and preserve the rights and human rights of the people of Equatoria, the people's rights of the people of Equatoria, and not a force that is entrusted with force for its own purpose or for those who are in charge of those forces. If you take, for example, NAS, and NAS is fighting, the assumption here is that NAS cannot be there to protect the interest of Thomas Cirillo, or for that matter, just the interest of NAS as a movement. Is meant to be there. Any publicly constituted force needs to be there to protect the interests of the people, Equatorians in this case. If they are not protecting the interests of Equatorians, then this will raise a question as to whose interest are they protecting. So these are fundamental and philosophical issues that need to be addressed and put as provisions in terms of edits, principles, and values that we need to encode in our approach to state formation. So that's really fundamental. And one more other thing about instituting a legitimate force. The primary objective of which is to give effect to the right of enjoyment of human and people's rights. And we know that our people are not enjoying these human and people's rights. And we know that there is, we don't have a national government in the country. We don't have a national army that reflects the people of the country as a whole. We know that it is a monopoly by a hegemonic group. And so this does not give legitimacy to this force to commit atrocities against our people. And in any state, the force is there to not constitute a negation of the human rights and the people's rights of the country. And so on that basis, I think we need to have conversation about this, and this is a legitimate conversation, because even in the agreement that was this failed revitalized agreement that's not being implemented, discussions have been going on about the creation and establishment of a national army. And there has been no agreement, there has been no progress on this, and things are still in limbo, because it's a very critical and fundamental issue. So we should bear in mind as Equatorians that we need to start to create a nucleus, for example, for the establishment of a public force which will protect our interest, our people, and which will become the national army. So there are various stages through which people who are preserving their interests, who are defending themselves, defending their rights to stand up and have a publicly constituted force for the purposes of ensuring that our people are enjoying their human rights, their people's rights. Such a force may not be strong enough or competent enough to provide for the security of these rights, but with time, with building, with development, it can develop to become the force that would give effect to protecting the rights, the human rights, the people's rights. So it is there to preserve and to protect the rights, the human and people's rights of Equatorians and of all citizens who may be part of the Equatorian nation. And we need to take it in that context so that we can begin to articulate the serious agenda of change. Because there's nothing parallel, there's nothing happening in South Sudan that is serious, that is genuine, that is addressing the agenda of state creation, that is addressing the agenda of a public force that is constituted to preserve and protect the human and people's rights of all the people who live in that country. You see, it's absent. That process is not in effect. That process is not being discussed. That process is not being institutionalized. It's only written in theory, and the tribal militias still continue to exist. Matianganyor has never been disbanded. SSPDF still behaves like Matianganyor, and so on. Otherwise, why would they go to Lanya and rape an Equatorian lady? You see, so these are core issues that we Equatorians have to take these issues very seriously. Let's discuss about the future of this state. Let's discuss the future, our future. You see, we need to have a conversation. This is not a joke. This is a serious business. We need to address ourselves to it, and our Equatorians need to engage in this process. To take themselves seriously. If we are not doing that, then we are doing a disservice to our people and to our country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Hakim, for your input.
And one more other thing,
Yes.
just wanted to say one very brief thing about SOMA. SOMA is an exclusive club. The Sant'Egidio talks were fostered in the spirit of, for example, bringing all the non-signatories to the revitalized agreement in Addis Ababa, in Khartoum. All the parties that were not signatory to that agreement were made to be fostered in a dialogue together about the issues of the failures of the agreement. But they made it as an exclusive thing between SOMA and Sant'Egidio, to the exclusion of other groups. Not that because some of us are interested. The group that was leading, for example, was party to the discussions in Addis Ababa, was party to the revitalized agreement. Okay, but then when SOMA got the opportunity to enter into dialogue with Sant'Egidio and with the government, and came up with this declaration of Rome, right, which was very clear about the participation of the non-signatories. But see who they think, who are the non-signatories. The non-signatories are said to be Thomas Cirillo, Pagano Mum, and Paul Molong. Okay, Paul Molong was never party to the peace process itself in Addis Ababa. Exactly. Okay, Pagano Mum had a group. They split among themselves. But he was now an individual. The majority of his team, as SFDs, went in and signed the agreement. Okay, so it was only Pagan who dissented. And then, of course, there was Thomas. And then there was myself. But in their semantics, I cannot qualify, or the group that I led does not qualify as a non-signatory. And they are accepting this. They are quiet about it in SOMA because they only care about themselves in SOMA. You see, they don't have an agenda for the nation as a whole. They don't have an agenda for the diversity of views. For example, even when we had a message sent by the refugees in Vempi, in Uganda, they wanted to send this message to Sant'Egidio. No one took it up. No one took it up in Sant'Egidio to say, this is the message from refugees. And the fact was that, because, for example, PDM or Nadafa was not there, so that message was missed. The international community could not listen to the voice of the refugees. And someone is happy with that, you see, because PDM is not there, Nadafa is not there, who cares? Nobody will talk on behalf of the refugees. It is SOMA, and therefore not even bring the issue of confederation, you see, and not talk about self-determination for Equatoria, you see. It's none of their business, you see. And so you can see that together, Sant'Egidio and SOMA have become very exclusive, very, working contrary to their own statement of 15 January 2020, when they said this forum is meant to be a forum that is inclusive of all the non-signatories. But they could not identify other groups as being non-signatories. It's only them, including those who were not even non-signatories to the peace process. But because they had this sense of entitlement as being generals, SPLM generals, one of them is Pagana Mum, one of them is um,
Paul Malone.
uh,
Paul
Paul
Malone.
Malone, and one of them is Thomas, and they were the leaders of Soma, generals, SPLM generals. So the people and the public will begin to ask a question, right? Can
Mm.
the country actually trust these generals, these SPLM generals, many of whom have actually were responsible for creation of corruption in the country? So you can see that uh, Soma does not represent, does not represent the wider, public interest.
People, they don't represent the people's voice.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
represent
they
some
don't represent the
and
people.
political
They
and
represent
public.
themselves as elites, and
Yeah,
they fear the freedom of expression of other groups that differ with them. Then how do you have a national conversation? You see,
exactly.
how can we have a national conversation about peace in the country? So I think first they have not been true to their own principles that they declared. They wanted to be a forum that can foster inclusive talks of all non-signatories. They are the first to not even stand with that because they are now interested only in their interest. This is a fact. No one can dispute that. Whether Thomas, whether Pagano Mum, whether Emmanuel Ajawin, or whether, what do you call, Paul Molon. They can't dispute it. You see, they are not the only non-signatories. They know that, but they cannot talk about it because they are not interested. It's not their agenda. So they have their own agenda. It's not agenda for the country. It's the agenda for the elites, for their parties to be there, but not for the views, including the views of the refugees. So I just want to take this opportunity to make this clear for Equatorians. Now, the voice of Equatoria is non-existent in that forum, even just from the point of view of making a protest. That is not possible because there are no representative organizations there that can speak in the name of Equatoria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Hakim. Good Momo, I send you the link to your inbox. Through your inbox. If you got it, just go to your inbox. You will see it. Yeah, that one. We will make sure tomorrow. I don't know. Tomorrow we gotta continue the rest of the charter. عشان طبعا عشان الناس يقدر let them
Yeah,
grasp that. لكن هسه هنا هنقعد نعمل card.
yeah.
Let us
Comments.
kind of like get into it, dissect it, and kind of like get into this topic that you have just mentioned, all these stuff that you explained. لناس الجو هسه إلا later maybe ممكن تشوفوا الفيديو من بداية لكن brother Hakim هنا بيقدر give you whatever you want, any question. uh, Momo, I send you the link inside. You can just go in and join in. Press that link. I send it to your inbox. وأخواننا أخواتنا Equatorians, I'm very thankful to you guys who are watching. ده مسج ده ليكم كلكم احنا لينا ده يعني أخونا هنا humbly, telling us all the things اللي تقدروا تعرفوا عن لينا قاعدين نجيب باسم Equatoria. because ده ما موضوع بتاع نفوذ وحب السلطة زي ما في ناس بيجي بدارين يشوهوا أسامي تاع ناس أو دارين make some propaganda على أساس إن هم ينجوا. لكن إذا كان شفت الطريقة اللي هم ماشيين فوقه أو خطوات أو the direction they're going, direction time is clear. They want positions because why you want to sign with someone when you know he is the one who's oppressing your father or killing your mom and your sister? Those guys have committed a crime against us. You need to put them in justice, not to go and make a deal with them. That does not make any sense. Like somebody robbed from you, you're gonna make a deal? Are you serious? There is no way in this world. Even حتى لو زول جاي من ريف ولا من بوندو هناك, they still know like conditions زي حقه ولازم ياخد بطريقة بتاعه عدالة. And justice does not, constitute that you have to compromise, which is these people are doing. That's why you see when Brother Hakim talking about those people in refugee camp, brothers and sisters Bitan al refugee Gani, talk about their case, about their condition, about their life. And then Seneguido and all these guys dismiss them as they are not part of the signatory. Really? So it's a club, exactly as Brother Hakim have described. It's a club. Like they want to put only the elite. So this is what they call it, a neo-colonialism. If you want to understand something, my Equatorian, this is a neo-colonialism. But nothing in this world, it doesn't matter what empire, it don't matter. If our land is being disrespected. Somebody tried to take our land from us without justice, trying to kill and rape and murder our people. We have to stand like Palestinians or Israelis. Because even the Israelis, when the world were trying to conspire against them with all these other treaties, say, oh, you can go this place, we can give you this. Say, no, no compromise for our land, no compromise for our right. This is a people of real status and real like character. Those men today in Israel are celebrated. They were the real, like they were just coming from different countries, like today we are, from different places, different walk of life. Some people academics, some people just like intellectuals, some people are laborers, whatever they are, but they came together and constituted something for the building of Israel. And when they came to Israel, they became a nation. Welcome, brother Momo. Kev, Uncle Momo, welcome. So when they became a nation, what they did is they work hard that they would never let nothing from Israel to be left behind. So they made sure that the land of Israel will be acknowledged, the people of Israel will be respected, that they have their rights, and so today Israel exists. Now Equatorians, our land, people are trying to compromise our land with a treaty in Rome or treaty in other countries. If treaties is to give up our land and our right and our people will be left in refugee camp, that is not something we need to follow. My fellow Equatorian, we need to stand for our right, our land, our people. Those who are trying to sell us cheap so they can gain a seat beside Kir or beside Ayo, we need to tell them, hell no. Our land will not be compromised. Our people will not be compromised. Our right will not be compromised. We need everything for us. Like everything that we own must be returned back as it is. And this illegitimate regime must leave the state of Equatoria, the region of Equatoria, because they are there illegitimately and they are there to conspire against the people of Equatoria. And today Equatorians are losing every inch of their land and their dignity and their people. This is something we have to put it clear, my brothers and sisters. We're not here to follow political parties. We're here to fight for our right as Equatorians. Lenta istuaiya, hukukta istuaiya, and we can speak in Arabic or English, whatever. So I want to welcome also Momo welcome. Merry Christmas to you, by the way. Zaman Tawil. Yeah.
يا صباح
Yeah.
الخير او
صباح
مساء
النور.
الخير في كل
Yeah. I mean,
مكان.
نهاركم سعيد. Yeah. عندنا نهار هنا. Yeah.
اقول لكم ميري كريسماس كلكم، واحيي الجمهور بتاعك الموجودين في الشاشه اللي هو حكيم داريو وبعض الزملاء انا ما بذكر ما بعرف اساميهم.
CJ.
لكن كل
مرحبا
سي
بك يا
جي.
مارتن. كل سنه
يا
وانت
شكرا
كريسماس.
يا شكرا سي جي، زمن طويل. الصوت واضح طبعا.
Yeah. نعم.
شكرا
welcome Momo. welcome.
يعني انا عندي مشكله مدى في الموبايل في الاسمده في الموبايل بالمره بيعمل الصوت. في حاله لو انه عمل الصوت ممكن تجيبني عبر الماسنجر، عبر الماسنجر، لان عايز اوصل رساله مهمه خالص.
اوكي تفضل.
يا بشكر حكيم اتطرق لبعض الاشياء كثيره، واتطرق عن موضوع بتاع سوما. وقبل ما انا ارد لحكيم في موضوع بتاع سوما، انا اول حاجه عايز ادي وجهه نظري بصفه خاصه كمومو، وليس ممثل اي طيار او حزب. استاذ اتيكاي تكلمت عن عدم التمثيل جريد إكواتوريا. انا من وجهه نظري احنا اذا عايزين ان نجيب السلام في البلد، اذا نظرنا في الحكومه والمعارضه، التوقيع التم بين الحكومه والمعارضه اللي بتمثل في اي او واي جي هي بتصبح زي انه التوقيع بتاع الحزبين اللي هو اول حكومه الثنائيه، زي ما انا ذكرنا كان حكومه الائتلافيه في السودان بين الحزب المعارض، بين بين حزب الأمة والاتحاد الديمقراطي، أو بين الحزب الحاكم وحزب الأمة، لأن حزب الأمة هي بتمثل شريحة معينة من الإثنيات الموجودة في جنوب في السودان هنذاك. إذا نظرنا في الاتفاقية الوقع أساسا بين الحكومة والمعارضة، إن الحكومة هي حتمثل إثنية معينة، والمعارضة هي بتمثل إثنية معينة، أو الأغلبية هي إثنية معينة، هي إثنية النوير. خلينا نتكلم عن الحقائق. يبقى إنه السلام الأساسا حيتم في السودان، في جنوب السودان، هي أساسا حكومة الائتلافية بين التيار المعارضة اللي بتمثل في الأغلبية هي من أبناء النوير، والحزب الحاكم اللي هو بيتمثل في الحركة الشعبية اللي هو الحزب الحاكم. أما باقي القبائل الموجودة وجريت إيكواتوريا إنه ما بتمثل قبيلة، وهي بتمثل مجموعة من الإثنيات الموجودة داخل جريت إيكواتوريا، وهي أساسا القبائل الأغلبية الموجودة في جنوب السودان من ضمن 62 هي أساسا محمشة. يبقى إنه السلام اللي توقع دي ما حيكون لصالح الشعب الجنوبي بصفة عامة ولا بصفة خاصة بالنسبة لجريت إيكواتوريا، لأن جريت إيكواتوريا هي شريحة متمثلة في عدة قبائل، هي القبائل الأغلبية من ضمن القبائل 64 قبيلة. إذا إحنا عايزين نتكلم عن السلام الحقيقي وعايزين نجيب التمثيل الصحيح في الدولة وبتمثل في دولة القانون والمؤسسات، لابد أن تتم التحالفات. لأن التحالفات لابد أن تتم. ليه أنا بقول التحالفات لابد أن تتم؟ لأن الدولة صاحب السيادة هي الشعب جنوب السودان، وليس الأحزاب وليس التحالفات. حتى إن كان الحزب الحاكم والمعارضة الوقع الاتفاقية هم أساسا عندما تتم الاتفاقية لابد أن تردوا حقوق الشعب لشعب، لابد أن تردوا إنه تأسيس الدستور الدائم في الدولة للشعب، والشعب هم اللي حتمثل في تأسيس الدولة. دي النقطة الأساس. أنا بتمنى إنه لابد أن تتكون التحالفات. نجي لنقطة أستاذ حكيم داريو تطرق عليها. أستاذ حكيم داريو تطرق، قريت تسمعني صوتي واضح صح؟
ايوه
شكرا. الليلة موجزة في الموبايل بتاعي. أستاذ حكيم داريو اتطرق في مواضيع مهمة، في نقاط مهمة، قد تكون أنا حتفق معه في بعض النقاط وقد تكون أنا حختلف معه في بعض النقاط. النقاط إنه أنا أتفق مع الحكيم إنه نعم إنه سوما لم تتطرق في بعض القضايا الشعبية ولم تعرض بعض الملفات، بالذات إنه قضية الشعب المحمشين والرأي الشعب الجنوبي بصفة خاصة بصفة عامة، والرأي الاستوائي المتحجر ومتشتت في كل المناطق بصفة خاصة، لأن هي قضية البيت. من المفترض يكون هنالك تمثيل من الشارع الاستوائي في هذه المفاوضات، بحكم انه هم المتضررين حاليا في هذا الاتفاق. لم تتم. عشان كده انا بقول المعارضه الوقع الاتفاقيه لابد هذا الاتفاق حتى ان كان تم لابد في النهايه ترد الحقوق الشعب يحكم نفسه بنفسه ويصنع الدستور الذي يحكم جنوب السودان. بالنسبه للتحالفات، وده شرط مهم خالص، يجب على كل الاحزاب السياسيه الموجوده والمستقلين والمعارضين والشعب الجنوبي بصفة عامة لابد أن تنظم أنفسهم وتدخلوا في التحالفات بصفة رسمية مع الصومة. ده وجهة نظري، مع الصومة، حتى إنه كل الشرائح الموجودة أن تعبر عن قضيته بصفة مباشر وواضح، لأن زي ما إن الأخ حكيم ذكر إن الصومة متمثلة في تحالفات محدودة، وفي بعض الناس ما اشتركوا في هذه التحالفات وما شريك في في المناقشات الدائره في شان جيديو. بالتالي هذا الاتفاق قد تكون حيكون ناقصه كذلك. هنا انا بتمنى، ده وجه نظري، بتمنى انه سوما تفتح الابواب للتحالفات. اذا كان هنالك بعض التنظيمات منظم انفسهم بصفه رسميه وعايز يخش في التحالف فليتفضل، ما مرفوض. لأننا لما نتكلم عن التحالف في المنطق القانوني وفي المفهوم القانوني، التحالف هي بدي ميزان المساواة في الاشتراك، لأن التحالف هي بيديك الحق إنه أنت تشارك في نفس الحجم وفي نفس القدرة وفي نفس المساواة، وعند حق التحفظ إن كان الأهداف اللي كانت أنتم متفق عليها في الميثاق. واحد من أحد التحالف عايز يخرج من هذا الميثاق إن الناس اتفقوا عليها، من حقك إن شنو تعترض، ومن حق الرئيس التحالف إنه تنظر في هذا الخلاف. ده القضية اللي بدينا لبر الأمان، لأن من حق سوما ما حتقدر تناقش أي أجندة خارج الميثاق الذين اتفقوا عليها. ما في ميثاق أساسا بيحكم سوما كتحالفات، فبالتالي ما ممكن تجيب الأجندة الما موجودة أساسا في الميثاق حسب الدستور الموجود في الميثاق. إذا أنت عايز تخش في هذا الميثاق لابد أن تدخل في التحالف مع سوما بصفة رسمية وتقرأ ميثاق هذا التحالف وأنت متفق عليها موافق أم لا. إذا أنت متفق مع هذا الميثاق بمعنى أنت ملزما قانونا بهذا الميثاق، ولا تستطيع أن تخرج من هذا الميثاق. فده الرد الأساس. أنا حبيت إنه شنو أخدها في النقاط، فأرجع لك المنبر وأنا كمان هخش إذا كان في أي واحد عنده اعتراض. تفضل.
شكرا. تفضل brother Hakim. Take that question directed to you, and then later I can elaborate if I want to, or CJ. But go ahead, Hakim. I take this directed.
Yeah. Thank you الأخ مومو لتداخل المداخلة بتاعتك. وأنا عاوز أول حاجة أرجع للنقطة الأولى اللي أسرتها، اللي هو القضية بتاعت إنه الحكومة هي حكومة ثنائية أساسا بين SPLM من IG غالية بتاعته دينكا، طبعا حكومة بتاعت دينكا وحكومة بتاعت نوير، أو مثلا أو اللي هو ما بيسمى المعارضة هي معارضة ميزانية معينة هي النوير. Is my voice clear?
Yes, it's clear. Yes.
Okay. كويس. وبالتالي القضية الأساسية اللي أنا عاوز أسير له هي الأخ مومو، فأنه شنو؟ أنه إحنا بدأنا نخش في حكومات وائتلافات ونسينا القضيه بتاعت الدستور، اقامه بتاعت الدستور، صناعه بتاعت الدستور. كويس. ده الفوكس، ده المفروض الفوكس يكون كده، انه احنا نتخطى المشاكل، مش نتخطاها عن طريق بتاعت ائتلاف حكومي بين جهتين وتقسيم السلطه فيما بينه واقامه الاجهزه الشرعيه بافراد من هؤلاء، وبالتالي يعني اخضاع عمل بتاع صنع الدستور لشنو؟ لإرادة بتاعت الاس بي ال ام، لانها كلها جانبين اس بي ال ام يعني. كويس. احنا نقوم نخضع العمل الدستوري، صناعة الدستور لشنو؟ لافراد معينين من قبل هؤلاء. كويس. من الاثنين دول. كويس. ده التشخيص الخطأ، ده التشخيص الخطأ اساسا. كويس. يعني التشخيص الاسلم انه كانت الاتفاقيه، ودي الحدث دي الريزون، the main reason why we objected to the revitalized agreement. كويس. لانه كويس رضخ ومشى بعنايه بتقسيم السلطه فيما بين فئات معينه، elites بتاعت الاس بي ال ام، and that's where the agreement is failing. كويس. لانه المفروض الناس كانت تحط المصلحه بتاعت البلد ككل، مش مصلحه بتاعت الحرب بين الحكومه، بين المجموعه الحاكمه والمجموعه في المعارضه.
صحيح.
كويس. التشخيص ما يتم بهذا الاسلوب، التشخيص يتم انه يا اخي البلاء ده اصاب البلد كلها، اصاب جنوبيين كلها. احنا ما عندنا غالبيه بتاعت الجنوبيين يا اخي ما عندهم اي مشكله بصراع بتاعت السلطه في الاس بي ال ام. كويس. بين رياض مشار وسلفا كير ما عندهم بقى اي دعوه. كويس. لكن نتيجه لانه هم دخلوا بعد ذاك في حرب وصراع دموي. كويس. احنا بقينا مصلحتنا وكده خلاص، يعني ما عندها امانه، هتبقى مصلحه بتاعت التجار دول اللي قاعدين يحاربوا فيه مع بعضهم. شفت كيف؟ فالتشخيص الاساسي كان يتم عن طريق بتاعت انه شنو؟ احنا حسي في الوقت الحالي نركز على العمل بتاع شنو؟ صناعه بتاعت الدستور والرفق النسيج الاجتماعي. كويس؟ ده كان كده التشخيص يكون كده، والتشخيص بمعنى اخر يكون اللي هو شنو؟ يعني power sharing between the peoples not between the parties. شفتها؟ The power sharing should be between the people to allow people go through the process of constitution making. ده كان الارجيومنت بتاعتنا في الموقع بتاعتنا في الايجاد. احنا قلنا احنا ما عاوزين الموضوع بتاع power sharing between the elites ده، ما عاوزينه بتاتا. احنا عاوزين انه يكون في يعني فتره، يعني مثلا ما قبل الانتقاليه، الفتره ما قبل الانتقاليه يتم فيه اقامه بتاعت شنو؟ constitutional conventions. Equatoria People's Convention, Upper Nile People's Convention, بحر الغزال People's Convention. لانه ده المديريات الثلاثه اللي كانت يعني هي احنا جينا من هذا يعني من هذا الباب. كويس. نعمل constitutional conventions في countries في الثلاثه الريجنز ده عشان شنو؟ نخرج بممثلين بتاعت شعب اللي هيشاركوا في عمليه بتاعت صناعه الدستور. ده الحل كده، الحل ما يبقى شنو؟ حل ثنائي بين الاس بي ال ام فاكشنز عشان هم بعد ذلك يجيبوا في راسنا ويعملوا لنا الكونستيتيوشن، يصنعوا لنا الكونستيتيوشن بشنو؟ بفهم بتاعت الاس بي ال ام ايو وبفهم بتاعت الاس بي ال ام الجو. ليه نديهم فرصه زي دي يعني؟ ما هم يعني هم الاكبر من الدوله، هم الاثنين دول اكبر من الجنوب ده كله، هم الاكبر من ايكواتوريا. لا يعني عشان كده التشخيص بتاعت الحل ما كان تشخيص سليم، والتشخيص ده وانت شنو؟ عنده مصالح بتخدمها، بتخدم مصالح بتاعت يوغندا بتاعت ايجاد كونتريز، بتخدم مصالح بتاعت اديس ابابا، بتخدم مصالح بتاعت كينيا. هم عاوزين يستمروا الجماعه دول يكونوا في السلطه وهم يشربوا اللبن الجاري ده من الجنوب، يشبعوا به اقتصادهم في يوغندا، يشبعوا بهم اقتصادهم في كينيا وفي نيروبي وفي اديس ابابا والحتات دي كلها. ده كان التشخيص الحاصل للقضيه. كويس. واحنا مشينا ضحياتها، عشان كده احنا وقفنا ضد الاتفاقيه دي. كويس. ده انا هخليك بطرف الطرف الثاني الجانب بتاع سوما. انا هنا بركز على المحور الاول اسمه شنو؟ المنبر. كويس. سانتيجيديو declared انه المنبر ده بغض النظر عن كان في اتفاقات وتحالفات وما الى ذلك، المنبر ده to foster dialogue between the non-signatories and the government. But who are these non-signatories يعني؟ الناس non-signatories لازم يمشوا يوقعوا لك تعالوا مع سوما كويس؟ هل دي الطابع الفكري او الطابع الاسم شنو القومي؟ ما اساسا دي منبر بتاع سلام، مش كده؟ احنا بنبحث عن سلام كويس؟ لكن انت تمشي تحتكرها ليه؟ تمشي تحتكرها ليه كسوما؟ تحتكرها ليه؟ تقول ده بقى بتاعت سوما واحنا عندنا ميثاق وكده، تيجي طبعا يدك في الميثاق ده عشان تشارك في الحمايه في التوكس. التوكس ده is about سوما يا اخي، التوكس about the country، واحنا كلنا واقفين بنبحث في السلام كويس؟ ما انا عندي موقف من سوما ذاته، عندي موقف من افراد السوما كويس؟ انا مثلا بؤمن انه إيكواتوريا is entitled to self determination كويس؟ رأي سياسي كويس؟ غالبا بتاعت السوما دول ما واقفين ما متفقين معي في الموضوع ده كويس؟ يعني ارضخ لهم بعد ذاك عشان هم ضد الفكره بتاعت انه انا مثلا اسير قضيه بتاعت سيلف ديترمينيشن لايكواتوريا يقوموا يقفوا ضده. ما هنا في منبر بتاع السلام، هنا بنبحث عن سلام. المفروض المنبر ده زي ما قالوا سانتيجيدو يكون انكلوزيف، مش كده؟ ليه انت بتطلب مني انا امشي اوقع لسوما، ابقى في تحالف بتاع سوما؟ انا ممكن اشارك في التوكس without being a member of سوما، لانه احنا في منبر بتاع البحث عن السلام كويس؟ الحكايه ما احتكار، القضيه ما احتكار كويس؟ فحتى النقاش ده ما حصل، وناس سوما افراد من السوما يعني they are not transparent, they have no issue on this, they cannot say something about this in public كويس؟ انا عملت حتى يعني انا كنت عملت يعني memorandum of understanding with one members of the SOMA اللي هو ايمانويل اجاوين كويس؟ في المقدمه عشان احنا نشوف شنو. احنا قلنا لهم يا اخي انا كتبت للسنتيجيريو، قلت لهم يا اخي احنا مثلا كنا جزء لا يتجزا من ال people who are non-signatories to the agreement, right? We want to be part of this inclusive talks because you call for inclusive talks in Rome of all the non-signatories, and we're responding to that. So we want to have our views reflected. يعني ما طرحوا لنا انه مثلا انه you have to be a member of SOMA. سانتيجيرو never responded كويس؟ ايمانويل مشى اثار قضيه ده موضوع ده في داخل سوما انه غالبيه بتاع الناس سوما they did not welcome it. يعني they don't want of the non-signatories يكونوا جزء لا يتجزا من الحوار اللي حيتم هناك. They did not even support him كويس؟ ده انا بقول على كده you can go and talk to Emmanuel. He is a public figure, he can speak in public right؟ عشان العالم يعرف، عشان الجنوبيين يعرفوا، عشان الإيكواتوريين يعرفوا كويس؟ قضية بتاعت انه ناس يعني somebody has to be part of SOMA, this is secondary. القضية فانه في منبر، حتى انا كان مثلا انا بختلف معك سياسيا وانا لقيت منبر يكون منبر بتاعت البحث عن السلام، ما احنا كلنا بنبحث عن السلام مش كده؟
صحيح.
وانت بتقول انه المنبر يكون شنو؟ انكلوزيف. طيب ليه احنا ما نكون كلنا انكلوزيف؟ ليه كلنا ما نمشي هناك؟ وانت تمشي برايك انا امشي برايي. فالكلام انت قاعد تقول له ما عنده له اساس. يعني I don't think there is any foundation for it from a legal standpoint or anything. Legal standpoint ولا legal formulation بتاع SOMA that is for SOMA, for members of SOMA. The national agenda is not the only agenda بتاعت SOMA مش كده؟ إذا كان المنبر أساسا وضعوه هناك باسم بتاع non-signatories، ليه هم يقوم شنو؟ to exclude one of the non-signatories or even out of their own being concerned for the whole nation. ما كان ممكن يقول انه يا اخي في عندنا non-signatories ثانيين برضه يجوا يخشوا، ما بالضروره يكونوا متفقين معنا، يكون عندهم راي حقهم. ليه ما يقولوا حاجه بشكل زي ده؟ لازم واحد يبقى ممبر بتاع سوما؟
That's true.
لا. وانا عاوز امشي لك اكثر من كده. احنا قبل كده وكده كنا عاوزين يعني when we're trying to form an alliance before Manas Thomas, before even this Pagana Muajada اسمه شو ده what do you call Paul Malone came on board كويس. انا حاولت اضمن كويس an article for the formation of an alliance to include self-determination. أعضاء الحزب بتاعت members بتاع وسوما ده وقفوا ضده. And that's why we formed a separate group we call Nadafa, which supported the principle of self-determination. لكن NAS did not stand with it. MDM does not stand with it. Right? This might explain why they did not want our group to be represented in the talks, because it will raise an issue which is not in the alliance. I can't talk for themselves. لكن هم ممكن يتكلموا عن أنفسهم. They can speak for themselves, right? So we have nothing to hide. We're very clear, very open. وإحنا ما بنشوف إنه شنو لما يكون في منبر بتاعت حوار حول السلام والبحث عن السلام مفتوح لكل signatories. سانتيجيريو يسكتوا عليه، National Salvation Front يسكتوا عليه، and so on and so on. يكاد يكون كان it was only Emmanuel. Emmanuel was the only person who approached and talked to me that he was going to raise this issue مع منو؟ مع ناس سوما ومع ناس سانتيجيريو. And he did. لكن في النهاية هو ما رجع عليه بخلاصة. الخلاصة مكتوبة. قال له كلام شفوي. وانا بقول عليه قدام مانويل، بقول عليه قدام اي واحد ثاني. So that is really the issue. Okay, so let's not mix the issue بتاعت alliance بتاعت سوما وقضية بتاعت المنبر الحوار للبحث عن السلام. So I hope I have answered this question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I don't know anyone want to add something. I think fifth brother Kamal was welcoming brother Wilson, and I think it's about yes, CJ, تفضل.
Yeah, can I get in?
Yeah, تفضل.
Yeah, ألف مرحبا. Okay, well, I will speak in the beginning.
Yeah, اتكلم بعد.
هذا الناس بيقول إنه كلام جد الله حكيم من منطقي جدا. يعني هي واضحة جدا جدا إنه أساسا في منبر للسلام. يعني الناس ما يحاولوا يحتكروها، يحاولوا يهيمنوا عليها على أساس إنه هم الأفضل من الآخرين. لا، كل الناس بيمشوا فوق عشان يشاركوا في الوضع. عارف كيف؟ بالنسبة لمسألة الاعتلاف في الحكومة الائتلافية، أساسا السلطة من بدايتها ائتلاف من حوالي 2005 مرورا ب 2005 2010 2011 و2012 ولحد الليلة 2020. هذه التحالف بتاعت النازل قائم موجودة أصلا. فكل ما بيسعوا له هو إنه شنو احتكار السلطة. وزي ما قال حكيم بوضوح إنه السلطة ما ملك لقبيلة أو لأحزاب. عارف كيف؟ السلطة هي ملك الشعب. الشعب هم أصحاب القرار في هذا الموضوع. وده بالضبط ده الانطباع اللي بنعكسها مثلا كرابطة إيكاتوريا في الشتات. ده هاي اللي احنا بنعكسها بوضوح جدا جدا، انه ده واحد من المبادئ الاساسيه اللي احنا بنقف عليه. فاللي بيدور في سوما هي حلقه في القص. يعرف كيف؟ يعني هي ذات المجموعه، يعني عناصر طلعوا. يعني لو فرضنا انه ده كان عندك كير ومشهر بجاي، المجموعه اللي في سوما عارف كيف لو انت نظرت لهم بدقه شديد جدا جدا وبتعمق مشيت وحللت الناس زي بتلقاهم نفس الشكل. يعني بيقولوا شنو حسب الطيور والاشكال هتقع، هي ذات المجموعه. يبقى انه شنو النازل. يعني حاجه انا عاوز اقوله، لولا خروج مثلا يعني مجموعات او زي بتاعنا وبتاعت يا حكيم بيجاي وكده المجموعات ده، النازل كان وقعوا الاتفاقيه وخشوا جوا هناك اوريدي، كان مشوا جاتوا الموضوع. عارف كيف؟ لكن وجودنا هسي تحت شعار انه رفع بتاع شعار انه احنا عاوزين حق بتاعت إيكاتوريا يكون كدوله مستقله. ده قاعد يحز النازل حاليا لو انا ما اخطات. هذا الموضوع بيهزهم انه بيخليهم في كثير من الاحيان يترددوا انه يا اخي احنا عاوزين نوقع، لانه لو انت مشيت في اتفاقيه، لو انت عندك 10 نقاط انت مشيت عليه وقضيت على 8 نقاط، ايه المانع انه الاثنين نقاط بيكون لك مشكله عشان تقدر تخش في هذا الموضوع؟ فهدف سن الجيدي ولو احنا لاحظنا له الخطه هنا، الخطه في مبدأها هو انه شنو؟ يعني اخذ المجموعه ده ويدخلوه مع السلطه ويحاولوا يشكلوا يقوموا يهيمنوا على الناس. ما هم داير راضيين اصلا بالهيمنه الموجود هناك. الخلاف وين؟ الخلاف في يعني عدم التشتت بتاعهم. يعني هسه لو انت لاحظت في مجموعه هم يتحالفوا كده، كل دول عنده برنامج. طبعا انت لو لاحظت هناك ناس عندهم برنامج وكل مجموعه عنده برنامج، لكن اغلبيه المجموعه في داخل ناس في داخل بتاعت سوما، الناس ديل كلهم اساسا موالين للسلطه اللي هناك. فانت عاوز لما دايروا كديتانيز they were there once، كمجموعه بعد حكومه اللي هو كضباط في الجيش وقيادات كانوا موجودين هناك. فاللي قالوا للحكيمه، الشيء اللي انا فهمته من واقع اللي بيقولوا، قالوا انه الهدف بتاعهم انه شنو؟ عاوزين يقولوا بمعنى اخر، يعني لو انا ما اخطات انه لو انت عندك سلاح الف مرحب بك، انت ما عندك سلاح لا ما تجي. وده في الحد ذاته خطا، لانه ده ما عباره
That is precisely the point, brother CJ. You have put your hand on the finger. You have put your
that's right.
finger on the hand.
لانه احنا لو بنتكلم عن دوله، لو فعلا احنا كلنا غيورين انه نكون عندنا دوله وفي فساد هناك خلقي وكده وكده، احنا المفروض نجيفه كابناء بلد واحد لو حبينا. عارف كيف؟ بغض النظر عن الايكاتوري عنده الحق انه يطالب بحق تقرير المصير وين ما كان، جاء سلام ولا ما جاء سلام، في اي وقت هو ممكن يطالب بحقه. ده مشروع وفق الشتر اللي هو شنو، الوثيقه اللي احنا خطيناها هسي
Equatorial
قبل ده
Declaration,
حاكم.
the
بتاعت
Charter of Rights.
ايوه تقرير المصير، ايوه اللي هو
Yeah,
المبادئ
yeah,
الاساسيه للمواثيق
yeah.
الحقوق بتاعت المواطن الايكواتوري.
المواطن الاستوائي.
يعني فانا بشوف انه شنو هنا السؤال اللي بيطرح نفسه، انه ما هو موقفنا، موقف الانسان فعلا النزيح والمواطن الشخص اللي جدير. المساله في الحد ذاته لان شايفون انه هسي ذلك السلطه ده ما سلطه. عشان كده بنتمسك بمبدا بتاعت انه دستوريه. الدستور، هل في دستور في البلد؟ ما في دستور. لذلك احنا بنقول ما في حكومه حتى في البلد، حكومه الغاب. عارف كيف؟ وزي ما قال الاثيوبي، الرئيس الاثيوبي في وقت الماضي ولما مشى هناك قال يا اخي انتوا بس توقعوا بس يلا خشوا جوا. يعني كانوا الناس زي الاطفال. وده هنا يجب ان نتعارض معه. عشان كده مبدا بتاعت انا بتفق مع الاخ خميس في مبدا بتاعت انه شنو، جمع شملنا له اساس. وكمان او زي ما قالوا حكيم وكلنا متفقين في النقطه ده، جمع شملنا هو اساس مهم جدا جدا. وده اتكلمنا عنه قبل فتره شويه، قبل شويه يمكن نتطرق له الاخ حكيم، انه احنا لازم نجمع شملنا واحنا نشكل قوه. عارف كيف؟ بنشكل قوه في بالتالي شنو، احنا نكون عندنا اصوات، بنرفع الاصوات بتاعتنا. عشان كده كان سؤال بتاعي قبل شويه، انا كنت عاوز اسال الاخ حكيم ما هو اصداء يعني بحكمه كمواطن بريطاني تجنب اصداء بتاعت البريطانيين تجاه المشكله اللي لسه ماشي في جنوب السودان، في ايكاتوريا، جريت ايكاتوريا which is جنوب السودان جنرال. يعني اصداء بتاعت الاصدقاء بتاعه والشعب البريطاني بصفه عامه تجاه ذلك الوضع. لانه هي الخيب املي في دور الفات لما مشى، يعني اللي هو شنو ICC ومشى هناك وقام قال بدا يمبريس النازل على اساس انه هيتكون حكومه. هاي فده ما حكومه. عشان كده احنا كشعب يجب ان نقود صوتنا
الشعب
واحد.
ما يسكت.
احنا نقود صوتنا واحد انه ما في حكومه هناك وهنا عاوزين حكومه. الحق ده حقا احنا صوتنا، لذلك احنا عاوزين حكومه، عاوزين نضع حكومه. الحكومه يجب ان ينبني على اساس 3 اقاليم مديريات بتاع جنوب السودان القديم. مساله انه ده ستيت ذاته انا ما اعرف اسمه ستيت. انا شخصيا
ده الدور
يعني
هو الدور اللي بيلعبه ايكوتوريا. شفت كيف الكلام اللي قلته ده؟ الشعب ما يسكت، ده هو الدور اللي هيلعبه ايكوتوريا. الشعب بتاع ايكوتوريا ممكن يلعب هذا الدور.
لانه احنا عاوزين لو قالوا الموضوع ده، يعني احنا لو دعت ضروره احنا هنعمل خطوه بعد فتره. انا ما حالي انه هسي هنعمل خطوه. هذه الخطوه هنضرب الناس دي ضربة قاضية جدا جدا بهذه الخطوة. يعني ممكن نعمل خطوة، هذه الخطوة ممكن يقود لأنه الناس دي يجب عليهم محاكمتهم، يجب تقديمهم للمحاكمات.
وهيحصل اصلا.
عارف كيف؟ لأنه الناس دي يعني فرضنا أنه أنا وقعت هناك في سوما ده، أنا خشيت جوا هناك، ما أنا ماشي أذي ناس، الناس دي بعد يومين ثلاثة جاي يتآمر عليك ذاته يشيل راسك برا. هلا أنت قال الناس دي سهلين، هم عاوزين يغشوك جوا، تصطاد الزول، تعال 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 يا أخوي، بعد شوي شنو ينهيك. فإحنا يجب أن نكون يعني كلام بتاع للشعب بصفة عامة، أنه إحنا كشعب بتاع إيكواتوريا وجنوب السودان كان حسب اللي تسمية تبيز لجنوب بلدك ده، حاجة اللي إحنا عاوزينه إحنا وحدة صفوفنا يا اخوانا.
نعم.
حتى لو احنا مش عاوزينك، حتى انت متعلم ولا ما متعلم، اهم شيء احنا عاوزين صوتك. اي زول بيقدر يتكلم. كان في زول مشى يقم انت مثلا شال منك حاجه، كان زول شال دخل في يده في جيبك وشال منك قروشك، انت فكرك هتسكت؟ انا احتاج لمتعلم؟ لا، انت ما محتاج لمتعلم، انت بتصرخ تقول يا اخي انا لقيت شلت حقي. فاحنا عاوزين نوصل للمرحله دي، مرحله انه يكون في حاجه اسمه امن مبدئيا. الامن وخروج الناس اللي احتلوا مواقع بتاعت ناس، وناس دخلوا في محلات ناس بطريقه خطا دي. احنا عاوزين حاجات دي لازم ينتهي. عشان ينتهي حاجات دي انا بناشد كل الشعب بتاعنا وين ما كانوا، عارف كيف، انه ناخد يدنا ببعض. احنا ممكن نجيب تحت اي وقت، احنا بس عاوزين قولة انه انت كيف تتحالف معانا. لانه حسي انتوا شفتوه واضح جدا جدا زي ما قال الاخ حكيم، انه لما هو هناك يعني خطر خير الراجل ده اسمه شنو، بنديه كريدت اللي هو زول اسمه ايمانويل جاوين، بنديه كريدت لحاله انه شنو، الراجل ده فعلا مشى عكس وجهه نظر بتاعنا هنا. لما عكس وجهه نظر هناك كان رد الفعل طلعت. وكويس انه الانسان دائما عشان كده لازم تواجه الخصوم بتاعك. فمواجهه الخصوم اتضح انه يعني حتى سنه جيديو يعني المؤسسه المفروض يكون مستقله كمؤسسه دينيه، انه كوسيطه بتاعت مبادره بتاعت سلام وكده، طلع انه هو موالي. يعني احنا بنفهم من كده انه هي موالي للنظام القائم. بمعنى اخر احنا ممكن نديه هذه، نرمي له هذه الموضوع عشان يدينا اجابه كانوا في هناك وبيوصل لهم هذا الشريط. so it is clear. لا احنا ما دايرين احنا شعب يا اخي، احنا مشردين في كل المواقع، لكن احنا باراده ربنا احنا شنو we will come back, we will come to get our country whatever the reason is, whatever it takes, we will come and take our country back. So I don't have to for long, I will end up here by giving the other chance. Thank you, John.
Thank you. أنا بدي ويلسون ده نجي راسي for a second. ويلسون أنت كنت عاوز ترد، قلت جبالك لكلام بتاع
ايوه
أخونا مومو. أيوة مومو.
افيكا
أيوة أيوة.
ممكن كلام ونس شويه، لان انا اجي ابروتش كمباني، انا خايف انترنت بكون ما في
Okay.
هناك، انا
Yeah.
وقفت في ترافيك.
ادي الاصابات، ادي اصابات.
Okay. Go ahead.
اوكي، شكرا شديد يا افيكا عشان تودي لنا فرصه كمان في البلاتفورم ديسكشن ده كويس. وانا برضه عايز اشكر برادر دكتور حكيم مع برزنتيشن اللي هو عمله. انا سميت برزنتيشن ده باي فيتس اند ستاتس، انا جيت على في النص. and انا برضه عايز اشكر اخوي سي جي، وبعدين اخوي الثاني ده انا ما اقدر اعين الصوره دي كويس.
مومو.
اوكي مولانا مومو. خلاص
ويلسون.
ما بطل. يا اخوانا انا عايز اونس كده، وانا قدر اكون انا حاسه ده ما انترستد عشان انا بونس في initiative بتاع what is happening in Rome. لكن انا عايز اونس specifically في موضوع بتاعنا بتاع إيكواتوريا، على اساس انه احنا ناس إيكواتوريا it looks like we have come by principle, we are all agreeing on one thing. It looks like by principle and now we are all agreeing على اساس انه إيكواتوريا لازم يكون عنده شنو، عنده سلطه في الباور in decision making, and this is something that we are all agreeing with. لكن انا في حاجه واحد اللي انا شايف الفundamental to be addressed, and it is our approach, you see, في البلانز بتاعنا عشان اننا بنحقق حاجات على الناس دي كيف كويس. لانه في البرنسبلز اننا كل يوم بقدر بنطلع واننا بونسو we will talk about encouraging the Equatorians to come together and we want to get our independence, but what is the specific plan that we are rallying behind? What is the specific plan that we are sponsoring to get us to where we want? Now, I want to appreciate Brother Hakim Dario for putting up that charter, Bitatal Equatoria. That is a very good initiative, and the charter comprises of basically these declaration of human rights that have been made, which is perfect. He has already derived some policies out of that. That is good. But أنا أعمل comment بسيط في جواب الجبل دكتور حكيم جوابه مو في زمن سي جي سالو على أساس إنه how do we get this to be embraced so that it will be accepted by the people, by SHAP بتاعت Equatoria. And في answer بتاعت Hakim Dario, which I think is something that I think we should focus and really consume our thinking around. Dr. Hakim Dario Galiahi, he talked about EPA, and then he talked about Equatorial Civic Association to be responsible on bringing the people together, you see. And this is where I am saying, if that charter is going to be adopted, it must be adopted by purely nationals of the Equatoria. And when the nationals of the Equatoria are coming to adopt such a principle, such a charter, they must come together as nationals of Equatoria. They must not come together as EPA coming, joining ESCA, joining Equatoria Advocacy Foundation, joining Equatoria Civic Association. This is not how principles of democracy will function. They should come together as the people, as the nationals of Equatoria. And let us start looking at ourselves and promoting this coming together as nationals of Equatoria to adopt such kind of a charter. Let us put together these entities. Hajat zenas EPA, Hajat zenas ECA, Hajat zenas FECA, Hajat zenas ESCA. Let us put these entities together. These entities, we will run them. These are things that will be promote, will be advanced objectives bitaw beteriga alfil. Lakin when we are coming to adapt principles, the charter al Dr. Hakim Dario today, we must come together as nationals of the Equatoria people. Yani bukura bad bukura Hakim can gija if and the only place or the only way we can come together as nationals of the Equatoria is something called convention. And when we are putting together conventions, we come together as the people of Equatoria. We don't come together as entities. And I think, and I'm talking this, and I'm lining my logic from the principles of democracy, unless we don't want to groom democracy within the people of Equatoria. I think this is very important because whatever we do will eventually interpret into the minds. It will orient the people of Equatoria how they think. Because tomorrow, next tomorrow, if we want to adopt such kind of a charter, and then entities come together to basically adapt it, they must be my practice because the SPLM, you know, when the SPLM came out from Bush after a referendum was held, if you guys realize, SPLM did not dissolve itself to leave the country to be built, or constitution of the country to be people's based, to be built by the people. No, it is the entity of the SPLM that did everything. And we don't want to exercise. We don't want to do the same thing. Because if we are condemning, if we are condemning practices of the SPLM, we should do the right thing. If we are going to pass such kind of a charter, it must be passed by the nationals of Equatoria. And when we gather in conventions, we must gather as people of Equatoria. We cannot gather as entities. That is why I am appealing to you guys that for that reason, any plan that we are sponsoring in order to lead us to build nation bitana bitat Equatoria, so that tomorrow, next tomorrow, we gain the rights for secession and then get our country by diplomatic means through a referendum, we must make sure whatever practice, whatever step that we sponsor or we support is basically supported by the principle of democracy. This is the only way we will make the Equatorians to understand democracy very well, so that in the future, if we are able to build our nationals into a nation of Equatoria and eventually have to put on what is called a state, which is the government, then our government will be democratic by principles, because by principle, democracy will manifest in us. So I would like to appeal to Dr. Hakim Al-Assassinu, when that charter is going to be passed, if you are coming, Masalan, from UK to here, or if or people are going to gather in UK for a convention, let us all go as nationals of Equatoria, not as EPA bringing that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Sabata. I don't disagree with you. I agree with you on that point. وبعدين زي ما انت شايف هسه like Hakim have always been calling several times people to come in meetings so we can discuss these kind of things, because already what we're doing, we are speaking to our people. فكل زول عنده جهة قاعد يشتغل فوق وقاعد يعمل، لكن فعلا كلامه في محله. We need to come together as this umbrella of احنا بدنا bring our people together وخليهم democratic لهم choose the way اللي هم دايرين يكون government term. وانا ما في disagreement on that. The only thing we need to do it in the right proper channels, channel of communication like زي قاعد نعمله ده beside the public. احنا قاعد نتكلم publicly هنا، عاوزين كمان احنا behind the scene groups اللي ما معانا لسه you come all of them in those meetings, attend it regardless the differences, regardless whatever. Let's come to that the political differences بتاعك. احنا عاوزين نجي لأنه we are now are the voices of our people. زي ما انت شايفين هسه everything we do, we are doing it for Equatoria, not for self-interest. لكن لازم نعمله بطريقة شنو align every organization to Equatoria under this umbrella. ونيجي نعمل لأنه هسه ياو زي brother Hakim I've sometime أنا مرات قاعد نجي نحضر معه في اجتماعات. they will be attending all that and في discussion بندiscuss. so في حاجات تانيين I can attend لكنه بيوريني will be update me what's going on so we will know. فإحنا فعلا this is one thing and I don't disagree on all the things you said brother Sabata, because when we want to do something that people will choose based on their own conviction. يعني conviction بتاعهم إنه هم they are now understanding عندهم وعي كافي إنه إحنا جاي نعمل كده لأنه إحنا ماشي كده، مش ماشيين عشان اسم حزب ولا اسم organization معين، لكن اسم تاع شنو أرض استوائية. فلأنه طبعا في خلل في القيادات السياسية وقيادات بتاع إيكواتوريا. that's why عشان كده حصل في كثير من تشويشات، لكن إن شاء الله we will make a difference in this. So thank you. This message will take it and then we will love to have a discussion after this. أنا وإنت وهنايدا اتفضل. أيوة CJ.
I don't know if
I just wanted to
let's
yes, I want to jump very quickly.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just very quickly.
خليك معايا ويلسون
I
في
think there
دقيقة.
is no disagreement.
اتفضل حكيم.
Yeah, there is no disagreement with what Sabata is putting or for proposing. This is the essence of what we want to achieve. You have heard me, for example, we've been talking about the constitution making process. We've talked about conventions. Even raising the question of convention was first, we were the first to raise it, that in order for you to make this, it must be people driven. It's the people who are the center of this.
بس دقيقة خميس دقيقة
يعني انت رفاقه لا العب خلاص واصل.
اي
لأن مشكلة انت رفاقه دقت عن برنامج كتير. وانا كان زهود لحكيم ولسي جي قبل هو يخش في البرنامج ده، لكن
اوكي انت بتيجي ترد له. خليك
It's just لانه سباتا هيمشي بعد شويه واحنا عايزين بس نرد له بسرعه.
نعم.
فانا عاوز اقول لك شنو يا سباتا. Equatoria Civic Association Council in Diaspora, Equatoria People's Alliance, these are enablers. Okay, they are trying to enable this process because there's no one else at the moment that's enabling this process to be achieved. كويس؟ يعني this is الآليات الآليات اللي عايز تستخدمها to achieve that outcome. كويس؟ يعني هسه هنا I welcome the idea of having a convention in Arizona, for example. Whatever convention there is in which the people of Equatoria gather together is a good thing. We're educating our people, informing them that this is how we should behave. This is how we should create the new Equatoria. Yeah, through conventions, through people coming together and discuss among themselves, reach a consensus, realize they themselves that they are part of a nation. They are in the nation building process. This is the bigger picture. Right? فالهدف بتاعتنا هنا, we don't want to say we want to jump the gun and say this is ours. You know, that EPA. My EPA is just an enabler. Right? It doesn't constitute even, you know, 1/4 of Equatorians. It doesn't constitute that. But it believes in what the people of Equatoria want. And it wants to be an enabler in that process. لأنه أساسا you cannot bring anything without change. حتى ذاته الكونفرنس اللي انت عاوز تعملها في أريزونا ده كويس. For example, Equatorial Advocacy Foundation might be the one doing the legwork, doing the heavy lifting. هل احنا بنقول انه هنا Equatorial Advocacy Foundation should not be engaged in this process?
No.
This process.
Brother, yeah. Dr. Hakim, it is not Equatoria Advocacy Foundation who is carrying the burden. It is basically volunteers of the Equatoria people. There is a paper that I did put out, and the paper basically clarifies committees. When you look at the heading of the paper, it does not say Equatoria Advocacy Foundation. I try to keep Equatoria Advocacy Foundation out of this. It is just volunteers within the Equatoria people. I want to make sure that it is basically emerging from the Equatoria people, because I don't want to mix it up with the Equatoria Advocacy Foundation, you know, to look as though Equatoria Advocacy Foundation is getting promoted somehow, because some people may end up seeing it that way.
No, it is the wrong perception. It would be the wrong perception to just blanket an organization that is doing something for Equatoria in the name of undermining Equatoria. The point here is that what is the outcome? If the outcome is a convention in which there are real people, real Equatorians, women and children, you know, who can go and speak and articulate what it is that they want, you see, that's what you want to do. You want to be an enabler for that process. If you didn't come up with the idea, right, who would come with the idea? Right? So I think the key point here is that there's a bigger prize for us all as Equatorians. And it's that prize that we want to win. We want to win democracy. We want to win our people to win, to be Democrats. We want a constitution-making process that is people-driven. This is the best practice there is in the world about constitution-making process. And that's what we're adopting as our own model. So again, this is what constitutes the model that we want to advocate for, to make it people-driven. Okay, enable that. There can be multiple players to enable this. You have Equatorial Civic Association, Council in Diaspora. They're articulating the agenda, putting the agenda on the table, and making demonstrations in Washington, creating news, and so on. Okay, it serves the purpose, right? It serves the same purpose. EPA comes up along, mobilizing Equatorians. Let's focus on this. This is our commitment. Let's work for it. Let's work for our people. You know, it enables the process, and it facilitates the process of the convention taking place. It enables the process of constitution making and realization to take place. So for that is, I think, what I can say and how I can put it. But in principle, what you're saying is exactly what we're articulating. We're trying to articulate that. You see, you're not saying anything new. You see, you're not saying anything different. We're just saying, you know, and I think I've had discussions with you about constitution making process. This is something that we have discussed before, long before we even discussed it with you, Sabata. We discussed it before with a group of intellectuals among Equatorians that we should have a constitution making process. We should enable our people to put the agenda of Equatoria first and to make sure that they know and they demand for themselves how to participate in the constitution making process. Not anybody will come and tell them how to make the constitution. They themselves have to, you know, participate and be persuaded that this is the best way for them. This is our Equatorial way of making the constitution. So I think that answers what you're saying. We are in agreement. There is no issue. We just need to be enablers of that process to take plays truly and effectively.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Hakim. CJ, and then I give Wilson. I think Momo, his signal network is not good. But yes, CJ, you want to add on that
Yeah,
or
indeed. What
elaborate?
just put it is clear. Yeah. It doesn't look surprise. It's not a surprise. Something that is new for me. I'm fully aware of that. We're just on the way. It's just only a starting point. Coming together, kind of. The starting point. We're trying to gather our people. Definitely nothing. We're not going to follow the system that had brought us these disasters today in the country. That kind of one man, one vote system. No, we're not going to follow that kind of things. Definitely. So what we are now processing, with all of this Hakim, so that people have to understand,
Yeah.
this is a kind of a way of how to bring all people together. But definitely at the end of the day, we're going to come together definitely and make sure that we are all participating in it, without anyone, Blake, I mean, claiming that, I am Mr.
Yeah.
X or none of that
Yeah.
will happen definitely.
Exactly.
And we're going to make sure that everything is going to be good. So I appreciate, what Sabata have brought up, and definitely we're going to do that. There's no doubt of that. Our main purpose, of course, our main goal is how to achieve our rights.
Yeah.
One goal is that, of course, as we have said, exit is the most important thing as Equatorians under the ongoing situations where our lands have been taken and all that. So that's our major concerns. Definitely, there's no doubt in that. So, I don't have to go far other than just tell people that, that's why we're just urging all the Equatorians to come together to participate, because without our participations, believe me or not, we will be victims. We have been victimized for long. Imagine about suddenly we could see ourselves after 15 years now coming together, trying to gather ourselves together and then to force the common enemy, which is, those guys. And you could see even your own began to, get away, get out, trying to get out, to go and join, your enemy, which is not good. So believe me or not, we're going to work everything in a proper way, in a way that will not lead us to any conflicts. We know very well as Equatorians. I'm fully satisfied that we're more wiser than, and we have that intellect. We have those educators, that we're very educated people and all that. We have all that it takes to become a country, but we didn't have any chance. We have been so reluctant for a long period of time, so hesitant about ourselves or our capability. Meanwhile, we have more. We can make a change and we can make a different government. So let's believe in each other and keep on. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CJ. And I just before I give Momo a chance to speak, I want to give Wilson because Wilson wanted to reply you, wanted to kind of like reply some comment you said earlier, and then from there you can actually then return your reply to CJ and Hakim Bibelik Momo. So it's like almost this is like a political match, boxing match over here. So let's see. Wilson, welcome.
Attention, attention.
أيوة
Yeah, Etika, can I
أيوة
draw attention,
سيدي.
please? Yeah,
Yes, اتفضل.
yeah. Let's don't make it so long.
Yes, I know.
And maybe the
أنا بس
video so that
my
people can be able to access it easily and imagine.
I know.
Let's not
Unfortunately, yes.
prolong it. Yeah,
You're right.
thank you.
You're right. And قبل ما أدي طيب أنا بس بدنا نعمل فاصل لأننا قعدنا 4 ساعة هسه لكن it's okay لأنه طبعا it's worth it even though sometimes لأنه الموضوع ده وصارت فعلا يتجزأ لحلقات عشان كده أنا قلت أنا برادر حكيم بكرة هنكمل معاه في موضوع بتاع إنه الشارتر ده كبير. الموضوع ده أسئلة فوقه كتير وفي نقاط لازم نناقشه لكن بس ندي لويلسون وده يدي comment and then from there نرجع لمومو and then he will come and talk to you about what he's seen wrong. Go ahead, brother Wilson. Welcome.
مرحبا بكم جميعا كلكم. يعني انا بشكركم كثير في البرنامج الحسي دلوقتي. فانا بشكر اخو الدكتور حكيم وبشكر برضو اخونا سي جي وكمان بشكرك كمان انت اللي ماسك الحوص وكل المشاهدين هناك او المعلقين. فنحن بنشكركم او انا بشكركم كلكم جميعا. فانا كنت بس عايز اعلق في موضوع بسيط جدا عن موضوع بتاع السوما. سوما احنا برا من سوما يا جماعه. يعني هسه جبالك المولانا
مومو يا مومو.
اي مولانا مومو انا بعرفه شخصيا من انا بعرفه شخصيا يعني صراحه يعني انا اقول لكم الحقيقه.
اوكي مومو
ده لما كنا في درمان يعني.
اوكي
انا بعرفه معرفه شخصي. ف معرفه شخصي لكن لما نتكلم عن السياسه السياسه بتختلف عن المعرفه.
يس.
فالمساله بتاعت السوما يا جماعه السوما ده يعني ده abbreviation بتاعت ال SOM كده.
South Sudan Opposition I think Movement or Alliance something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
يلا بعد ده كمان ده لازم احنا ناس بتاعنا هناك ما بيعرفوا الحكايات دي. يعني انت لما تقول لهم سوما ما بيعرف سوما ده شنو. انت لما تيجي تقول لهم ناس يعني احنا ناس وكده بتاع نازل كمان بيقولوا انت ممكن انت بتتخيل انك بتقول الناس وانت بتقصد انه ناس. في مرات ناس بيلخبط في
صحيح.
زول بيتكلم عن ناس هو قاصد ناس بتاعت الجبهه بتاعت اسرائيل. يعني في نوع من الناس يعني تخبط كده يعني confusion. يعني انت تقول ناس يعني احنا ناس يلا زول تاني بيفكر قال لك خلاص انت من شنو؟ انت من الناس بتاعت سريلو. لا هو قاصد يعني في ناس بتاعت إيكواتوريا ناس بتاعت بحر غزال ناس بتاعت كده. لازم الحكاية ده يكون في الأمر الواقع
يعني يتفسر بطريقة
يعني
صحيحة.
يعني مثلا انت يا أتخا يعني انا كان قلت لك انت بتعرف شنو عن اي ما بتعرف اي حاجه عن اي هسه دلوقتي انا بعرف حاجه عن اي زمان كان لما كنت هناك في جوبا كان ده كان في البلاد بتاعنا بتاعت العربات بيقولوا لك ايكواتوريا ريجون. وحسي ما فضل الا في ايكواتوريا ريجون ودوه خلاص ودوه هناك في بلد تلدوغو يلا كنتو قال لك ايكواتوريا is ايكواتوريا is ايكواتوريا كده. يلا بعدك في حاجات بتجدد يعني في تجدد في المصطلحات. مصطلحات الانجليزيه بتجدد ناس يقول سوما ناس يقول PPPA وبيقولوا برنسا بوري وحاجات بشكل كده. ده عشان نوري الناس بتاعنا هناك لازم نعمل شنو؟ نوريهم بعربي البسيط أن تجربة بس يا جماعه حاجه كده كده 1 2 3 4 بس يلا لازم يتفهم لازم توالي بعرفوا من قامل شنو من قراوين. لكن انت كان قرا جاب انجليزي نوع ما معروف وحتى عربي ذاته انه لسه ذاته عربي تاني فعلا انه كويس عربي. لكن لازم نشجع ناسنا يتعلموا حاجه اسمه إيكواتوريا اول. كان اصلا من وين تبكين انا من إيكواتوريا حتى خواجرهم ما عارف الكلام ده بريطانيين عارفين الكلام ده. انت جاي من وين إيكواتوريا يلا بقى لنا هناك في جوبا يتعلم إيكواتوريا انا بعرف ده من ايست ده من ويست ده من وين ده من اسمه لندن وحاجات بشكل كده. كلنا خلصوا الكلام ده. مو حاجه السوما دي يعني السوما ده منظمه يعني زي انت قبل تورني يا اخو ده براو الناس بيتكلم عن استوائيه بس استوائيين كيف نقوم فوق عشان نمشي لقدام. يعني حاسس انت كان مشيت كده امسك مثلا بغزل فوق الجيش قوات على النيل فوق ناس تمون هناك دي هم فوق هناك. أدنى كتور إنه ما عنده أي حاجة أنا بس جي فولو ناس يلا بكرة يلا بيشيل لنا واحد جي قتلنا كان في مستشفى كان وين جي من عنه. يعني الناس برغلا إنه ما تغير نزل هناك عنده واحد أبيض من السلوك كده أرمي أبيض أدنى كتور إنه عندي شنو أنا ما عنده أي حاجة. حتى كان جينا ونسولف كده لحد بكرة ما في أي حاجة بودنا كده. حاجه اللي في قبل دكتور كيونس وقارن اخونا سي جي قال لازم يكون في حاجه اسمه اتحاد واتحاد بس انا يعني اجي بس اتحاده بس هو كان يعني هو يعني alliances يعني تحالف يعني التحالف اللي بيكون بيننا ده بيكون بيننا إيكواتوريا بس كانت زول تقيس انت بيكون هناك جيش تكي انت بيجاب ناس تقيس وس وربا يلا بقى انا بجامل تحالف تانا تا إيكواتوريا عشان بيروح قابل ناس ده حاجه اللي انا بعمل زي زمان جدود تانا كان عامل شنو انت هل في زول اصل قال لي جدود تانا كان شكل انجليز كان شكل بوسط سلاطين سلطان تلتوكو سلطان تلقايا سلطان ديل بيجاكو بيتفق في كلام واحد عشان إيكواتوريا أنا بس أنا درجة في حاجة اسمه alliances of Equatoria يعني ده بيجيبوا لنا واحد يلا نبرا لقدام ولا الدينكا ولا النوير ولا النقال يتكلم معنا وانا هنكون لا ده بس ببساطة كده بس على البلاطة يا أخي مش كده على على باشا لكن يعني ببساطة بس أن إيكواتوريا كده نقيل بس كل واحد West East Central ناس ما زونا ده أنا بيجيبوا من برا بطريقة أنا بعرف إيكواتوريا صرنا بيجيبوا زمان كان أنا استخدم تكاتا سلاطين فهسي ده أنا من عندنا سلاطين ده نجيب سلطان لنا ده بار هسي ده ودي له من عربية ودي له كبير وكده بتاع وبرا في بلد كامل كمان
والله حاجة عيب فعلا صح
بدوك عربية كده وتجيب قروش كده بتاع وانت خلاص تقول بارك شنو ولا هو ولا شنو وهذا مش بيحصل في بارك
كله قبائل تا إيكواتوريا
فده عشان كده لازم نعمل alliance حاجة اللي بيحصل للكوكو هناك أنا ما بسكت أنا في واحد دنكاوي قال لي تعرف شنو اللي حصل هناك ده ما حصل هناك ما حصل لك قلت له ليه نازل أهالي دي الناس أنا كنت ساكن معاهم هناك كيف أنا ما بوجه بهجرة أنا لما قطعت معاه لغاية دمرت وطلعته برا من الفيس بتاعي كنت ده ناس بتاعي أنا عشت مع ناس وطارنا سوا وفعلا إحنا في بالذات سنشرال يعني أنت بتلقى كوكو كاكوا وهنا كلنا بنسمع بعض لكن عندنا بس شنو تقسيمات بسيطة وده ما يعني ما بيشيل وقت عشان الناس يجي سوا انت كان شفت سبرينج كود اوف امريكا اللي هو من تسع جاجمنت ده جاء من وين؟ جاء من ايكواتوريا يعني في كان قبائل تا ايكواتوريا ده في كوكو في كاكوا في قبائل تا
ايست ويست
لا ده بس تباري بس
اوكي في سنترال تقاصد ده كان هناك زمان
في سنترال ما في كوكو في كاكوا وفي
منداري
وفي منانبرا وفي جمال الناس كله قول سوا كل بنو من جابوا النفوس من كل من 9 نفر من جو من عمل من فوق حاجه اسمه تو وده ايكواتوريا عرب ده استغرب يا ناس امريكا جابوا مهاجرين في امريكا في سبرينج كوت لكن اجي كان بدا من هنا كان في مشكله ناس مندرة من انا برسل الجواب لناس مندرة ناس سلام الحاجات البطل دي ناس منو ودي لنا اسامي تمام عشان يحكموهم في كوجلو يعني في فتره كده ما في اي حرب من الناس ليه؟ لانه سلاطين دي كله بيحكم بيعرف الناس دي وفي قانون يا الناس دي بدا يشيلوا حاجات دي بدا يشيلوا حاجات ثانيه دي كله من بدا يشيلوا منها بدا من جد ديفولب في محلهم حاجات دي في نفس الوقت لحد حس فيه انت كان من كوكو من كاكوا انت راى سلطتك انت ما بتحترم سلطان ما بتحترمه بتحترمه فرضنا انه خلاص سلطان ما ودي له قروش ودي له حاجات احنا خلاص نجي سوا في اريزونا يا جماعه هنعمل حاجه اسمه تحالف استوائيه جبل انا استوائي يعني ده كريت كل واحد تبغوا تصوروا ده تحت يا جماعه يا ناس ايوه كان عمل شنو لنا اولاد انا بعرف كم اكثر من كم نفر انا بعرف ناس ايوه يا قتلوا منا انا بعرف من كل ناس انا قلت لهم لا ما تعمل كده وقال لا حتى في اسم اللي انا ذاته كنت في سجن في حبش دخلونا في السجن قربنا نموت جيش الحكومه الحبشيه جت طلعني يلا باقي شباب ثانيه تقريبا قريبوا من 3 شهور يلا ودوهم في حرب ناس دينكا هدول بدهم
اختصار شويه
بيحصل بنتك بشروط الجامعه
sorry Wilson, yeah, go ahead.
لا إيكواتوريا زول ما في ناس كده قدام حاجة ده بس إلا زول ما عايز يمشي قدام ديك أنا بينادوه قال لك كور وخايف وكده أنا إيكواتوريا يمشي لقدام. أنا بشكركم كلكم جميعا، بشكر أخواننا الدكتور حكيم وأخونا كمان جيجي، وأنا بشكر
We're very proud of you. We're very proud of you.
طبعا بشكر هو كمان لازم يعيد النظر في العملية بتاع سوما دي. سوما ما في حاجة في جسم كتب أخونا مولانا
ماما
ممو
شكرا
يعني
شكرا
شوية يدين يعني حتى الكتاب المقدس لما كان بيشيروا لنا بس ما فاهم الكتاب المقدس شوية لبن ممكن بدأ ولا حتى أخونا يسول ماشي اسمه جون كنت في جزيرة برطلمان جون كان هو كتب كتاب كده رؤية قال لي يسول ماشي قال لي أنا ما كنت أفهم كلامات دي يسول ماشي قال لي لا ما يجب يفهموا المستقبل هو قاعد يكتب وما بيفهم
ايوه ثانك يو
ونحاول نوريهم ونحاول نقول لهم كان بعربي العامة وبالخاصة وبالإنجليزي وبشنو بردان ذاته we are Equatorians. وأنا كمان أنا بشكرك كتير في الأغنية بتاعتك لكن دي أغنية كنت في البداية وكنت في النهاية.
exactly
It's a very beautiful song. It's a very beautiful song.
brother حكيم قال كلام ده ذاته انا كنت جاي اغنيه ثاني كلاسيك كده قال لا خد إيكواتوريا انا قلت that's true
كنت في الأول كنت في النهاية
امين
ما في حاجة لأنه نجم يعني هسي أنا هسي دي كوربوري دي تعرف ديكا كان روحي بين ثم الناس بتقول لا هرشي أكيد مرة بتاعتوا ديكا خلاص ديكا كله بيتنين مشاكل ولا إيكواتوريا لسه نجرب بين نو أنا بس إيكواتوريا إيكواتوريا بس نزل نقصنا من درجة من مملكة لتحت مملكة كان مملكة كده نقصوا لتحت ثاني نقصوا لتحت ثاني لا يلا بيجا قال كلام كبير من بين تنا الفايبان كده راي يكون الفكين يقول كده شيء تجيب بلتك يا ابن كده تقعد
thank you
مان أجل أنا بموت في حق بتاعي أنا بموت أنا كان
يا جماعة ممكن نستعذن منك
هنا ده ركاتة لأنه طبعا هنا مومو عنده حاجات كمان فأنا ده نديه أي مسج له طبعا هو ده يتكلم عشان ده طبعا أنا ذاتي almost finished because CJ عنده مشكلة في network so he cannot be with us back لكن tomorrow أنا بيجي تاني مع حكيم نتكلم أكثر عن الموضوع ده بتاع Equatoria declaration because في حاجات ما كملناه we want to discuss فيا أنا جاي أديك فرصة مومو عشان تقدر تدي كلامك لأنه طبعا كلامك هو أنت ده respond and ask this question to both of them. CJ unfortunately ما هنا كده الظاهر رجع I don't know. Okay. اتفضل هنا ده yeah اتفضل مومو yeah
اوكي شكرا مرة ثانية عتيكة. أول حاجة بس بدي أعلق لويلسون. نعم الأخ ويلسون ناس قاعدة تتكلم عن المشكلة بتاع الاستوائية الكبرى، لكن أكبر من جبت موضوع الصومة لأن كان ده الشيء اللي إنه كان تراه حكيم، عشان كده أنا دخلت في الصومة عشان كان أنا ما حيطلع برا من البرنامج. أنا هخش مباشر للرد بالنسبة لحكيم. حكيم طرق على أساس إنه يعني ما حيتفق معي كلامي ده is not logic. لكن أنا نختلف الرأي، اختلاف الرأي لا يفسد الوقت. إحنا متفقين في شيء لأن عايزين في النهاية عايزين السلام. أنا بتكلم بمنطلق قواعد قانونية ما أساسا ساكت. ليه أنا قلت أساسا إنه في الميثاق الأخ حكيم وزي ما أنت ذكرت إنه يعني أنتوا ناس سيجنتري الأساسا كان أساسا ما وقع الاتفاقية ده من المفترض انتوا كان حتكون في المفاوضات الدائره في اسمها في روما في سان جيليو صحيح، لكن انا ما حاخش هناك في خلافاتكم الموجوده اداريا، لان الميثاق انه سوما عملت ده هو الميثاق اللي بتحكم، يعني هو زي الدستور بتاع التحالف. اذا كان انت طلعت من في تكوين التحالف، اذا كان انت طلعت لاسباب ان اهداف بتاع التحالف ما بتوافق مع اهدافك، ما ده من حقك انت تطلع.
انا ما كنت جزء بتاع التحالف ذاته، ما جزء بتاع التحالف. احنا ما جزء بتاع التحالف.
شكرا. اذا انت ما جزء بتاع التحالف، واذا فرضنا انت عايز تخش التحالف، لابد انه طرع ميثاق التحالف بيقول شنو تلقائيا قانونيا. اذا انه هذا الميثاق ما بتماسك مع اهداف بتاع الحزب بتاعك اللي هو السيلف ديترمينيشن في اكيتوريا، اكيد ما حتقدر تتماشى مع هذا الميثاق. يبقى اذا حتى لو دخلت ما حتقدر، وحتى هم ما حيوافق عليها، لان ما قلت انه الميثاق دي هو دي الميثاق اساسا اللي بتحكم هذا التحالف، ملزما على كل الاعضاء التحالف. نمره 3، انا لما كبرت ذكرت انه يجب الناس تعمل تحالفات والناس تدخل في تحالفات. ممكن هذا التحالف ممكن هذا التحالف بتاع سوما ممكن تعدل المبادئ الاهداف بتاعهم اذا لقى الاغلبيه اللي انضموا على هذا التحالف بيطالبوا بحقوق انه بيطار لمصلحه الشعب الاستوائي، ممكن هم حيدخلوا. لكن لابد انه شنو لابد انه شنو ناس يكون التحالفات حتى انه ندخل. انا عايز ارد للاخ سي جي بيقول صحيح ما في دستور في الدوله، وانه الاتفاقيه اللي حصلت دي من المفترض ان يشكل كل الشريحه الموجوده. انا متفق معك يا استاذ سي جي، ما في دستور، لكن الاجراء الصحيح ما بالضروره انه كل التحالفات بتجيب السلام. يمكن المعارضه الوقع الاتفاقيه مع الحكومه اذا كان جدي، وانا بكرر اذا كان جدي، لان اساسا ثم طلعت من هذه الاتفاقيه. ليه؟ لان ما اخذت جذور المشكله وما ضمن بعض الاشياء الموجوده لمصلحه الشعب. ما دام ان المعارضه الوقع الاتفاقيه ده ضامن على تنفيذ هذا الاتفاق روحا ونصا بما فيه الترتيبات الامنيه والنظام الفيدرالي الموجوده، هنا من الممكن من المفترض هذا المعارضه الوقع الاتفاقي ممكن يجيب السلام ويسلم السلطه للشعب عشان تعرض الدستور الدائم. زي مثال بسيط بديل، مره لما كان مشى وقع الاتفاقيه ما قال في النهايه كان جاي السلام، ما كل الشعب الجنوبي انه كان ماشيين، لكن ان المرغه اللي كان رجل السلام ماشي بقضيه الشعب اللي يجيب السلام، فعلى السلام بتيجي من كل الابواب. ممكن سوما انه حاليا بيدير بيناقش في المفاوضات في روما، ممكن يجيب السلام، ممكن تتغدى الحكومه والمعارضه، وبصفه خاصه الحكومه تتغدى للحكومه انه تقبل حل شامل لقضيه جنوب السودان. وفي النهايه سوما لو جاب السلام هيسلم للشعب جنوب السودان عن انه تقرر مصيرهم بعدها زي يعمل شنو.
ما قاطعك.
انا بعترض هنا النقطه دي.
انا كمل
اوكي، لانه كلامك انا ذاته بعترض. انا جاي اجيله.
اوكي
ده تفضل.
لا انا اجي لنقطه بتاعت ثباته كلامه صحيح 100%. احنا خلينا نفرق بين انه احنا بنناقش في اطار القوميه واحنا بنناقش في اطار الاقليمي. في اختلاف المبادئ. المبدأ بتاع سوما هي بطالب حل شامل لقضيه جنوب السودان. انه نظافه وسيفل سيشن هم بيطالب بانه الاستوائيه
وقت استوائيه
بيطالب بالانفصال
او لا خليني نفسر لك حاجه.
لا
اول
بس
شيء
انا خلاص
اول شيء
خليني
نقول
اكمل.
لك بس انا اقول لك عشان تفهم الكلام ده كويس.
تفضل.
حقوق الاستوائيه لما نطالبوا ده، لانه
خلاص
ناس كثير ما قاعد يتكلم عنه. يلا جينا قمنا
شكرا.
اتكلمنا
خلاص
هو موضوع
بيطالب. اوكي
الانفصال ده، لانه شفنا انه اللعبات السياسيه
شكرا
ماشيه
شكرا
اجنده
شكرا
سوريا.
شكرا. بيطالب بحقوق الاستوائيه صحيح. بيطالب بحقوق الاستواء واستوائيه جزء لا يتجزا. انا ما بنزل القيمه الاستوائيه، انا بقلل من خلال المبادئ القانونيه.
في
ما
قانون
بنختلف انه في شيء انه انت بيطالب اقليمي وفي شيء انت بيطالب قومي. في النهايه اذا كان سوما نجح في السلام انه بتمثل كل حقوق الشعب جنوب السودان بدل تجزء دوله جنوب السودان فمرحب بها. اذا كان الحكومه الوقع الاتفاقيه قدر تنقذ الحكومه انه تحل كل جذور المشكله وتجيب السلام، حتى سوما ممكن حتوافقه. نجي نقطه انه ثبات. اوكي قبل ما ثبات اتكلم في شيء مهم خالص، وده شيء من ترى احنا بنركز في نقطه ثبات اتكلم فيه. احنا كاستوائيه الكبرى كتنظيم سياسي ومجتمع مدني، احنا من المفترض انه نعمل مؤتمر بتاعنا واهدافنا وبرنامجنا شنو، نجهز انفسنا حتى اذا كان سوما جابت السلام ولا اذا كان اي او جاب السلام بطريقه اللي هم عارفينه، احنا ما زال كاستوائيه كبرى انه متمسكين بمطالب بتاعنا، ولا بد انه دستوريا وقانونيا اي معارضه انه وقع سلام الحكومه لازم يجيب السلام ويسلم السلطه للشعب، والشعب هو اللي بدا الدستور الدائم في الدوله. عبر شنو؟ عبر تنظيم عبر تنظيم المؤسسات السياسيه وحزبيه. الليله النظافه بيجيب البرامج بتاعه، وفي النهايه الشعب هم اللي بيقرروا واللي يشئنوا التنظيمات.
اوكي فيني ارد لك؟
الفرق
سي جي قبل ما ترد عليك انا بدنا نتكلم حاجه مهم جدا، لانه انكل ماما في حاجه لا انت اندرستاند.
نعم.
انت قاعد تركز هسه في قاعد تقول انه ثبات كلامه كله بيرفكت، في حاجات هو لازم كمان يراجع نفسه فوقه. اوكي لكن ما اظن لانه هو ما موجود هنا سو انا ما برد للموضوع بتاعه.
نعم.
لكن انا عايز اركز هنا للسوما ومبدا بتاعنا احنا كاستوائيه. اوكي وبعدين ما في زي ما قبلك في حاجه ذكروا السي جي، ما في حكومه هناك. اوكي كان ما في حكومه هناك والحصر هسه في البلد ذاك ده قوات ميليشيا قبليه. خلينا نكون واضحين، انا ما اعرف 200 استوائيين بيعترفوا انه البلد اللي هسه ماشي في البلد الاجل ماشي في جنوب السودان ده قبيلتين ماسكين البلد ده. اوكي ماسكينه بقوه عسكريه بقوه ميليشيات. يا ايو لما نو عمل شغب بتاعه عشان رده الفعل تا اس بي ال قتل نوير في جوبا، هم هسه جا دخلوا جوا النظام ده. هنا ما فينا نجي نقول شنو، نقول انه النظام اللي هسه قاعد يتكلم ده حكومه فوق الدستور فوق اي نظم قانونيه. بعدين الولايات اللي هسه قاعدين يتكلموا في جنوب السودان ما في ولايه، اي ال10 ولايات دي ما
ما احنا ما اختلفنا.
لا ما
انا ما قلت انه
لانه انا خلي المواطنين تاعنا يفهموا كويس، لانه هسه احنا قاعدين نتكلم في النظم القانوني، ما في قانون في جنوب السودان. خلينا نكون واضحين.
احنا ما اختلفنا احنا ما اختلفنا
لانه شنو انت تجيب لي منطق
ما اختلفنا معك انه ما في دوله، ما في دستور، ما في حكومه، ما في كل شيء.
لما يكون ما في دستور ما في حكومه معناته احنا ما نعترف باي شيء بيجي من جهات القال. اسال انتم سوما هو براه وطى نفسه، يعني سوما خط نفسه في مرحله ضعيفه جدا انه هو ماشي يقعد عشان ينغوشيت، مع انه هو كان سيدي يتكلم عن المواطن، هو يقول الاسباب دي بوضوح للمواطنين ويخلي المواطن يجيب معاه. اوكي لانه السوما ما داير يتكلم مع المواطن، السوما داير يقول للمواطن شنو هيحصل وكيف هيعملوها. لكن احنا كمواطنين اللي جايين نتكلم عن حقوقنا، لان نجي نقول للمواطنين بتاعنا فوقوا يا جماعه، قوموا انهضوا من النوم، انتوا هنا ناس قاعدين يلعبوا فراخ. كل زول ده يجي بنفسه هو سياسي وهو زول يتعلم وزول كده لسن، والمواطنين هم غشونا. حتى لما كلام بتاع اندبندنت جنوب السودان كان الناس بيقولوا هم يحررونا. لما المواطنين احنا طلعنا، انا متذكر الكلام ده، انا من طلعنا قاعدين نتكلم انه احنا صوتنا يا هو جاب الحريه ده ما اندبندنت، ده ما بقولوا شنو ده شكله ده، لانه زي قبلك حتى براد حكيم ذكر هنا ده اس بي ال ما نجح في اي انتصار، ما انتصر في اي حرب. اوكي، اس بي ال بالعكس خسر. لو ما اتفاقيه 2005 لعب دور كبير عشان يدي للمواطن الجنوبي حقه، ما كان الجنوبيين بيقدر يتكلموا. هسه ما كنا بنيجي نقول انه حق المواطن الجنوبي هو انتوا كنتوا تقولوا لا احنا حررنا، وفعلا في ناس كتير امنوا بالكلام ده. لما هسه اليوم المعارضه لسه قاعد يطلع برا ده، المعارضه ده كله هم كان جزء من الحكومه، وهم جزء اللي خربوا وضع المجتمع الجنوبي. عشان كده استوائنا اليوم لقى حالهم هم منبوذين، هم مشردين، وهم وصل لمرحله ما في حتى قياده بيقدر يتكلم باسم إيكواتوريا. لما احنا قاعد نتكلم بقى نلقى معارضات من سوما بيجي بيقول يا اخي انتم مالكم ديناي، ما حاجه دي كلنا قاعدين نفايت في جنوب السودان. قلنا اسمع، جنوب السودان كان انتم قاعدين تفايت ما بنلقى حقنا، لانه جنوب القصه بتاع سوما هو ما قاعد يتكلم عن حقوق استوائي، لانه استوائيه هو المنبوذ. هسه العاصمه في استوائيه والحركه الشعبيه قاعد يعمل تهجير بتاع المواطنين. حتى السياسه، يا السياسه كله مركبه بقبيلتين يا انكل ماما. انا ما داري نكتر هناك، لكن بدي للناس فرصه. انا عارف، اتفضل. سوري، انت قاعد تتكلم.
اوكي
اتفضل.
اوكي، انت بتتكلم عن سوما، ان السوما قاعد يتكلم عن حقوق الاستوائيين.
نعم،
في حاجه
انا بقول لك
انه اوكي، انا عايز اقول انه اول حاجه عشان انت لما تنطلق من هذا انت ترجع في الاتفاقيه اساسا الميليات اللي حصلت.
نوقف.
انت ما تدخل من الراس.
اتفاقيه اتفاقيه ما بيمثل. سوري، اتفاقيه ما قاعد يمثل الجنوبيين. اتفاقيه
انا
اثنين قبيله.
انا خليت لك الفرصه تتكلم.
اتفاقيه اثنين قبيله، بس انا نذكر الكلام ده. اتفاقيه ده
عارف ده كله.
يا اتفضل.
الصومعة ولدت كيف؟ ما الصومعة اساسا ولدت بعد ما ان توقيع الاتفاقيه اللي وقعت في الخرطوم، بعد ما انه اختلفوا ما خاطبوا جذور المشكله، ولدت اسمها نانسي جنوتري. ولدت نانسي جنوتري من منطلق الاتفاقيه اللي وقع بين المعارضه والحكومه، وبعد ده انه شنو جا كونت تحالف بتاع سوما. زي ما انا قلت، التحالف بتاع سوما ده بتحكمها شنو؟ بتحكمها ميثاق، بتحكمها اتفاق على مبادئ هم اللي اتفقوا عليها. هنا بالنسبه للوساطه بتاع سانجيديو، وكلام ده انا برجع لاخ سيلاكو، اخ سي جي قال انه يعني انه سانجيديو محايد. انا بقول اساسا انه لجنه مصايد الحميده او لجنه الوساطه اساسا هي ما محايده، هو بيعمل تقديم وجهه النظر بين الاطراف، ما ملزم اساسا انه تجيب مع الطرف الثاني. فبالتالي
انا ما رافض القانون اللي تتكلموا نايدا كل بومو. انا ما رافض كلامك ده، لكن بدل نكون الواقع هنا.
انا كنت في نقطه انه انت لما تتكلم عن سوما ما تنظر على سوما انه هي اساسا كشنو كتنظيم بيت الاستواء عشان تتكلم عن حقوق بيت الاستوائيين. واحد
خلينا نخلي ناس حكيم ويجي يتكلم، لانه ممكن هم بيقدروا يرد لك.
يا كلامك كمل يا من برود. نمرة اثنين
أجل متقطع عندك بليز، أجل متقطع خالص عنده، ما بعرف ليه.
عندك انت درايفنج يا سي جي او انت؟
انا جالس قاعد والله ما
لا ما انا قاعد
لا مامو هناك عارف كيف الميكروفون بتاعه فيه حزه فوق ولا ما بعرف في
زبده.
انا ما قاعد استوعب الكلام اللي قاعد يقوله بوضوح.
كلامك بوضوح. قال انت فيك تعيد الكلام يا ماما. قالوا ما قاعد يسمع كلامك كويس، مقاطع. واضح سي جي؟
اوكي try
اوكي. انا قلت انه جبال الاخ سي جي قال انه سانجيديو محايد، وانا برضه انه سانجيديو ما محايد، لان اساسا الوساطه
لا انا قصدي انه كان هي المفروض تكون محايده بحكم
اساسا هي محايده،
كطرف.
هي
هي من يكون
محايده.
محايده. انا ما قلت ما محايد، لكن هو ما ماخذ دور الانحياز الانحياد، لكن هو شنو صار منحاز.
Yes.
اوكي
لانه اللغه من
أوكي.
خلال اللغه بتاعه يعني لما يجيك واحد يقول لك انا ما وقعت هذه الاتفاقيه، انا عاوز ادي وجهه النظر بتاعي، ما زي مثلا الحكيم انت ما المفروض ترفض له، عارف كيف؟
موجودة.
That's what I mean. Thank you.
هو قاصد شنو الماما؟ انه حكيم قبلك تستيفايد او ادى كشهاده كدليل انه هو جاب اصوات بتاع المواطنين عشان يتكلم، وفي النهايه الناس ديل قام عملوا ريجكشن للكلام ده، حتى ذاته ما اعتبروا انه هو عنده اي قضيه عشان يتكلم، وقال لا الناس ديل لانهم شافوا وزن التبديل في السياسه. السياسيين مثلا طبعا ما عشان كده زي قلنا السياسه كله في بالك سيجي اكدوا لحكيم انه قال حاجه ده موضوع بتاعتك عندك سلاح بتكون عندك قوه هناك وزن، يعني هسه زول اللي عنده سلاح بيقدر يلعب، لكن كان جاب في مرحله بتاع بقانا موم عنده لانه جروب جوا وجروب برا
ناس مين يعني هل هو سانجيديو ولا عادات عصامه؟
نو هو ما قال اجيديو سانجيديو ده بدلو يكون يعني ياخد طريقه بتاع النص، يجيب في النص ما بيمشي بجهه يمين او شمال، هو واقف بقى قاعد ياخد طرف. فلانه شهاده لكلام بتاع برادر حكيم، انت سميت قبالك حكيم
نعم.
وضح حاجات كتير من داخل الحاجات ده، وحتى قبالك سميته هو طوالي قام قاعد يقول مفترض يعني كده ادانه لسنجيدو بنفسه، يعني سنجيدو بنفسه طلع هو ما ماشي بالطريقه الصحيحه، يعني في لعبات، يعني معناته في لعبه سياسيه كده ما لصالح المواطن الجنوبي ولا لصالح الاستوائي. ده يا موضوع ده.
اوكي انت عارف
I hope I'm correct, brother Hakim, in my point.
يعني انا understand سانجيديو كجهه الوسيط كلجنه الوساطه، اسمعني كلام ده كويس. اوكي
انا سامع.
سانجيديو كجهه لجنه الوساطه من شروط الوساطه ومن شروط اختيار الوسيط ان الاطراف المتنازع او الاطراف اللي بتقدم طلب للوساطه هم اللي اختاروا الوسيط، ده من ضمن شروط الوساطه. اوكي لما الاطراف طلب الوسيط ان الوسيط تلتزم باقتراحات الاعضاء الطلب الوساطه. هنا اذا كان الاخ حكيم قدم طلبه، من المفترض يقدم طلبه لنفس التحالف وليس يمشي يقدم لسانجيديو، لان سانجيديو ما عنده حق تدخل منه وتطلع منه، لكن سانجيديو ملزم اذا كان ناس التحالف قبل اقتراح بتاع حكيم وضمنوا قال ده يكون معنا اعضاء، فدي اساسا لجنه الوساطه ما عنده اي اختراع، ده من قواعد الوساطه والتحكيم.
اسمع جنسيه حكيم شنو؟ هو سوداني، هو جنوبي، هو جنوبي. هو إيكواتوريا، جنسيته شنو؟
اكسجين احنا بنتكلم من الوساطه وشروط الوساطه، قبول الوساطه وعدم اقتراب الوساطه.
وانا متفق بالكلام ده، انا بس بقول لك عمي شنو تعريفك لحكيم شنو؟
ممكن أقاطعك. عاوز اسالك سؤال، هل انت ملم بكل تفاصيل بتاعت الوساطه اللي قاعد تتكلم عنه ده؟ عندك نسخه مكتوبه منصوص بالكونديشنز اللي انت قاعد تقوله ده؟ هل في عندك نصوص بتقدر ترجع له انه هذه هي النصوص بتاعت الوساطه، هذه هي التي تطبق من جانب إيجينيو وهذه هي التي تطبق من جانب بتاعت سوما، وكان هذا قد ارتضي له اتفق الجانبان على اساس ان هذا هو النص بتاعت الاسم شنو ده؟ النص بتاعت الوساطه. هل عندك الكلام ده؟
انا عم بنطلق من مبادئ قوانين.
ما قال
نو انت بتتكلم انت بتتكلم الفرضيات، انت بتتكلم الفرضيات بدون نص وبدون شهاده وبدون يعني دليل. اوكي بس انا بسالك، انت عندك دليل فيه النص بتاعت الكلام اللي قاعد تقوله ده.
هجيب لك انا بس ما هنا كتابه
لا ما موضوع تحجيب يا ماما، ما موضوع
اسمع
تحجيب. الموضوع تفضل السؤال لانه شنو كلام انت
انت
قلته
سالتني سؤال انا عايز ارد لك انا عايز
اوكي
ارد
رد
لك
رد
الجواب.
رد اوكي رد.
انا عايز ارد لك الجواب. انت سالتني حال عندك النص انه في كلامك ده انه بيقول في قوانين قواعد التحكيم والوساطه. انا بقول لك نعم انه ده قواعد عامه موجوده في التحكيم الدولي. من قواعد التحكيم الدولي انه هنالك
يا
شروط
تو
تنطبق على اختيار الوسيط وشروط تنطبق على على اختيار الوسيط وشروط تنطبق على لجنه الوساطه. المبدا الحياد دائم بالنسبه
ده كله كلام كويس يا استاذ.
ده ما موضوع
Romo, this is all fine. Okay, this is all fine. I'm just asking you, do you have دليل انه ده هذا هو ما يطبق من جانب بتاع سانجيرو وسوما نص ومرجع انت عندك ولا بس مبني على افتراض؟
لا انا ما قاعد اتكلم من الناحيه الموضوعيه بتاع الدائره في سانجيديو، لكن انا بتكلم من خلال انا بتكلم من خلال مبدا انه رفض سانجيديو على قبول انضمام.
اوكي
مامو
كان انترفير عشان ما يكون عشان ما يكون جدل بين النفرين. انا بعرف عشان ما يكون جدل بين النفرين.
دقيقه بس انا اخش في الموضوع. انت كراجل قانوني كويس، انت كراجل قانوني كويس، المفروض تكون عندك شنو؟ تكون عندك مرجعيه عامه كويس. المرجعيه العامه اللي انت رجعت له ده وهو الكلام اللي تكلمت عن مثلا الوساطه الدوليه وكيفيه وما الى ذلك، اوكي؟ وماذا تتوقع من الاطراف وما الى ذلك، اوكي؟ لكن صحيح. بعد ده كله انت بتكون عندك نسخه خاصه تستمد من المرجع العام ده. انا بسالك السؤال، انت عندك نص بتاعت المرجع الخاص بسانتيجيديو وسوما؟ ده الكلام اللي انا عاوزك ترجع له عشان ما تتكلم من شنو؟ من المرجع العام ومن الافتراضيات، اوكي؟ لا. انا عاوزك تتكلم من منطلق بتاع شنو؟ دليل. هل هذا ما تبعته سانتيجيديو وسوما؟ وممكن يا اخي تديني النسخه؟
اوكي بس قبل ما ترد له يا مومو يا انكل مومو سيجي قال لي يتكلم، لكن بس في حاجه واحده عشان ما ننسى. في كلام بتاعك ده خلينا نرجع كلام واحد نتكلم. سنغويدو ما دوله، اوكي؟ سنغويدو ده منظمه كنسيه، يعني ذاته كان جزء في الشؤون السياسيه. هو ما عنده قيمه قوي بيلعب فوقه، يعني ما عنده وزن قوي كده سياسي بيلعب فوقه، يعني وزن بتاعه في مرحله النيغوشيشن ده هو كوسيط. لان انا متذكر في حدث كان بين اسمه شنو ده؟ كوبا بلد اسمه شنو؟ كولومبيا، الفارك والحكومه بتاع كولومبيا. البوب اتوسط فوق وانا متذكر. يلا لما هو اتوسط طبعا عمل شنو؟ كمبادره وديه مسيحيه. طبعا هم اصلا منظمه مسيحيه، ما منظمه هم سياسيين، لكن منظمه مسيحيه. يعني بيجي بيرجع الناس قبل ما ننيغوشيت. طبعا انا ما حضرت السوما نيغوشيشن تام في سنغويدو، لكن based on what I have learned about the Colombia incident، الموضوع بتاع كولومبيا كان simple، sorry في ده موضوع بتاع كولومبيا كان very simple. انه موضوعهم حاولوا انه احنا نقعد مع بعض، انتوا كلكم مسؤولين وابناء بلد واحد، حاولوا يفكروا كيف تقدر تتاقلموا مع
حسن النيه.
دي حسن النيه. ثانك يو. ففعلا هم قاموا يتراجعوا. يلا في النهايه قاموا مش جابوا دول اخرى، يا دول عنده نفوذ زي امريكا، كوبا، لانه كوبا قاعد يساعد الميليشيات اللي هناك في كولومبيا، وجا قعدوا عملوا نيغوشيشن. وفي النهايه قاموا يتوصلوا لحلول، يا جا قام مشاركه الحكومه، عملوا كومبرومايز ذات. في موضوع السوما ده انا شايف ذا سيم جيم ده يلعبوه فوقهم، اوكي؟ لكن جيس وات، في نفس الكلام نرجع لنا باك للوضع الاول. قاعد نتكلم كمواطنين استوائيه. احنا مواطنين استوائيه قد ما ادركنا الغلط وين، قاعد نجي نقول بكل وضوح ليس هناك حكومه شرعيه يمثل الشعب الجنوبي او حتى ذاته شعوب استوائيه. ليه؟ لانه الشعب الاستوائيه ما قد يعترف انه في حكومه، لان دي 2 قبيله ماسكين ميليشيا. اتخيل في اتفاقيه الريفاجلايز اجريمنت 2 قبيلتين وزعوم قال ده الجيش الوطني، واليوم هم قاعدين يعملوا اغتصابات في جوا استوائيه، هم اللي قاعدين يعملوا ازمه في جوا اراضي بتاعنا ونهب وكل شيء، وفي نفس الوقت كمان قاعدين يعملوا اداره كير عشان يعملوا شنو؟ يمسكوا مناجم ولا شنو اراضي الفوق مناجم ده يلا يبيعوا برا. سو اللعبه دي اتفاقات. اوكي، سوما هسه في دخوله وقعاده في ترابيزه. انا كاستوائي اللي انا ما عندي ان قلنا ان انا مواطن استوائي فقدنا الثقه في حاجه اسمه حركه الشعبيه. وامين فقدنا الثقه في حاجه اسمه جنوب السودان. سوري، حركه الشعبيه اصلا من زمان
بس
ما
لحظه دقيقه 1 minute.
Okay, so yeah, it's sorry 1 minute. Then we have to give a break because I know we're
إفيكا
اتفضل. يا اتفضل هنا سباتا. انت هنا. اوكي اتفضل.
إفيكا كلام إفيكا
انا معك، انا قاعد اسمعك.
دكتور يس الناس اللي دكتور حكيم داريو يا بجاي سي جي يا بجاي مومو يا هندك بهناك. انا بفتكر على اساس انه ديسكشن بتاعنا ده كده جني حاجه كده الاستوائيين بقدر يستفيد من فوقه، حاجه كده على النبي شيب لومن، حاجه لومن بيفكروا فوقه، يعني دور لومن مثلا بيلعب ولا حاجات بشكل زي ده عشان بكره بعد بكره النبي بيلقوا مثلا سيشن كيف ولا حاجات بشكل زي ده. لانه انا متاكد انك نقول عن ناس صوما كتير هسه ده، انا ما متاكد كان ده بيبني اي حاجه لبنيان بتاع شعب بتاع استوائيه لدور بتاعهم عشان هم يعملوا شنو عشان نقدر نحقق اهداف بتاعنا بكره بعد بكره. فانا ما انا غايته ما بيعرف بالذات كده موضوع بتاع صوما ده انترست
Well, excuse me, can I interfere?
يا انا بس انا
معلش يعني كده
لا انا عارف. قبل ما ادي اوكي هلا
Can I interject?
اوكي
Hello.
سي جي بس ندي ولا تديه جواب. اوكي انا بدنا نقول لسباتا ريمبر مان. اوكي سي جي انت كمان جيت طوال انت تكلمت.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
انا نسيت ذاته خلاص. جو هيد سبيك. لا اتفضل.
Yeah, أنا قاعد أقول الأخ سباتها يعني عارف كيف. Yeah, it's really very important, very important. لما نتكلم عن سوما, this is a very important issue, gentlemen. It does, it does send a signal to any Equatorians wherever they are. You know why? Liano, you need to go deeply. Remember that Soma, there is a brother over there who is Equatorian. So it's all concerned. they مهمة بتاعت أي Equatorians لازم أنه نعرف نازل the way how they are advancing. وهم ماشيين يعملوا شنو, whether we have to analyze it and see what is the good side and bad side. People have to know about that. So, this will let me step to Brother Momo, if you would like, else, I have to stop here. If you don't allow me, Atika.
Okay, thank you. لا أي كلام ده
That's about, أنا قاعد أقول لثباتها بس أقول حاجة نعم عنده أهمية كبير كمان.
Exactly. عشان بعدين ده نذكر أنا قبل ما أدي لمومو أجين عشان يرد. طبعا مومو اليوم أنت خطيت حلقة في حلقة بتاع وسود.
الحلقة ما بكون مفروض تكون بينه وبين.
انت دخلت في the wrong place. انت جاي تتكلم عن سوما، انت جيت بموضوع فما مشكلة. it's good. مع ان اخوان لازم يتكلموا. فبس حاجة انا دايما اقول لك شيء اهم شيء تفهمه. اوكي برادر سباتا، احنا ما بنتكلم عن سوما لانه فعلا سوما ما بس ياو براو the issue عندنا إيكواتوريا دخلوا في ايو، عندنا إيكواتوريا جو اس بي ال ام، عندنا إيكواتوريا ماشيين باسم تاع جنوب السودان، عندنا إيكواتوريا راسهم ذاته خلاص قفل لدرجه بقى ما عارفين يمينهم وشمالهم وين. احنا قاعدين نركز لموضوع انه عشان نقدر نوصل لمرحله الدوله لازم يكون الناس عندهم ادراك knowledge about who they are, where they're from and what is their problem, what is the problem اللي خلاهم يوصل في المرحله ده وكان how can they get out of it. لكن مش لما نحن نتكلم في اي قضيه ده عنده علاقه مع إيكواتوريا. احنا ما قاعد نتكلم حاجه دي كانه قاعد نتكلم عن شمال السودان ودارفور. هنا قاعد نتكلم عن مشكله قاعد يتعلق بإيكواتوريا، لانه الناس اللي في سوما هسه هم الناس اللي قاعدين يحارب جوا إيكواتوريا، والحرب هسه المعركه جوا إيكواتوريا. المعركه ما في بحر الغزال او هناك، المعركه جوا إيكواتوريا. واليوم انا قاعد نقول عشان نحن نقدر نوضح للناس ده احنا ما ضد اي زول استوائي، احنا بنحب اخواننا استوائيين لدرجه ان نديم الوعي خليهم يويك اب قبل ما يجي يفوت الاوان، لانه هم دايرين يدخلوا في حاجه ما شغلهم. يوم ده ورينا لايكاتوريان، انتوا عارفين كلام ده قلنا لكم، وانا انت بتعرف كلام ده my brother. We spoke before in 2015. قلنا لايكاتوريان ايو is a tribal organization very clear. احنا ما دايرين ندخل في مشكله اثنين قبيله.
لا انا فهمت.
انت عرفت
انا فهمت خلاص. معناته طريقه
انا ما قاعد اسمع.
طريقه الكون نسمو كلام بتاعنا صوما ده
انا ما قاعد اسمع.
بطريقه على زو فهمومو استوائيين على اساس انه ايوه انت اسمع.
انا قاعد اسمع كسا في قاعد يقطع. انت كانوا قاعد درايف مش انت قاعد تسوق، لانه قاعد يقطع
لا انا وقفت.
اوكي لانه قاعد يعمل اوكي كمل. انا قاعد
تسمعني.
No, it's clear now. It's clear.
هاي واضح.
ايوه انا خلاص فهمت. انا خلاص فهمت. ايوه انا خلاص فهمت منك على اساس انه موضوع اللي جيبوا فوق الصومه ده ازو فهموا ايكواتوريين اللي اتدخلوا في مجموعه بتاعت احزاب الهاسا كون نفسهم صومه ده على اساس انه هم ما عندهم بزنس هناك، يطلعوا من هناك عشان عندنا برنامج هنا بتاعت ايكواتوريا. Now
No. Objection. That's wrong. No. We don't mean that. No.
Okay, hold on. Listen. The right CJ. Listen, the right CJ. Okay, hold on. The right CJ. أنا واضح بوضوح. Yes. Let me tell you why. ما موضوع بس عشان سوما. Okay. موضوعنا وحاجة ده واضح my brother. أنت داير أرضك صح؟ أنت تمشي تجري ورا زول اللي قال أرضك عشان تيجي تتكلم معه، تقعد تحت تيجي تشهده، ولا أنت بتمشي على الطريقة الصحيح اللي أنت كيف تقدر تجيب عدالة لحقك؟ ما محتاج تيجي تشهد زول. هسه negotiation تاع روما ده هل بدي اي فايده؟ يوم ده كنا قلنا بوضوح اتفاقيه ده ما هيمشي لقدام الا هم يستسلموا which is compromise عشان يدخلوا جوا، يا هم يطلعوا نهائيا بكرامتهم. الاستواء اللي بيعرف كرامته يخارج يقول اسمع انا ارضي بتاعي اهم من كل شيء. فلسطينيين قاعدين يتكلموا عن ارض، عرب قاعدين يتكلموا عن ارض. انت بقى انت الاستوائي بيتك قاعدين يقلعوا منك قدامك، نساوينكم قاعدين يختصموا في اي محكمه عملوا لحد هسه. هايبر كوريا قاعدين يتكلموا في ريفايتالايز بيس اجريمنت ده كله وهم. ادول سلطه لاداره غير شرعي في ريفايتالايز اجريمنت. اس بي ال هسه يا ماسك الباور. اوكي نما رياض مشهر ما قاعد في ناس قاعد يحقق رياض مشهر خدته في حبس لانه زول بس داير توقيع. نو اجبروا رياض مشهر يدخل جوا هناك، ورياض مشهر ذاته ما عنده قوه لانه هو ذاته ما عنده فكره سياسيه، ما واعي عشان يقدر يسي انا داير حقوق انا داير عداله. هو ما التزم يعني هو he did not submit to the case. بالعكس هو قاعد يلف يمين شمال لمصالحه الشخصيه. عشان كده كثير النوير ده انقسموا معه لانه هم كل زول بيقدر يشوف مصلحته. لكن احنا استوائيين ما نكون نتبع شخصيات زي ده، احنا استوائيين نكون واضحين بنفسنا. we are calling for our land, for our people to be compensated for the crime اللي عملوا لهم, and the land must be returned, and then the people must be returned, and then Equatoria can decide for themselves as a nation. وما في زول بيقدر يمنعنا من نكون الدولة. This is the
okay, let me put it this way to Sabata. حاجة عاوزين نقوله هسه يا سباتا. انت لما تعمل when you hold my name and you to speak on my behalf, then it is my right to figure out to know who you are. Number one, this is number one. Give the signal to the Jamhur. لأنه I'm not the judge. Or people will judge whether that guy is really speaking on our behalf or not. Whether he's in wrong track or not, so he could correct himself. As says Atika, which is clear. So that's the point. As a figure, as a national figure, you need to be subjected to many things like criticism. You have to be, you have to be give an answer. You have to be answer to the people. So we are the people. Once we are speaking, to hijack our right anymore. So that's one of the strong reasons why we have to speak. You understand? Like Jamadel Hassade, Sanagirio. I have ever attended, such kind of initiative. This is an initiative. With Arifazil Mubadara, I did attend it once in Khartoum, in Komboni College. We attended, by the time there was Nazabunadel Kulumanjo Hinak, all those archbishops and all that, so we discussed about the issue of South Sudan by then. Okay? So the Mubadara, it is not an agreement. We can't put it as a deal or Masalan they are. Yeah. So that is fact. Number one, let me go and throw my answer to questions to brother Mamo. You know, there's one thing, Mamo, ماذا يقول القانون؟ ماذا يقول القانون لما انت تتحالف مع واحد مثلا مجرم؟ القانون بيخطك يا محل. نمرة 2، انت قلت انه زول بيمشي بيختار الممثل اللي بيجي عشان يتكلم مثلا الميدياتور. No, it's wrong. United Nations قاعد يخش في اي محل، هل لازم بالرغبه؟ هل انا بقول انا عاوز لان United Nations ما تمشي هناك تعال لازم انا اقتنع بك انه انت United Nations you have to come to my country؟ No. في مجموعه كبيره هناك، فلذلك القانون يعني زي ما بقول الاسلام انه شنو القانون بيتغير مع الوضع، عارف كيف بيتاقلم. القوانين الديكتاتوريه كانت هي النظم اللي علمونا به، قاعد يقول انه ده قانون وده قانون، ده ناس زي او شرعوا. بنرجع للكلام بتاع المسلمين انه شنو هلا ده قانون بتاع ربنا يا اخي ولا ده قانون بتاع بني ادم؟ لذلك شنو يعني احنا لا يجب ان نتمسك بهذه المواقف في الوقت الان وانت قاعد تشوف الحق يا ودي والباطل هنا. على سبيل المثال في هذا البلد في يوم من الايام في واحد قاضي بكى قام قال شنو؟ قال يا ريت انا عندي سلطه اقدر احكم. عارف كيف؟ يعني انت هنا مدينك لوائح بس انك تنفذها بس. زي ما قاعد يقول واحد اسمه لوك، قالوا حاجات اللي قاعد يدرسونا ده عباره ده طبعا هو فيلسوفي كده، ده واحد حاجات اللي قاعد يدرسونا ده عارف كيف؟ ده مجرد شنو انه عاوز يبقيك زي انا صغير بس انه امشي يمين 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 شمال، مع انه 1 زائد 1 يساوي 2 بقول لك 1 زائد 1 يساوي 3 ده قانون. So you're going to follow that please. So لا يجب ان نضلل حالنا، الحق واضح والباطل الحق واضح. هؤلاء الناس هم عاشروا شنو المجرم. انت بتخط شنو هسه قانونا او بالنظم العادي حاجه بسيط جدا جدا. يعني النظم بتاعنا الاهلي ده بيعتبر مجرم. انت لو قبضوك في محل بتاع الدعاره انت زول بتاع دعاره تلقائيا، ما في اسكيوز. ثانك يو.
All right. So مومو طبعا انت هسه اليوم في وش المدفع.
انا استمعت لكم كلكم.
اوكي.
وانا ما قاعد.
لا انت هنا حكيم انت قاعد جودرت تضيف قبل ما مومو يتكلم. اعمل ميوت unmute yourself.
النقطة الوحيدة اللي أنا عاوز يعني عاوز أسيره مع مومو عشان أوضح له، وبرضه عشان هما يعني مثلا to waste time on trying to make arguments وكده. أنا هحطها لك بالوضوح أنه المرجع القانوني أنت عملت دعوة افترضت أنه في مرجع بنرجع له دائما لما نمشي في محادثات او في شنو between negotiations between parties. اوكي، وده كلام سليم ووجيه كويس. لكن دائما انت ما بتستعمل الكلام ده في شفويا او بافتراضات. انت بتقوم عايز تجيب النص ده ذاته تخطه عشان يكون الواجهه، لان مثلا the guiding principle for that discussions which derives from that source. انت عندك المصدر كويس، عايز المصدر انت اخذته من منطلق بتاع شنو؟ افتراض انه ده العمل ده بيجري على هذا المرجع. لكن انا سالتك سؤال واضح ووجيه، انت عشان تقدر تدينا النسخه المطبقه لسانتيجيديو موجوده ولا ما موجود؟ لكن حسي انا من فهمي انه الكلام ده ما موجود، وانت بتشتغل من افتراض في راسك، كان افتراض مبني على مرجع قانوني لكن ما في له اصل وما في له دليل في مجرى بتاعت شنو؟ مجرى بتاعت الحوار الجاري في سانتيجيديو كويس. فانا عاوز اذا كان في اديني النص، كان ما في قول له يا اخ ما في، قول له يا اخ ما في ده الكلام ده انا اخذها من فهمي للشغل المفروض يشتغل كيف، عشان انا عارف انه ده فرضيه
خلاص.
وكان كمان في حاجه والموس على الارض في سانتيجيديو معمول به على هذا المرجع، فاهلا وسهلا عشان انا اقدر ارجع له، لانه انا كنت برتكز على شنو؟ الاعلان بتاع سانتيجيديو themselves. اعلان بتاع سانتيجيديو عملوها في جانوري، قالوا انه هم they want to foster inclusive talks for all non-signatories. ده الكلام اللي هم قالوه. وانا بتساءل عن هذا الامر. واذا كان هم they made this declaration ليه why did they keep the small print؟ ما كانوا يقولوها كلها بالوضوح ولا ده ما كان واضح؟ هم وضعوا هذا الاعلان وقالوا انه يا اخي this is going to be inclusive talks for all non-signatories. على هذا الاساس احنا طلعنا بيان to welcome it. كويس؟ whether it was سوما ولا منو ياو جابوا we welcomed it. انه ده كويس، ده اعلان سليم، اعلان بينادي للبحث عن السلام وعاوز يجيب كل الناس signatories together. لكن اذا كان في خفايا ثانيه بتتعلق بسوما وكده لم ينطقوا به، ما نطقوا. كويس؟ ما نطقوا به. عشان كده انا كنت جينا وصلنا لمرحله انا حتى عملت يعني اتكلمت مع بعض الاعضاء في سوما. كويس؟ واتكلمت مع سانتيجيرو وضربت لهم، عملت لهم خطاب وكده وشنو ده عشان هم يشرحوا لي مفهوم بتاعت الاعلان ده، مفهوم الاعلان عشان انا اقدر اعرفه. انا كنت افترضت انه ده حاصل كده كده، لكن في النهايه ما قالوا حاجه. وانا عايز اقول الشيء الثاني الاخير هو انه شنو، حتى بعد ما انا اتكلمت مع ناس اعضاء بتاعت سوما وكده، الكلام اللي انت قاعد تقوله ده ايمانويل قال لي ما في حاجه زي ده. لو كان في موجود في نص زي انت بتقول انه في نص متفق عليه كويس، ما كان ايمانويل كان حيقول لي اهو النص اللي احنا عاملين به بيننا وبين سانتيجيدي وبيننا وبين الحكومه، ما كان حيقولوا. لكن احنا اضطررنا بشان عملنا شنو؟ عملنا memorandum of understanding because him as a member of Soma he wanted to raise it. He wanted to raise it as an issue في Soma ذاته was an issue في سانتيجيديو. لكن it was not welcomed by members of Soma. The other colleagues of Soma did not welcome it ولا even support it. ده الكلام اللي ايمانويل قالوا لي. كويس؟ وفوق ده كله هو اثار الكلام ده مع سانتيجيديو، وسانتيجيديو قال له يا اخي هم استلموا كل جوابات الحكيم رسل. ده الكلام اللي ايمانويل كلمني انه سانتيجيديو قالت استلموا كل الخطابات اللي احنا رسلنا لهم. والسؤال كان انا قلت لها is there anything else for me to do؟ كويس؟ سانتيجيديو did not respond. And all that I learned from Emmanuel is what I told you about the response by the Soma members. والشيء الأخير اللي هقوله، أنت يا أخي الحكومة ده اتولدت عن طريق بتاع الاتفاقية المنشطة. كويس؟ فيها 5 نائب وزراء، أجل نائب رؤساء. أوكي؟ دي هي نفس الحكومة اللي اتولدت عن طريق بتاعت الاتفاقية اللي احنا رفضناها. كويس؟ يعني انت كسوما هتصل لك اتفاقيه which will supersede الحكومه ده، معناه هيلغي وجود بتاعت 5 وزراء مثلا 5 نواب بتاعت رئيس وما الى ذلك، ويغير مثلا المجلس، تركيبه بتاعت المجلس وحاجات بشكل. انت يا سوما عنده كونديشن زي ده وضعه للحكومه عشان الحكومه ده ذاته ينهي نفسه. It's not there. Soma does not present that. فما ممكن تقول انك انت هتمشي تصل لاتفاق مع الحكومه بتاعت سلفاكير بتاعت الجاي عن طريق بتاعت الاسم شنو ده الحكومه الاتفاقيه المنشطه ده عشان تلغي الحكومه المنشطه. ما ممكن.
خلصت؟
yeah. So I don't know. لكن احنا لما عاوزين بس نتكلم من منطلقات قانونيه وعاوزين نثير مثلا الارجيومنتس القانونيه وكده شنو ما بيخدم غرض.
صحيح.
مش لانه احنا ما عارفين القانون، احنا بنعرف القانون. كويس؟ في افتراضيات بسيطه جدا جدا. انت يا اخي بالوضوح قول له يا اخي ما في نص قانوني او خطاب او formal document in which there is نصوص بتاعت انه يا اخي ده اللي بيحكم هذا الاسم شنو ده this negotiation. It doesn't exist. وبالتالي what you are saying is what is in your mind. It's not even in Sant'Egidio. كويس؟ فأنا أقول معك واضح وصريح. فإحنا لما نيجي بعدين نتكلم عن قضايا قانونية وكده use valid arguments عشان إحنا نقدر شنو؟ نقدر ندرله بس بهنا يعني with reason. كويس؟ فأنا بشكرك.
شكرا حكيم. انا
Yeah.
برد
يا
عليك بالوضوح.
يا بوم اتفضل.
انت وضحت لي بالتفاصيل انه ناس سانجيدو قال هم جايين يحلوا مشاكل بتاع نان سكريتري. اوكي. امرتين انت قلت رسلت الخطابات لسانجيدو هم استلموا. اوكي. وهم ما رد عليك. اول حاجه انت قلت انه لابد يكون عنده نص صريح عن اللي بيدور في المفاوضات بتاع سانجيدو. احنا لما كنا بنناقش هذا الموضوع احنا ما بنناقش موضوع بتاع المفاوضات بتاع سانجيديو، لكننا بنناقش موضوع اساسا هي اساس انه يعني ليه رفضت قبولك في سانجيديو رغم انه سانجيديو استلم كل رسالاتك وما رد عليك. انا لما قلت انه من قواعد الوساطه انا عم بتكلم من المبادئ العامه اللي بتحكم الوساطه. المبادئ العامه دي اساسا بتختلف عن نقاش موضوعي في موضوع المفاوضات. ده نصوص قانونيه مجرده. انه هذا زي مثلا ان العقد شريعه المتعاقدين، ده قواعد موجوده. قبل ما انه القاضي ولا اي جهه تتدخل في تفسير النصوص، اول حاجه بترى الاجراءات الشكليه هل منطبقه ولا لا ما منطبقه. اذا ما منطبقه تبطل بطلانا مطلقا. الاجراءات الشكليه قبل الاجراءات الموضوعيه. اللي انت بتتكلم فيه انت بتتكلم موضوع بتاع سنجيل. احنا بنتكلم لا انا ما قاطعتكم. انت بتتكلم من الناحيه الموضوعيه، انا ما دخلت من الناحيه الموضوعيه، لكن انا دخلت من الناحيه الشكليه كمبادئ. انه من شروط الوساطه وده موجود. انا ممكن اطلع لك هذا النص من قواعد التحكيم الدولي، موجوده نصوص دي اساسا انه سنجيديا هي كجهه محايده. انه الناس انتوا اخترتوها او التحالف اختاروا انه بتشوف مشاكل بتاع الناس كلها، فبالتالي هو ملزم بالورقه التحالف اللي انه قدموه عليها. اذا انه سيجد من المفترض اجراءات قانوني صحيح، من المفترض الخطابات بتمشي لا ناس سكرتوري اللي هو اذا كان التحالف بعد التحالف هو اللي حيدي هذا الخطاب، وبعدين هيكون الاعتراف لان السنجيدو بيتعامل مع الجهه انه التحالف اللي جاي نناقش فيه. ده النقطه اللي انا حبيت ان اقول النقطه دي. عشان كده لما انه السنجيدو لما استلم رسالتك وانه قرا رسالتك قد تكون انه التحالف انه ما يعترف بانضمامه، فبالتالي سنجيدو ملزم احترام انه اللجنه اللي اختاروا للوساطه هو ملزم بقواعد التحكيم. ده قواعد عامه، ده انا ما داخل في موضوع اللازم. اوكي.
تصحيح مومو، تصحيح في حاجه واحده انا اذكرك. كلام بتاع حكيم. اوكي لما نقول قاعد يدي رسالاته لنا سانجويدو it wasn't based عشان he join Soma. Remember that. Okay. لانه حتى هنا ذاته we had a contact with those guys of Sanguido. بس انا اوريك حاجه. It wasn't about joining them. لانه نقول القضايا اللي ما قاعدين يطرحوه ناس سوما. That is one of the reasons why some of these things were been put there. لكن ناس زي اللي في سوما dismissed it. ده حاجه انا بعرف من جهه بتاعنا من هنا what we have seen with Sanguido. يعني القضيه بتاع اراضي هم في اخذوها هسه ناس جروب بتاع ناس اخذوا. بس انا اقول جروب بتاع اخذوا. ما انا قاطع لك حاجه لانه القضيه بتاع سانجويدو ده يعني لما نازل مشى رسلوا اوراقهم هناك طبعا ديل اوريدي معروفين هم قاعدين ريبريزنت شنو الاينس بتاع سوما. لكن احنا اللي برا او ناس الثانيين ده اللي قاعدين يتكلموا بموضوع بتاع اراضي وحاجات القضايا الهامه زي انت شفت قال لك في ناس كان في مخيمات جو بورقه دايرين نخلي الناس ياخذوا الورقه دي يطرحوه في المفاوضات ده، لكنه هم رفضوا الكلام ده. اذا كيف؟
ما تنسى ما تنسى يا جماعه ان قواعد يعني ميثاق التحالف ده انا مش عارف ان انتم كبير فهمتها وضحت لكم كذا مرات. يعني كيف انت لنا جاي تنضم في التحالف احنا اتفقنا عليها بيخاطب قضايا قوميه، وانت جاي عايز تفرض نفسك تدخل وعايز تدخل بقضايا اقليميه. انا ليس ضد، انا
لا لا لا
واجب
لا
منطقه
لا
الاستواء، لكن
ده
انا
ما
بفكر لكم من
يا
ناحيه
مومو وكده احنا رفضنا التوفيق
ما في زول واصل في
وكده
الصومة.
رفضنا signature on the agreement. We did it as non-signatories, and NAS was
Thank
NAS
you.
on national agenda, PDM was PDM on non-national agenda مثلا for example وكده. فالمنبر كان
ما
بيخاطب
في الصومة
النون
كان.
سيجنتوريز كويس.
Yeah.
المنبر كان بيخاطب النون سيجنتوريز. عشان كده احنا اتوهمنا على اساس انه هو فعلا منبر عاوز يخاطب النون سيجنتوريز. And that was the reason why we approached them. It was not the reason because Soma was there and we needed to talk to Soma. No. احنا بنبحث عن سلام ويتواجد منبر كويس. احنا فهمناه خطأ على اساس انه شنو ده منبر لكل النون سيجنتوريز.
Exactly.
لكن باين انه other non signatories وضعوا لهم ميثاق واحتكروا المنبر وضبوها بقى المنبر
انا عايز اسالك سؤال
بين الحكومه. That's what it is.
الصومة احتكرت اللعبة.
مش لانه في قواعد بعد
حكيم. سؤال
احتكار
مباشر عليك. سؤال
Yeah.
مباشر عليك. ليه سبب انه سنجيدو ما رد خطابك ولا انت ما انتميت لهذا المفاوضات؟
يا اخي ما
لا انا قاسم حكيم صاحب الشأن.
انا اوكي، انا دي قصه فوق ذات. اوكي ما مشكله.
لا انا قاسم حكيم مباشر.
انا ممكن اجاوبك الكلام.
اتفضل.
لغايه حسي انا طلبت من سانتيجيدو عشان اشرح لي الكونفليكت on the issue of the non-signatories لانه واحد من senior members بتاعتهم اللي كان موجود في key negotiator مشى في جوبا وادى انترفيو لراديو تمازج ولا لراديو راديو وقال بالكلام الواضح انه the platform was for all non-signatories. ده الكلام الاوفيشال بتاع سانتيجيدو قالوا. انا قمت شلت الفيديو ده ورسلته للدكتور باولو ابليجيازو، قلت له استمع لهذا الكلام وده من نابع منكم انتوا المصدر كسانتيجيديو. الكلام ده طالع منكم انتوا بتقولوا ده كله نون سيجنتوريز.
غير
I have written to you several times على اساس انه احنا نون سيجنتوريز. هل الكلام ده بيعقل؟ الكلام ده غير صحيح. It is not truthful because one of the non-signatories is excluded by Sant'Egidio. It cannot go out and claim that is a forum for all non-signatories. خطأ إعلامي و it is not truthful. أنا أفريق ده النقطة الأول. أوكي؟
ما أنت عارف.
دقيقة بالنسبة للمسألة الثانية للسؤال الثاني. أنا أجاوبك، ما أنا عاوز أجاوب لك الأسئلة أنت أسئلتها عشان أكون واضح معك. الإجابة الأول أنا انتهيت منه. أوكي؟ بل أنا لغاية حسي ما استلمت نص مكتوب من Sant'Egidio to explain why they have not responded, why they have excluded participation at PDM, even when we raised this issue and Emmanuel came and raised it with you. لغاية حسي ما ردوا. This is not a problem of Soma. This is a problem of Sant'Egidio. أما بالنسبة لعدم الانضمام لسوما، عدم الانضمام لسوما أنا ذاته ما كنت أعرف بوجود بتاعت سوما. الحاجة اللي أنا كنت أعرفه موجود هو SSNDA. كويس؟
نعم.
لكن في حصل مؤتمر حصل في هيك. كويس؟ المؤتمر اللي كونوا فيه سوما
نعم.
I was not even aware of it. كويس. Nobody informed me about it. ناس سوما ذاته أعضاء بتاعتهم who became no Soma, they did not even write to me as one of the non-signatories. Well, they have not even, they did not include us in their discussions, in their talks, and so on.
نعم.
والكلام ده كان جاء حصل فيه debate, and I think you have followed the debate on social media at the time. احنا قلنا يا اخوانا احنا ما عارفين اي حاجه عن الموضوع ده، وتوماس ممكن ياكد لك الكلام ده لانه هو ما كتب لي ولا اي واحد منهم اتصل بينا قال انه كان عندهم مشاورات جاريه عشان يكونوا تحالف جديد بيسموه سوما. احنا we came to learn about it only in the media. فاحنا قلنا يا اخي ده حقهم، كويس، ده حقهم، احنا ما عندنا مشكله. حتى وقت مشوا وبحثوا عن منبر للسلام، اوكي، ومشوا كسوما بدون وجود بتاعتنا، وكان عنده زي reason انه why they did not، يعني although they didn't write it in official communication، قال انه يا اخي حكيم كان اختلف مع SSNDA قبل كده طلع منه، وبالتالي احنا ما ضمناه من شنو في اسم شنو ده في سوما. يا SSNDA كان تحالف مختلف، وانت قاعد تكون تحالف ثاني on top of it which is called سوما. ده شيئين مختلفين، ده شيئين مختلفين، كويس؟ إذا كان عندك نية تقدر تشاورني على أساس إنه أنت عندك مثلا بتبدي انترست في عندك أو فضول عشان تقدر تبقى جزء بتاع التحالف ده، كم تكون في مشاورات، لكن أساسا المشاورات ما تم. وأنا ذاته شخصيا وكنت شفت إنه التحالف الجديد ده التحالف بتاع توماس as a leader وباغلاموم as a leader وبول مالون as a leader very كويس. I'll never associate with people who have actually brought mess in the country. كويس؟ ده تحالف بتاعتهم، احنا عندنا تحالف بتاعنا تحالف بتاع نظافه. اذا كان في اي تحالف بتاعنا عاوز يخش معنا في مشاورات يكتب لنا كنظافه. طب ما عاوزين اهلا وسهلا. احنا كان if we are interested in them to join them we'll also write to them. كويس؟ فاحنا ما عملنا هذا الكلام لانه احنا عندنا تحالف، هم عندهم تحالف، واحنا كلنا بنقول انه شنو، احنا كلنا شنو معارضه. إذا كان في أي منبر بتاع السلام بنمشي هناك ونبحث عن السلام للبلد ككل، وعلى هذا الأساس إحنا شنو وقت هم مشوا عملوا ديكلاريشن في روم مع سانتيجيديو we supported them. أنه ده كويس، مشوار كويس أنه ناس تمشي تبحث عن منبر جديد ومنبر بتاع السلام إن شاء الله. we wish them well and they also take credit for having found a negotiator او اسم شنو ده اسم شنو ده يعني ميدياتور، وانه ان شاء الله الميديشن ده ما يكون على اطار بتاعت شنو بتاعت ايجاب. احنا we supported it on that basis and it was also inclusive of all signatories not signatories. شفتها؟ فاحنا we welcomed it. I hope I have answered the questions.
اوكي، قبل ما تدي جوابك مومو، انا عارف سوري طبعا قاعد نتكلم في عندنا براذر سباتا بيجاي كل ده عنده بوينت يقولوا، فاحنا نحاول نختصر. لكن حاجه واحده نذكرك مومو بس في كلام ده، انا اسف I have to قاطعكم بوس، في حاجه مهمه لازم تذكروا، لان انا متذكر حكيم one of our group member Uncle Omoro, remember he got me a contact to this guy, the same guy اسمه Paul whatever his name is.
Paul,
yeah the one in Guido. So انا متذكر حتى جواب رسلناه، يعني he took that letter and gave it to him, one of the paper demanding about the people issue كده. فالقضيه بتاع الشعب ده فعلا ما ردوا، ده حاجه ده نوري. بعدين احنا ما قعدنا نعترف، انا وريك
يا
مومو
حكيم،
انا ما قعدنا نعترف. الحكيم كان قال شنو في كلامه قبل شويه، هو قال كانوا هم يعني they don't have any problem no objection لما سوما تكونت، لكن احنا قاعدين نشوف اي جروب تابع ل SPLM this is us Equatorial Social Council بعيدا عن اي شيء. احنا ما قاعدين نعترف انه في حكومه هناك، واي ناس جايين من الحكومه كان في السابق هم جزء من المشكله بتاع الحكومه، جزء بتاع مشكله جنوب السودان. عشان كده قاعد نتكلم بموضوع بتاع إيكواتوريا هو اليوم خسران في كل الجهات ده، ان كانوا مش عملوا اتفاقيه ولا لا إيكواتوريا ما هيلقى حقه. اتفضل
يا جماعه حكيم، كلامك واضح. انت كلامك بتناقض تماما يعني انت بتطلب اعتراف بتحالفك وبتنقد التحالف الاخر. بس من نقطتين انا اخذت الخلاصه. انت قلت
لا
اساسا
انا ما
لا لا
خاطئ
ما انا
سوري
خليتك
سوري
تكمل
خليه
كلامك.
خاطئ
يتكلم بعدين تجي
اوكي
ترد له
انا
يا
جاي اوضح لك كيف انت تحكم.
اوكي
انا جاي اوضح
اوكي
لك. انت قلت التحالف بتاعهم بتاع نادام بتختلف عن تحالف الناس هم عملوا، وانت ما حتعترف اساسا بالتحالف بتاع ناس هم دي الناس قبل كده في الحكومه، ودي الاساس ذاته يعني هم ما يعني هم ذات سبب في الفساد. بدل هم اخذين انه انت ما معترف بهم. اوكي، من حقهم ومن حقك، من حقك انت ما تعترف بانسان اساسا شاركوا في الفساد، ومن حقهم انه هم ما دام هم رجعوا على الصح او هم لاحظوا الخطا اللي حصلت وهم عايزين يصلحوا الخطا بتاعهم وهم عملوا التحالف بتاعهم. هنا اسباب هم ما قدر انه يخاطبك او مثلا يعمل لك انفورميشن انه قد تكون انه المبادئ بتاعك بتختلف من المبادئ بتاعك. عشان كده الميثاق اللي هم عملوا دي ميثاق ده، اذا انا لنا سالتك ما هي مبادئ التحالف بتاعكم، واذا انا سالته ما هي مبادئ التحالف بتاعكم بتختلف تماما الاختلاف. هنا يبقى تلقائيا اذا حتى انت عملت على باب المجامله دخلت في التحالف بتاعك انت الخسران، لان انت ما مؤمن بالمبادئ بتاعك. واذا هم دخلت ذاته في التحالف بتاعهم انه انت حتعرض هذا التحالف بتاعهم. وانا بشوف من خلال دي اذا بقى شلنا هم مشى عمل المبادره بتاعهم كتحالف مبني على الميثاق بتاعهم مع سانجيديو، يبقى انت ما عندك حق تنضم في هذا التحالف، والسانجيديو ما عندك حق اساسا تضمك في هذا التحالف. ليه؟ لان الميثاق بتاعهم اللي هم قدموه تختلف تماما عن المبادئ بتاعك. واذا انت عايز تخش في هذا المبادره لابد تدخل عبر السلم الاداري، عبر تيجي عبر تحالف بتاع سوما.
هلا
انتوا تتفقوا في المبادئ الاساسيه انتوا ماشيين تقدموها، اما هم قبل مبادئ بتاعك او ما حيقول لك صراحه ان ما حنوافق. لكن الاصح
مومو انت فهمت قال لك نان سيجنتري
ما انا ما نقطه انا اقول
موضوع
ما
نان
بين
سيجنتري ما عنده علاقه بالسوما.
لما هم جايين اساسا لما جايين يخش في المبادره مع سان جيديو هم ما مشى نان سيجنتري. هم اول حاجه نظموا انفسهم كتحالف، وضع برنامج بتاعهم ثابت في ميثاق موحده.
تحالف ما
العباره مفتوحه.
تحالف ما بيقدر يلغي نان سيجنتري الما مشتركين في الامضاء بتاع ريفايتلايز اجريمنت، ما بيلغي اي زول كان هو عنده الكفاءه. ما في مؤهلات بتاع ناس المنظمات السياسيه اللي بيجي هناك ناس تاع سوما جمعوا
اي تنظيم حتى الليله. اديك مثال بسيط، في روابط وفي اتحاد. اذا انت عايز تخش على هذا الاتحاد لابد انه شنو تمشي عبر الرابطه بتاعك، لان دخولك مباشر عايز تخش تختلف الاتحاد بتاعك.
ممكن انا بعمل كومنت شير؟
اتفضل.
Yes. Let me get up with
Etika. أنا بيجا جونس كان أجل أنا أزرع في روم عشان أنا براجي.
اسمع كمان هنا المشكله ده نفهم اخواننا، ده نفهم اخونا اقول مومو انه الموضوع بتاع روما اصلا لانه عندنا في السوما انا بتاعنا للسوما
الاجراءات البروتوكوليه.
انا عارف. لا
انا واحد نازل تعرف
كان ودي رايت كده.
اتفضل.
انا ودي رايت كده.
احنا قاعدين نتعامل في السوما، احنا ما جزء منهم ولا من بهم، بس افهموا كلامنا كويس. عمله من باب.
ما بطل.
تفضل
انا عايز
صباحا.
ونسو انا عايز ونسو كده، وانا عايز ونسو على ده رايي تاعي انا سباتا.
صح.
انا قاينه، انا قاين على اساس انه اذا عندنا اخواننا واخوات من استوائيه اكواتوريين الجي فيل على اساس انه في حاجات، في تنظيمات في these political parties، في provisions، في اهداف كده في داخل these political parties الاتراكتومون هناك. يعني لانه sometimes انسان، انا كده انا فاهم كلام ده على اساس انه انسان sometimes بيجت attracted ل political party ما عشان اسباب تا political party ده كله، لكن في حاجات كده معينه.
صح.
فكان عندنا اخوانا واخوات انين عندهم في على اساس انه في حاجات بسيط الاتراكتومون في political parties ديل، وهم يتدخلوا في political parties ديل الجي constitute سوما، اهلا وسهلا. لكن مسج بتاعي لومن لاخواننا واخوات الدخل في political parties الجي constitute سوما ده، انا عايز اوري لومن كده على اساس انه انتوا اخواننا واخوات بتاعنا انتوا هور طبعا عايز يقول عنده حق بخش في البارتي، لكن أنا كاستوائيين الطالع من social constituent بتاعت استوائية.
نعم.
أنا خلاص جامعة مفهومة على أساس إنه the social constituent بتاعت جنوب السودان ما بفتنا. أوكي؟
صح. صح.
فأرجوكم إنتوا في أحزاب ديل كليتكم ما hold will of the people بتاعت Equatoria hostage عشان أهداف عشان أحزاب ديل ما كنتوا أهداف بتاعت separation في أجندة بتاعهم ولا في mission goals بتاعهم. ده كده بكون مفهومة غلط.
صح. أنا متفق معك.
ده كده بكون مفهومة غلط. الشعب بتاع جنوب السودان، الشعب السوداني الإيكواتوريان ده ما أي إيكواتوريان سياسي أصلا. الشعب بتاع الإيكواتوريين هم قاعدين نورمال، بس هم قاعدين دايرين ياكل عيال بتاعهم ويعملوا البيزنس بتاعهم. كانوا منفيل على أساس إنه خلاص إدارة القام سكومن في داخل جنوب السودان ده طلع منتهي خلاص. هم بيجا ما دايرين الإدارة ده، هم بيجا يكونوا إدارة بتاعهم الستيت بتاعهم بتاع إيكواتوريا. الليدرز دي بيجيني إيكواتوريين. أرجوكم يا إيكواتوريين في أحزاب بتاعكم ده كان ما عنده أجندة بتاعت سيباريشن. احترموا راية بتاعت أخوانا وإخوات بتاعكم دل. وأنا برضه عايز أكلم كده على أساس إنه حتى إنتوا ذاته الكمان قفل ذاته جاء أهلا وسهلا وذاته دير سيباريشن. فإنتوا أنا واحد يعني
صح.
كان إنت في قاعد في أحزاب دل إنت قفل like separation is even better. لكن طالع ما حزب بتاعك ما كنتوا اجنده بتاعت سيباريشن بس خدت حاجات تانيين فوق كينو انت كمان راضي لحاجات دولك. اهلا وسهلا. الناس كان قال يا اخي انا واحد، انا متاكدين على اساس انه بكره بعد بكره
صح.
اذا جابوا فرصه بتاعت ريفرندم انت برا فوت لسيباريشن. انت ما بكين قال يا اخي حزب تاعي ما كنتوا برنامج بتاعت سيباريشن في الاجنده، سو معناته انا ما بيفوت لسيباريشن. ده كده انت جي وريتو استوائيين. فأنا جي أبيل ليتا على أساس إنه إذا فرصة بتاعت ريفرندم.
سوري خط بتاع ينايل سيجنال. سو كلامه منطقي. فأنا اتفضل مومو طبعا كمل كلامك ثاني.
نعم.
انت اليوم انت getting to be the defense witness now. So go ahead. defense to Soma. So اتفضل.
يا كلام بتصابات الصحيح 100%. يعني احنا ما نختلف. كل طريق بدي لروما. كل طريق بدي لروما يا جماعه. احنا كاستوائيين في بيت الاستوائيه. انا بتمنى انه هذا المنبر الاستوائي اذا كان احنا بنناقش قضايا الاستوائيه مفترض الاستوائيين تخش تناقش فيه في بيت الاستوائي. احنا ما بنختلف.
يا ريت بيدخلوا بمنطق.
احنا ما نختلف.
نعم.
احنا ما نختلف. اهم حاجه احترام الراي الاخر.
نعم.
ما دام انه ان الاستوائيين القوميين اللي هم انه بيطالبوا بوحده جنوب السودان
ورأي الجماعة كمان.
يا الاستوائيين الراي الجماعه اللي انه بيطالب بالوحده، الاستوائيين نحن نحترم الراي بتاعهم، لان اذا رجعت شفت مثلا حتى من مبادئ من مبادئ بتاع سوما ومن جبهه الخلاص، هي بتطالب كل بحل مشاكل الشعب جنوب السودان. وبالنسبه لاخواننا انه بيطالب بحق قرار المصير وبيطالب بالانفصال الاستوائي كذلك، انه شنو ده حق مشروع. احنا في النهايه كلنا خلينا عندنا احترام الراي على البعض، احترام الاخر، لان انا عم بدافع عن حقوق الشعب كله وانت بدافع عن حقوق الاستوائيين كلها، ما الشعب كله استوائيين منضمين فيه، وانت بطالب بحقوق الاستوائيين، ده حق مشروع. هنا كلام ثابت مظبوط، ان احنا احنا ما نجرح بعضنا ولا احنا نسيء على بعضنا.
اضافه لكلام
كل انسان حر في اختيار التيار بتاعه. بالنسبه لكلام الاخ سي جي الانه بتقول يعني انا بتكلم عن المبادئ القانونيه وما فيش قانون تتعدل حسب الزمان والمكان. نعم القانون تتغير حسب الزمان والمكان. خلينا ما ننسى انه انت ما تشحن القانون، لان انت عضو لا تجزا من المجتمع، وانت كدوله ذات شخصيه معنويه، انت عضو في المجتمع الدولي تحكمها القواعد والقوانين الدوليه. عدم اعتراف بالقانون الدولي يبقى معناته اساسا انت عايز ترجع لقانون الغاب. قانون حتى اذا حتى انت ده تعمل قانونك المحلي، اذا هذا القانون تتعارض مع القانون القومي لا يجوز هذا القانون يبطل. فبالتالي المبادئ العامه والقوانين العرفيه
اسمع، الانسان خلق حر، عارف كيف؟ خلق حر، ما في زول سيد عليه، عارف كيف؟ انت عارف انت مخلوق حر، عارف كيف؟
ما انت قلت
والمبدا ده بيعترف به الامم المتحده، مش هيك؟
بعدين في سؤال لك، كلامك انت قلت انت
انت ما في تهم اللي انت تديني حموله
تغير ما تغير الزمان
وتقول انا ولا اخضع عليه. لا، لما في حاجه تخطيته في راسي تغير علي، انا بقول لك انتبه. ثانك يو.
بس سؤال لمومو. انت قلت في كلمتين كده عايز اسالك، بسالك هل القانون الدولي هو بيقدر يسكت حقوق تاع مواطن في ارضه كمواطن او ابن البلد؟ يعني القانون الدولي هل بيمسح حقوق تاع مواطن او انسان؟ لانه انت عرفت في هسه في دوله جنوب السودان هو دوله بكيانه، رايت؟ اعترفوا به، والشعب اللي في جوا جنوب السودان اليوم يا احنا كاقليم كاستوائي قاعدين نشتكي، رفعنا قضيتنا، لانه القضيه ده ما كلام بس هنا قاعدين نتكلم، واحنا ما ماشيين بطريقه مفاوضات بتاع كلام وحاجات ده، احنا ماشيين بقضيه انه في انتهاكات لحقوق تاع مواطنين تاع استوائيه. رفعنا قضيتنا للدول اللي كان هم السبونسرز بتاع دوله جنوب السودان، ترويكا. اوكي، فانا قاعد نسالك سؤال هنا مومو، هل هسه الكلام بتاع المواطنين الاستوائيين اللي قاعدين يقولوا احنا عاوزين نكونوا دوله، وفي ناس هنا قاعده تتكلم في مفاوضه، وفي نفس الوقت إننا ما احنا كناس اللي قاعد نطلب نكونوا دوله بنفسنا استوائيين، ما قاعد نقبل، ما قاعد نعترف ان في حكومه في البلد ده، هل ده بيقدر يقول لنا قاعد نناقض النظم الدول العالميه او نظم بتاع القانون العالمي؟ هل ناقضناه في اي شيء؟ لان رفعنا قضيتنا للدول الترويكا، والترويكا هو واحد من الناس اللي مركزين في موضوع بتاع كيس بتاع ساوث سودان ده.
Excuse me, can I jump in?
اديني جواب يلا بعدين. يا
انا بديك الجواب.
الاخ مامو. الو.
نو بعدين ده خليه يديني جواب. سوري.
ممكن ياخذ 2 اسئله، ما مشكله. انا عاوز اقول يا الاخ مامو. الاخ مامو 3/4 العالم هسي قاعد يشوفوا جنوب السودان، بما فيهم الاي سي سي. قبل شويه مشى هناك قال للجماعه ديل، قال هاي اسعوا في هذا النظام. هؤلاء الناس امام العداله الدوليه ناس ديل مجرمين ولا هم ناس طيبين؟ والعالم بيتفرج علينا. جابوا نفس الناس. لو احنا مشينا لاوروبا زول زي سلفا كير ممكن يحكم دوله هناك، وريني عن القانون الدولي.
اول حاجه نجاوب
شكرا.
بالنسبه لي يا اتيكا
استاذ
ونفس كذلك بالنسبه لك اكسجين جوابه ده هيلقى جوابه من المبدا الشرع حقوق الانسان. المبدا الشرع حقوق الانسان ليس من مبدا الشرع حقوق الانسان او اعلان حقوق الانسان. لما اقول قواعد ملزمه، اساسا المبادئ او وثيقه حقوق الانسان هي قواعد غير ملزمه بالنسبه في العالم، لكن هي التزام ادبي. وممكن هذا الالتزام ادبي اذا انه تعمدت او اصر الدول الاساسا انه بيستعمل الدكتاتوريه دي، هنا المتضرر هو انه حتلجا بناء على المبادئ العامه لحقوق الانسان، بتلجا للمجتمع الدولي عبر المنظمات الحقوقيه لعادي مجلس الامن. ومن خلال دينا من انه تدخل الموضوع ده في خلال دخل عادي مجلس الامن، هنا المجلس الامني هم الخمسه اعضاء الدائمين هم حتفرضوا حق الفيتو في هذه الاجراءات.
منو اللي اختار ناس زي
خلينا نكمل. هنا دي بتاخد زمن، وسبب انه بتعرقل هذا الموضوع بيرجع لنا كشعب جنوب السودان، لان قضيه اذا انتم ما توحدتوا كجنوبيين ولا انتم كاستوائيين ما توحدتوا كتنظيم واحد، وانتم كلكم كشعب طلعتوا برا بالتنديد تمشي على مجتمع دولي في كل السفارات، حتى الرأي العام طارف قضيتك، وبعد ده الوسائل الاعلام العالمي كلها تدور هذا الموقف، وانت حترفع كل الحاجات شعارات الادله والوثائق الموجوده اللي بيدل ان عند اثبات في هذا. بعد ده انه شنو القضيه ده هتاخد مجراه في مجلس الامن. احنا لسه ما وصلنا لمرحله انه القضيه بتاعنا كجنوب السودان عامه دخل في مجلس الامن ودخل في مناقشه بتاعه بين الحكومه و
ماما انت بتعرف انه
خلينا نكمل ما انتوا عايزين الجواب في النقطه دي.
لكن كلامك انت قاعد تتكلم كانه قضايا جنوب السودان ده ما معروف للعالم. قضيه بتاع انتهاكات حقوق الانسان وقتل واغتصاب ده كله موجود لحد الان. من عمل لهم ريفايتلايز اجريمنت انت تتكلم فيها القضيه.
لا انا عارف موجوده، لكن انت اللي بتحرك. في فرق بين انه هم الاخذين. ما انا الليله كقاضي اذا انا لقيت ما في حاجه بقولها المصلحه في الدعوه الليله حتى لو جريمه وقعت القاضي ما بيجي يقول تعالوا يا جماعه في مشكله حصلت، لكن انت المضطر انت حترفع الدعوه امام المحكمه حتى النيابه العامه تتحرك. فنفس الشيء بيطالب مننا كسؤال بصفه خاصه. اذا احنا بنطالب بالانفصال او احنا بنطالب بتغيير المصير، يجب علينا كلنا
يا اخي سؤال بتاعي بسيط.
لابد التوحيد
والله
الموضوع ما جاوبتني كلام بتاعي، ما جاوبت الاجابه.
المشكله التوحيد هو لو
ما جاوبت الكلام بتاعي وانت نطيت. اعمل معروف.
اتفضل.
جاوب نقطه بتاعي نمره واحد. انا قصدي لك دول العالم ده كله حسي هناك قاعد يشوفوا الفساد الماشي والقتل والارهاب والاحتلال بهذه الاراضي وكل حاجات دي. عارف كيف؟ يعني بمعنى اخر انت زول في اي سي سي. عارف كيف؟ انت زول في اي سي سي، انت بتمشي هناك زول مجرم مثلا تدخل في سجن، انت بتخلي المجرم عشان يحكم البريء. ده فياته نص من القانون موجود. لو انت بتاعت الدولي القانون بنتكلم عن القانون الدولي. فاحنا ما بنعمل تبني. ما قلنا ليه السؤال بتاعي ما كان شنو؟ كيف بنتبنى المشكله بتاعنا؟ كيف نتبنى المشكله بتاعنا؟
القضيه اوريدي موجوده.
القانون الدولي اساسا هي مبني على العلاء، مبني على المصالح المشتركه ومركز القوه. ده تعريف القانون الدولي. بالمعنى ايه؟ اذا الليله انت دوله علاقتك السياسه مع الدول الكبرى ممتازة، المجتمع الدولي حيقفوا معك. لكن إذا كان علاقتك مع واضحة ما في إنسان حيقفوا معك. ده على السيد إذا كان الحرب بين دولتين ذات سيادتين مختلفتين. نجي لوضع بتاعنا وضعية بتاعنا. أول حاجة وضعية بتاعنا ليس الحرب بين دولتين ذات سيادة مختلفة. الحرب بتاعنا أساسا هي الحرب الداخلية. هنا
حرب قبيلتين.
لا ما أنا جاي أجاوب.
ما تقول حرب، ما حرب بتاع جماعة، حرب قبيلتين.
خلاص ما خلاص يا جماعة. هنا المجتمع الدولي كمجلس الأمن ما بينظر في قضايا داخلية بين ذات الحروبات بين داخل الدولة الواحدة. لكن انت بتقدر تلعب الدور عبر دول معينة ذات التأثير في المجتمع الدولي. ممكن تتبنى قضية بتاعتك بحق استعمال القوة.
طيب المقاطعة معناها شنو؟ مقاطعة السلاح.
خليه يكمل.
مقاطعة بتاع السلاح معناه شنو؟ لما النازل يفرضوا عقوبات معناه شنو؟ في نظر ماذا يعني هذه العقوبات؟ ما تدخل في شؤون الغير؟
ده ده دخول. بعدين في حاجة تانية مومو، أنا أتذكرك اتذكر بوسنيا وهرسك مش محكمهم؟ مش
أنا جاي different.
Let's not make it an argument between two. Come on, let's go to our topics.
أنا جاي في الشعب ده. ليه أنا قلت السيادة الدولية مبنية على المصالح ومركز القوة؟ المصالح وين؟ الليلة إذا كان إحنا لو قدرنا نتأثر نلعب سياسة قوية مع دولة أمريكا، لأن إذا شفت أمريكا أساسا هي يعني بيلعب دوره برا ما داخل مجلس الأمن الدولي. أمريكا ممكن الليلة إذا عندها مصلحة معاك ممكن تتدخل مباشر في جنوب السودان، وممكن تغسل قوانين مجلس الأمن، وممكن تأثر على الدول، لأن أمريكا أساسا في داخل الدول الخمسة الملزمة في اتخاذ القرار. أمريكا أساسا عندها تحالف بتاع مع هذا 4 دول، وهذا 4 دول بيقدر يتأثر في اتخاذ القرار في مجلس الأمن. فبالتالي سياستنا عشان إذا إحنا عايزين نصل للحل يبقى علينا لابد نتبنى قضيتنا مع الدولة الأمريكية
إن شاء الله.
وده حاجة
ده الوحيد، لأن أمريكا على سبيل المثال
تفضل.
زي ما أنت ذكرت المشكلة اللي حصل في بوسنيا وهرسك
الأخ مومو
في دول كثير هنا هسه لسه تحت الاحتلال. انت سميتها في الارجنتين.
ما انا وضحت لك، قلت لك انه السياسه الدوليه مبنيه على المصالح.
انت جاي تبدا على اتاك رايت ناو. خليه حكيم يدي كلام دفاع. هسه انت في الدفاع.
انا عايز اقول شنو يا اخ مومو. التفصيل اللي انت دخلت فيه احنا ما فيها جديد، يعني دي ابجديات. ممكن تقول دي بعض المصطلحات nuances that we need to be conscious about in terms of international politics, in terms of regional politics, and working with allies وما إلى ذلك. فدي ما نقطة النقاش بتاعتنا الأساسي، يعني دي ما
صحيح ما ده الأخ سياق طرح عشان كده أنا رديت له.
this is not the major issue of our discussions. كويس. القضايا اللي احنا عاوزين يعني to focus on is in terms of our how we bring Equatorians together in the same sense that you are saying, people need to organize themselves, unite themselves, and articulate their agenda and so on. So I think that's there's agreement among ourselves on that. So there's no issue there. What I wanted to come back to very quickly is to respond to the question that you raised earlier on about, for example, that because I don't support Soma or don't support the declaration بتاعتهم وكده وبالتالي هم بيقدروا يرفضوا عليه وكده. ما ده أصله صح، ده حاجة طبيعي. You know, I don't have an issue with that. What I'm saying is I acknowledge أنه I'm not a member of Soma and I'm not even interested in joining Soma. Okay? ده الموقف بتاعتي كويس. لكن أنا كنت عندي قضية ثانية مختلفة، قضية بتاعت المنبر بتاعت البحث عن السلام مبني على declarations بتاعت روم themselves. ده هو you know ده هو يعني attracted me، ده الأثار الفضول كويس. عشان كده أنا بحثت ومشيت لأنه كانوا بيتكلموا بلسان الحال، بلسان كل النان سيجنيتوريز كويس. أنت لازم اللغة بتاعتك والمسج بتاعتك الرسالة بتاعتك تكون واضحة، أو كمان ممكن تقدر تقول يا أخي الرسالة دي بالنسبة للنان سيجنيتوريز، لكن نان سيجنيتوريز ياتا التاين سوما كده. أنا ولا بيهمني بعد ذاك أمشي لسوما ولا أمشي بورام ولا كده، ما بيكون عندي داعي لأنه أساسا أنا ما متفق معهم كويس، وما ممكن أنا أتنازل عن يعني مبادئ بتاعتي لصالحهم. ما بيحصل. أنا بخلي لهم الفرصة يمشوا كويس. ده كده أصل 2 3 ما فيك، وأنت بالتالي ما عندك أي reason to defend them for not لأنه أنا I recognize that أنه ده حقهم، ده حقهم، كان ما عاوزيني، ده حقهم كويس. لكن أنا كنت بتساءل عن المنبر كويس، لأنه المنبر هي البحث عن منبر السلام. إذا كان أساسا مستحوذ على سوما برضه يكون واضح عشان أنا أعرف بعد ذلك أقول this أساسا ما بيعاني inclusivity الروم ديكلاريشن بيتكلم عنه، ما بيعاني inclusivity اللي هو النيغوشيتور بتاعت سانتيجيرو يتكلم عنه، لأنه بيتكلم بصورة عمومية كويس. فبس ده التوضيح اللي أنا عاوز أعرفه، وبعد ذلك ما هحمل أي حاجة لسوما. أنا هفهم أنه القضية أساسا المنبر منبر شكلي باسم لسان الكل، لكن ليس أساسا كده، ده بلسان مجموعة بتاعت سوما كويس كده يكون المشكلة انتهى. عشان كده أنا كنت في بروسيس بتاعت البحث عن يعني representation بتاعت voices بتاعت all signatories. وبعدين عندي ذاته شنو؟ أنا بكون عندي استراتيجيات كويس. أنا عارف أنه دي منبر بيبحثوا فيه عن السلام، وأمشي هناك أقدم رسالة معينة كويس أنه دي الكونديشنز بتاعتنا اللي احنا بنشوف انه احنا ممكن نحل بها قضايا بتاعت جنوب السودان. وهنا كنا اتفقنا فور اكزامبل في قضيه بتاعت جزر المشكله، وجزر المشكله بالنسبه لنا فهمه يختلف من جزر مثلا مشكله من جانب بتاعت سوما او من جانب بتاعت ناس. احنا بنتكلم عن جزر المشكله في انه القضيه في جنوب السودان المشكله بقى وبال لكل البلد، وفي النهايه وضعوا حل ثنائي. لكن احنا كنا بنرى انه شنو حل جزر المشكله في انه ذاته الشعب ما هي المسؤوله عن طريق بتاعت ايجاد السلام الشامل.
صحيح.
السلام خطوه في يد بتاعت شنو فئات تماسيح، وما هيقدروا يعملوا حاجه. عشان كده احنا ندي السلطه ده بالكامل، والحكومه القائمه دي حكومه مجرمه اساسا ما بتقدر تصل معه اي اتفاق. لكن اذا كان السومه بتشوف انه بتقدر تجيب سلام زي ما انت قلت جمالك، احنا نقول ويل لكم ويل لكم. معقول هل الحكومه راح تجيب سلام والسومه بتعتقد انها تقدر تجيب سلام عشان الشعب يقدم، عشان الشعب ينفذه؟ في انه الحكومه دي ذاتها وجودها وجود كويس مبني على شنو اتفاقيه المنشطه كويس، والحكومه كلها قائمه على هذا الاساس. وهل السومه هيقدر ينهي الكلام ده عشان نقدر نوصل مثلا للموقف بتاعتنا انه يا اخي السلطه يدوها للشعب؟ كده احنا بنشوف مستحيل. فمع ذلك انت بتشوف انه ده في امل في انك تجيب سلام، فاهلا وسهلا امشي جيب السلام. لكن احنا بنتكلم مواطنين بتاعتنا انه الكلام ده احنا ما بنشوف بالتحليل بالوقائع وكده، لانه الحكومه حتى لغايه هسه ما نفذت الاتفاقيه المنشطه ذاتها. خليك من انه تجيب اتفاقيه ثاني which will supersede. شفتها؟ فده الكلام اللي احنا كنا بس عاوزين نوضحه، انه سوما تكون واضحه مثلا تقول انه يا اخي لا اساسا احنا بنعني سيجنتوريز ده بنعني بس شنو الناس بتاعت سوما ديل الاعضاء بتاعت السوما، لكن ما بنعني اي عضو ثاني الغير شنو الغير سيجنتوري لاي نافع ولا لاي ناس حكيم وكده، ده احنا ما بنعنيه. فيكونوا شجاعين، يكون عندهم شجاعه ادبيه يقولوا الكلام ده، ما يسكتوا كويس، لكن ده حقهم كويس، ده حقهم. سو بمعنى هسي زي ما انت قاعد تاكد انه الحكايه ده حكايه بتاعت سوما اساسا، ما بيعني انه ده شنو بتاعت نان سيجنتوريز اول نان سيجنتوريز كده. فده كلام مفهوم يعني.
شكرا شكرا حكيم. وانا
انا عاوز اعمل
المنظر وانا حادي الراي بتاعي وزي ما انا وضحت لكم قبل.
بس اعتذر لكم شويه. انا ما اعرف مو انت عندك اي شيء ارتباط ثاني؟
يا بس انا لازم اعمل خلاصه.
اللي عندك ارتباط ولا لا؟ لان انا كان ما عندك ارتباط، انا بس بعمل حاجه كده بقطع حاجه للشورت عشان نقدر نعمل الثاني جديد.
لا انا عندي ارتباط لان انا بعرف في البيت.
بس انا ما هاخد وقت تاك كتير، انا لازم اقطعه عشان بس نرجع ثاني نعمل واحد جديد، لانه عشان بقى اخذ ساعه كتير بس عشان لانه شنو بس نقطعه.
هنرجع
اوكي، لانه كلامنا طبعا عشان طلعنا ذاته خارج الموضوع اللي كان بتاع Equatoria ديكلاريشن، لكن الكويس الناس اللي قاعدين يتابعونا خليهم يرجعوا لإيكواتوريا ديكلاريشن ده. اخونا الدكتور حكيم بدا قبلك انا سالنا اسئله ووضح حاجات كتير بانجليزي، وبكره ان شاء الله هنتكلم تاني في تكميله، وبعدين ذاته هنرجع نتكلم بقى دور ربع عربي. احنا اتكلمنا كان بانجليزي كله، اسئله بانجليزي والجواب بانجليزي، لكن لما في النص هنا لما انتهينا اخذنا كلامنا بقى بعربي، موضوع بتاع سوما وموضوع بتاع اتفاقيه. فارجوكم my fellow brothers and sisters of Equatoria, we're gonna cut this short, and then we come back again. Just follow us, we'll be with you. So Uncle Momo, and I will send you a link, Hakim and CJ, I will send you the link so you can come back. All right, thank you.
A different link, yeah? A different link or the same link?
Yeah, I will send a new link. No, there's a new link.
Okay.
So I'm going to end it with the music to Equatoria there. So stay.
Okay.
And then, yeah. Okay, Uncle Momo, thank you.
Gio, you ready? Oh, na 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 na. Na na. Oh, na 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 na. Yeah. Banana kala. Na 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 na. Anina wahi. Anina sawa. Oh yeah. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid. Anina Equatoria. Anehna. Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita miniambio. Kanita mintori. Weleta min Juba. Yeah. Anina Equatoria. Keresia sama kesi manena. Yeah. We strong when stand together. Yeah. Kanihna gulu wahi. Equatoria biraba. Iyal bilwa pijama. Asan belet na biraba. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us Igbanagule. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid. Anina Equatoria. Anehna. Anina Equatoria. Oh yeah. Kanita zande. Kanita mai. Au kukuye. Anina Equatoria. Kelele na hivyo nefusina. Kebelia kedema periganina. Salam wa sakhafa. Behaja derino. Hasan belet na biraba. Arif ma bisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us Igbanagule. Anina Equatoria. Nasawa. Anina Equatoria. Beled wahid. Anina Equatoria. Anehna. Anina Equatoria.
Nehna kulu sawa
Oh
jama.
yeah.
Je m'appelle Fanan Ngala. I love my people, and I'm the voice.
Acholi ya buga ya baka, Equatoria balanda bare, kakuwa kiliku lango lungoya, azange poposa mundo, nyambara morobe made, mundare, nyambara, otumo pare makojulo, lubara buga ya lobe, lolo nare,
mundo,
nare,
anakulu nasi sawa. Mavi hacha bigesi manena, siasa ma bigesi manena, anena wahe.
All right, my fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters, I'm gonna come back again in the next. I'm gonna shut this off and then start another one, new one. Please follow us in Equatoria Free Forum. With you, Ethical Odysseus is moderating at this time, but next time maybe somebody else will moderate. I'm trying to let other people to moderate than me. لكن أنا بجيب ناس أخونا Dr. Hakim, CJ, and Momo, and even Sabata if he's around, or others who are trying to come in. They can talk because we're going to debate this thing about the Soma issue, because this is actually the big Adam Samak قصة Soma وقصة اتفاقية Revitalized Peace Agreement. قضية ده عشان نقدر نوصل للحل احنا كإكتوريان I think ده وصل للمرحلة انه قاعد نقتل بعضنا فوقه، لكن ما مشكلة ده ما قتل زي بتاع Upper Nile ده. At least we are civilized. We know how to deal with our own issues. ربنا يبارككم. I'll see you in 5 minutes, actually, or 1 minute from now. Alright, God bless. Bye.